Chapter 272. Fang Chen knew that if he didn't display his strength today, they wouldn't be convinced and would think that he wasn't qualified to be a disciple of an ancient sect. Therefore, after hearing the words of the three top experts, Fang Chen made a decision, and that was to display his strongest attack. Next, Fang Chen's words were filled with confidence, and his voice was deafening. Just as Fang Chen said those words, there was a buzzing sound in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately after, sword qi surrounded Fang Chen's body. Crash! The chance of the water-fire sword technique flashed in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen seemed to have entered a state of selflessness. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by dense sword qi. These sword qi directly wrapped around Fang Chen. In Fang Chen's hand, the hidden dragon sword emitted a sword hum. In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. Two terrifying golden rays shot out from his eyes, and his face was filled with an excited smile. Water-fire sword technique, level 4. After being stuck at the third level for so long, Fang Chen didn't expect that he would break through at this critical moment. This made him even happier. After the water-fire sword technique broke through to the fourth level, Fang Chen's aura became even stronger. His deep eyes looked at Situpo, who was about to make a move, and said coldly, "All of you, attack together." Fang Chen's words were like a thunderclap, and entered the ears of the crowd. It caused a huge wave, and countless warriors were shocked. Fang Chen actually wanted to challenge Situpo and Wenyu at the same time. How crazy was that? All the warriors looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. They didn't understand where Fang Chen's confidence came from. "Are you sure you want to challenge both of us at the same time?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Situpo's figure paused for a moment. Soon after, he raised his head and looked at Fang Chen, and said coldly, "Among the younger generation in the entire western region, you are the first one who dares to challenge me and Situpo at the same time." Wenyu calmly said. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with battle intent. He looked at the two of them and said, "I only hope that you can keep your promise." Fang Chen's words couldn't be more obvious. He wanted to challenge Situpo and Wenyu together. This scene caused countless warriors to be shocked. Defeat Qinzhen within 5 breaths. Your strength is sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. If it's a one-on-one fight, we might not be your opponent. However, if the two of us join forces, you will have no chance at all. Situpo coldly said. Soon after, Situpo and Wenyu glanced at each other before nodding their heads. With a flash of their bodies, they instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Situpo and Wenyu joined forces to fight against Fang Chen. Countless cultivators at the waist of the mountain were astounded. This was their first time seeing Situpo and Wenyu working together. They were extremely excited. As for the 3 sect leaders at the foot of the mountain, their eyes were filled with astonishment. This kid's potential is too strong. No wonder he could become Guzong's disciple. Not bad. To be able to become Master Gu's disciple, he shouldn't be too bad. This kind of person, if he is given some time, he will definitely grow. We can't be his enemy. While the 3 sect leaders were discussing, the atmosphere at the top of the mountain instantly froze. Situpo and Wenyu's bodies suddenly emitted a wild aura, confronting the aura emitted from Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Guzong, who was standing outside the mansion, had a face full of smiles. He didn't expect his disciple to be so strong. Although Fang Chen was challenging Wenyu and Situpo at the same time, Guzong wasn't worried at all. "Fang Chen, you're a cultivator worthy of respect. I'll give it my all in this battle," Wenyu said. The 3rd level of the Fire and Water Sword art was already very strong, but the 4th level of the Fire and Water Sword art was countless times stronger than the 3rd level. Rumble in the sky, a sword of fire and water suddenly appeared. The moment this sword of fire and water appeared, the entire sky was lit up by the sword of fire and water. Immediately after, the other 3 sword of fire and water appeared. These four swords of fire and water, under the control of Fang Chen, merged together and formed a majestic sword of light, attacking the two of them. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword of fire and water collided with the spear of light. Crack! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sword of fire and water pierced through Wenyu's spear of light and pierced into Situ Po's fist of light. Dong! The entire mountain peak trembled slightly. Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and waved the hidden dragon's sword in his hand. The blade of the hidden dragon's sword instantly pierced into the broken spear of light and fist of light. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the spear of light and fist of light were completely shattered. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword of fire and water still hadn't dissipated. At this moment, countless warriors were shocked. Wenyu and Situ put together were still not a match for Fang Chen. This was too frightening. Looking at the sword of fire and water in the sky that hadn't dissipated, Wenyu and Situ Po immediately withdrew their auras. On their faces, a bitter smile appeared. "We admit defeat." The voice came from Wenyu. He knew that if they continued to fight, he and Situ Po wouldn't be a match for Fang Chen. Wenyu and Situ Po's hearts were filled with shock. A warrior who wasn't even 20 years old was actually this strong. Moreover, the most important thing was that this warrior's cultivation was only at the second level of the Qi High Realm. At this moment, in the hearts of Wenyu and Situ Po, they actually began to admire Fang Chen. Hearing Wenyu's words, Fang Chen shook his wrist and the sword of fire and water in the sky disappeared with a loud bang. He also put away the hidden dragon sword. "Fang Chen, the bet is still valid. We will keep our words." Wenyu cupped his hands and said to Fang Chen. After that, Situ Po also nodded to Fang Chen, and the two of them instantly left the mountain peak. Before they left, they told Fang Chen that they would visit him in the future. Fang Chen didn't stop them. He looked at the backs of the two disappearing figures and didn't say anything. Boom! The entire mountain peak was in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fang Chen with shock. Fang Chen had defeated 3 top warriors by himself. His strength had already surpassed the 3 top warriors. He had become the unparalleled king of the younger generation in the western region. Guzong grinned and laughed. Looking at his disciple, he was extremely happy. At the foot of the mountain, the leaders of the 3 sect also climbed up the mountain peak to congratulate Guzong. Fang Chen's battle had shocked the world and made the entire western region recognize him. After defeating 3 top warriors in a row, Fang Chen had become the king of the younger generation in the western region. When people talked about Fang Chen, they would talk about how he had defeated 3 top warriors in a row. Fang Chen's achievements had already become the talk of the western region. They talked about Fang Chen all the time. As for Fang Chen, after resting for a day, he continued to learn craftsmanship from Guzong. Originally, Fang Chen had told Guzong that he wanted to go to the central region. However, Guzong believed that Fang Chen's refining techniques hadn't reached the point where he could master them, so he didn't let him go. In the end, Guzong told Fang Chen that when he could become a true refining master and be able to refine ordinary weapons, he would be able to go to the central region. Over the next few days, Fang Chen continued to learn refining techniques from Guzong. Fang Chen's refining talent made Guzong blush with shame. In just a few days, Fang Chen had completely grasped the refining technique. Fang Chen could now quickly refine ordinary weapons. According to Guzong, Fang Chen had already reached the peak of refining apprentice and was only 1 step away from becoming a refining master. This is really heaven-defying. Guzong couldn't help but sigh when he thought about Fang Chen's talent. Just like that, 7 days later, Fang Chen finally made some progress in the art of weapon refining. On this day, Fang Chen was refining a weapon. Just as he was cultivating the spirit, his red soul suddenly enveloped the weapon. He suddenly realized that his red soul had actually grown quite a bit during this period of time. It was also at this time that Fang Chen suddenly realized that he had accidentally refined an ordinary weapon. Although it was a low-grade ordinary weapon, this also proved that his refining techniques had improved greatly. Let me see. When Gu Zong heard the news, he immediately rushed over to see the weapon that Fang Chen had refined. After a long time, Gu Zong's deep eyes looked at Fang Chen and said, "Not bad. Your talent is the strongest I have ever seen. To be able to refine an ordinary weapon in such a short time is too shocking. However, there are still some flaws in the weapon you refined. Let me explain it to you." After saying that, Gu Zong began to explain to Fang Chen. After roughly 15 minutes of explanation, Fang Chen felt that he had already grasped the refining technique. After that, Fang Chen continued to refine. After a series of attempts, Fang Chen could finally refine ordinary weapons as he pleased. Chapter 273. In the next few days, Fang Chen continued to familiarize himself with the refining technique. Finally, after 3 days, Fang Chen had completely stabilized his refining technique. At this time, Gu Zong had nothing to say to Fang Chen. "Master, I am going to the central region." Fang Chen looked at Gu Zong and said. Fang Chen knew that Gu Zong had helped Fang Chen, and he was very grateful. "Your talent is very strong. In a short period of time, you were able to become a refining master. I hope you will not waste your talent," Gu Zong said slowly. "Although you are going to the central region, you cannot forget refining." Gu Zong continued, "The central region is not like the western region. In the central region there are many strong warriors. You must be careful when you go." Fang Chen nodded. Only those at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm could enter the central region. One could only imagine how many strong warriors there were in the central region. Gu Zong took out a yellowed book from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. He said, "This is my unique refining technique. It's called the Ancient Shadow Refining Technique. Take it and study it properly." "Thank you, Master," Fang Chen said. Gu Zong nodded and said, "I still have things to do. Once I am done, I will go to the central region to find you. If you encounter any trouble in the central region, you can use my name. Perhaps you will be able to avoid trouble." Gu Zong's influence in the western region was extremely strong, but in the central region, his influence was slightly weaker. Even so, Gu Zong's name was like thunder to one's ears. After that, Fang Chen packed up a little and prepared to set off. At this time, 3 familiar faces came to the mansion. Qin Zhen, Situ Po, and Wen Yu smiled as they looked at Fang Chen. Wen Yu was the first to speak. "Brother Fang, you don't mind if we go with you to the central region, right?" Wen Yu and the other 2 had not been willing to go to the central region because they were fighting over Gu Zong's disciples. But now that Gu Zong's disciples had been settled, they had no more regrets. It was time for them to go to the central region. Coincidentally, they had heard that Fang Chen was also heading to the central region. Although this was a secret to ordinary warriors, it wasn't a secret to the 3 great sects. When Wen Yu and the other 2 found out that Fang Chen was heading to the central region, they immediately rushed over. Back then, Fang Chen had defeated them. Although they had kept their promise, it was naturally impossible for them to become Fang Chen's slaves. Therefore, they changed their approach. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and nodded. After bidding farewell to the ancient sect, the 4 of them walked side by side and left the western cloud city. They walked on the official road leading to the central region. "Brother Fang, you're not someone from my Golden Crown Nation, right?" Wen Yu suddenly asked. Hearing Wen Yu's words, Fang Chen nodded and said, "No, I came to the Golden Crown Nation to look for someone." "Oh, Brother Fang, who are you looking for?" Situ Po asked with interest. "People from the Luo family," said Fang Chen simply. "The Luo family is a peak family in the Golden Crown Nation. Wanting to enter the Luo family is extremely difficult," said Qin Zhen. Even with Fang Chen's group of 4's speed, it would take them 10 days to travel from the western region to the central region. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, the 4 of them were either resting or hurrying. However, at a certain moment they stopped. That was because they had encountered a group from the northern region. Aren't those the 3 peak experts of the western region? Haha, peak experts? They really don't know shame. The western region's people are too weak. They think they're peak experts. These people were from the northern region. They were also heading to the central region. However, the reason they had taken a detour was because there was a danger zone between the northern region and the central region. They didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Now that they had encountered the 4 from the western region, their faces were filled with ridicule. Chen Su, do you still hold a grudge over that battle back then? Sneered Wenyu. The leader of the northern region's group was called Chen Su. He had known Wenyu's group before. Back then, when Chen Su's strength was still weak, he had come from the northern region to the western region. However, it was here that he had encountered the most bitter battle of his life. At that time, Wenyu's strength was much higher than Chen Su's. After an intense battle, Chen Su had been defeated. After that, Chen Su had returned to the northern region and diligently cultivated. In these years, Chen Su had successfully stood at the peak of the northern region's younger generation. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to fight Wenyu again. He hadn't expected that he would actually encounter Wenyu on the way here. Naturally, he would ridicule him. Humph, in that battle back then, my strength was originally weak, sneered Chen Su. But now, I can defeat the 4 of you by myself. Chen Su was extremely arrogant. He took a step forward, directly blocking the path of Fang Chen's group. He wanted to force Fang Chen's group to attack. I'll deal with you. Wenyu's figure flickered. He directly took out his spear and attacked Chen Su. Bang! Bang! Although Wenyu's attack was tyrannical, when facing Chen Su, he actually felt as if he couldn't exert any strength. In an instant, Wenyu felt as if his attack had sunk into a swamp, unable to free itself. Wenyu, is this all you've improved after all these years? Chen Su looked at Wenyu and sneered. Instantly, he exploded with a powerful attack, directly bombarding Wenyu's body. Immediately, Wenyu's body was continuously pushed back. Chen Su's strength completely suppressed Wenyu. Wenyu stabilized his body and looked at Chen Su with an ugly expression. Even Wenyu had been defeated by Chen Su. Situ Po and Qin Zhen were even less likely to be a match for Chen Su. The 3 of their faces slightly changed as they looked at Fang Chen. Humph, the so-called strongest of the western region's younger generation is only SOSO. Chen Su sneered. Let's go. Fang Chen slightly shook his head and said. He didn't want to fight, nor did he want to waste time. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Wenyu and the other 2 nodded and turned to leave. Just at this moment, Chen Su's furious roar rang out in their ears. Did I say you could leave? Chen Su icily asked. Fang Chen, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Chen Su with his deep eyes. I'm afraid you still don't have the qualifications to decide whether we should leave or stay. Fang Chen softly asked. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to speak to me? Chen Su coldly snorted. A trace of fury appeared in Fang Chen's heart. He slowly walked closer to Chen Su and said, I just don't want to waste time. You even lost to Wenyu. You dare provoke me? Raged Chen Su. All of you, come at me together, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Chen Su became even more furious. This brat was clearly humiliating him. I can defeat you by myself. Chen Su let out a low growl and suddenly launched a fierce attack. Boom! Just at this moment, Fang Chen used the 4th level of the Water Flame Sword art. A tyrannical sword light directly shattered Chen Su's attack and stabbed into his shoulder. Crack! Chen Su's shoulder was instantly mangled and blood continuously flowed out. With a miserable cry, Chen Su's body was sent flying and he crashed to the ground. Let's go. After doing all this, Fang Chen turned and left. The current Chen Su couldn't be bothered with the pain in his shoulder. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Chen Su could sense that when Fang Chen had used that move, he had felt the world become much dimmer. Brother Su, are you alright? Only after Fang Chen and the others had disappeared did Chen Su's subordinates run over and ask anxiously. I'm fine. Chen Su did his best to endure the pain. Once more walking on the path, Wenyu and the others felt even more admiration for Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you're too strong. Wenyu smiled. Yeah, defeating Chen Su in one move. Ha ha ha, that's too satisfying. Situpa laughed. Chen Su was too arrogant. Brother Fang just didn't want to lower himself to his level, said Qin Zhen. Fang Chen shook his head, not saying anything. After encountering Chen Su's group, Fang Chen's group of 4 had a very smooth journey. 5 days later, they safely arrived at the edge of the central region. Standing on the distant ground, Fang Chen looked ahead. There were countless guards guarding the ground. He couldn't help sighing. As expected of the central region, even the border was guarded by countless guards. They were afraid that people from other regions would sneak in. That's the central region? Asked Fang Chen. Yes, that's the central region. There are stone tablets at the border that test your strength. As long as we pass the test, we'll be able to enter, said Wenyu. Fang Chen's group of 4 arrived at the border of the central region. However, they were stopped by the guards. We want to enter the central region, said Wenyu. Where are you from? The guard asked coldly. We're from the west, said Situpa. Attack this stone tablet. Everyone only has one chance. When the white light on the tablet shines, you'll pass the test and you'll be able to enter the central region, said the guard. Fang Chen and the other 3 nodded their heads. The first one to take the test was Qin Zhen. He violently punched out, instantly smashing his fist onto the stone tablet. Buzz! The stone tablet made a sound. In the blink of an eye, a gentle light appeared on the tablet. Seeing this, Qin Zhen withdrew his fist. You passed the test. After the guard finished speaking, Wenyu and Situpa took the test one after another. They passed the test one after another. The last one to take the test was Fang Chen. Although he was only at the second Qi High realm, his true strength was stronger than Wenyu and the other 2. Therefore, he also passed the test. Passed the test. The 4 of them passed the test. The guard took out 4 identity badges and said, These are your identity badges. When you enter the central region, do not wander around. Remember not to lose your identity badges. Fang Chen's group of 4 received their identity badges and entered the central region. Central region. After being in the Golden Crown Nation for more than a year, Fang Chen had finally arrived at the core region of the central region. When he left the Divine Wind Nation, Fang Chen was 17 years old. Now, he was 18 years old. In this year, Fang Chen's strength had increased by a lot. The moment he entered the central region, Fang Chen's heart actually had a trace of desire. Chapter 274. Jingguan Country, one of the big countries in the southern mountains of Tianzhou. The Jingguan country was divided into 5 regions. Fang Chen had been training in the southern region, but after the trials, Fang Chen went to the western region. By chance, he became an apprentice of an ancient sect. And now, he finally got what he wanted and entered the central region. There were 9 cities in the central region, and each of them was extremely spacious. Within these 9 cities there were 9 superforces. These superforces were not something that the top forces in the western and southern regions could compare with. Fang Chen had heard before he came that these 9 superforces were 9 2-star sects. There was a huge difference between a 1-star sect and a 2-star sect. This difference was too great. In the entire Jingguan country, there were only 9 2-star sects. The Luo family was one of them. At the border of the central region, there was a city called Jianzhou City. Jianzhou City was a city at the border of the central region. It gathered countless strong sword practitioners in the central region. It could be said that in the central region, if there was a place with strong sword practitioners, it would be Jianzhou City. This was because Jianzhou City was home to one of the 9 superforces, the Reverence Sword Sect. Everyone in the Reverence Sword Sect were sword practitioners. Moreover, the weakest disciples in the Reverence Sword Sect were at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. One could imagine how strong the Reverence Sword Sect was. When Fang Chen and the others first arrived in the central region, they came to Jianzhou City. Is this Jianzhou City? Fang Chen stood on the main road and looked at the huge city in the distance. He was shocked. The 9 cities in the central region were too big. Some were even bigger than some small countries. Looking from afar, there seemed to be a huge transparent sword in the sky above Jianzhou City. This huge sword descended from the sky and floated in the sky above Jianzhou City. It was worshipped by countless sword practitioners. At the gate of Jianzhou City, there were 3 bold and powerful words. From these 3 words, Fang Chen could feel a sharp and domineering sword essence. What a strong sword essence! I wonder which almighty person wrote these 3 words, Jianzhou City. Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, when you said, Brother Fang, speaking of Jianzhou City, there is a history that shook the entire Jin Guan country. Oh, what history! Fang Chen was a sword practitioner. When he saw the huge transparent sword in the sky above Jianzhou City, the golden heart in his body actually started to beat faster. This made Fang Chen's suspicions about Jianzhou City grew. A long, long time ago, the Sword State City wasn't called the Sword State City. As for what it was called, after so many years, people have long forgotten it, when you said. Situpa continued, it said that Jianzhou City was originally larger than the other 8 cities. But one day, thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by dark clouds. That shocked countless experts in the Jin Guan country. It was also at that time that they saw a huge sword descend from the sky and forcibly cut Jianzhou City in 2. The Sword Continent City that you see now is only one piece of the Sword Continent City from back then. The other piece was forcefully smashed into the ground by the huge sword that fell from the sky and directly disappeared. Speaking till here, Qin Jin's face was filled with excitement. A huge sword fell from the sky and forcibly smashed the other half of the Sword Prefecture City into the ground, causing it to disappear. Hearing this legend, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. He could imagine just how terrifying something had happened in the sky above Jianzhou City back then. And then? Asked Fang Chen curiously. After that huge sword descended from the sky, it disappeared. Countless marquises from the Jin Guan country came to Jianzhou City to investigate. But they couldn't find anything. Later, the Jin Guan country's imperial family announced that Jianzhou City would be renamed Jianzhou City, said Wenyu. Furthermore, after this place was renamed Jianzhou City, a transparent sword appeared in the sky. Many cultivators were shocked to find that cultivating in Jianzhou City could increase their cultivation speed, said Situpa. Furthermore, Jianzhou City was filled with sword intent. Over time, it became a holy land for sword cultivators. After hearing the legend of Jianzhou City, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. A holy land for sword cultivators? Fang Chen had a vague feeling that something major must have happened back then. But with his current strength, he wasn't able to investigate it. Let's go in and take a look, said Fang Chen. Fang Chen's goal in coming to the central region was to get close to the Luo family and then find his mother. But before that, he wanted to familiarize himself with the central region. So, he started from Jianzhou City. The 4 of them arrived at the entrance of Jianzhou City, but were stopped by the guards. To enter Jianzhou City, each person has to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, said the guard calmly. Fang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to enter Jianzhou City. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Wenyu took out 40,000 mid-grade spirit stones and gave them to the guard. Then, the 4 of them entered Jianzhou City. Brother Fang, don't be surprised. For us 5th level Qi high warriors, 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones is nothing, said Wenyu. Fang Chen nodded his head to show that he understood. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones was a huge amount for a normal warrior. But normal warriors couldn't even enter the central region, let alone Jianzhou City. As soon as he entered the Sword State City, Fang Chen discovered that there was an extremely dense sword intent coming from all directions. What a strong sword intent! Fang Chen took a deep breath and said slowly. Jianzhou City was indeed a sacred place for sword practitioners. If he trained here, his training speed would be much faster. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he couldn't see the huge transparent sword in the sky. However, after entering Jianzhou City, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body beat even faster. What is there in Jianzhou City that attracts the golden heart? Fang Chen thought to himself. The golden heart beat faster. He couldn't help but think of the legend of Jianzhou City. But that legend was too far away, and it would be difficult to fully understand it. Let's find a place to settle down first, said Wenyu. After that, Wenyu and the other 3 found an inn to stay in. I'll go out and ask around. After the 4 of them settled down, Wenyu left. Fang Chen went back to his room to rest. 2 hours later, Wenyu came back in a hurry. Did you find any news? Asked Situpo. Wenyu nodded and said, I found some news. Usually, cultivators from the 4 great tribes who come to the central region will join a faction. That way, they will be able to survive in the central region. Unfortunately, the Sword Reverence sect only accepts sword practitioners. Otherwise, we could all join the Sword Reverence sect, said Wenyu. Is there a branch of the Luo clan in Jianzhou City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Wenyu nodded and said, there is a branch of the Luo clan in Jianzhou City. However, this branch of the Luo clan is extremely powerful. In Jianzhou City, they are second only to the Sword Reverence sect. Brother Fang, do you want to join the branch of the Luo clan? Asked Situpo. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I do have that thought. We came at the right time. At this time tomorrow, many sects in Jianzhou City will be recruiting disciples. Brother Fang, you can go and try, said Wenyu. After a silent night, early in the morning of the second day, Fang Chen and the other 3 appeared on the streets of Jianzhou City. In the center of Jianzhou City there was a square. This square was where all the sects were recruiting disciples. To be honest, the cultivators who were able to enter Jianzhou City were at least at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Of course, the aboriginals were excluded. Therefore, all the sect's requirements for recruiting disciples were very strict. They wanted to select disciples with outstanding talent. At this moment, in the square, there were many people in charge of recruiting disciples. At every sect's recruitment area, there were many disciples lining up. Fang Chen glanced at the square. In the most conspicuous place, the Sword Reverence sect was recruiting disciples. This time, the person in charge of the Sword Reverence sect was an old man with a white beard. What was surprising was that there were many disciples lining up at the other sect's recruitment areas. Only the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment area was empty. There was not a single cultivator in sight. Could it be that the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment requirements are very high? Fang Chen was puzzled. Situpo and the other 2 chose a sect that was suitable for them and prepared to participate in the recruitment. As for Fang Chen, he wandered around the square alone. That's the Luo clan. Fang Chen saw the Luo clan's recruitment area. Fang Chen went to the Luo clan's recruitment area and started to line up. After waiting for an entire morning, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. You want to join my Luo clan? The person in charge looked at Fang Chen and asked. That's right. Fang Chen nodded his head and said, if you want to join my Luo clan, other than cultivation, you also need to know alchemy. The person in charge said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I have never come into contact with alchemy. In Jianzhou City, The Luo clan was second only to the sword reverence sect. At the same time, it was also a large alchemy clan. So their disciples, other than sword cultivators, also had outstanding talent in alchemy. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the person in charge's expression changed. He immediately shook his head, directly rejecting Fang Chen. After being rejected, Fang Chen's gaze returned to the sword reverence sect's area. Since the Luo clan didn't want him, then he would go to the sword reverence sect. Once he joined the sword reverence sect and became a disciple, perhaps he would be able to come into contact with the Luo clan. Last night, Fang Chen had sorted out his thoughts. His goal was very simple. He would start with the Luo clan in the Sword State City. If the Luo clan branch in the Sword State City had no news of his mother, then he would go to the imperial capital's headquarters. However, after asking around, Fang Chen understood that a nobody wouldn't be able to get close to the Luo clan, let alone come into contact with the Luo clan's leader. That was why he had thought of joining the Luo clan. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unable to do so. Chapter 275. I want to join the Sword Reverence sect. Fang Chen arrived at the disciple recruitment area of the Sword Reverence sect and said to the white-bearded old man. However, the white-bearded old man didn't react to Fang Chen's words. He didn't even acknowledge Fang Chen, which made Fang Chen speechless. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen discovered that the white-bearded old man had actually fallen asleep. Even if no one signed up, he wouldn't be so bored as to fall asleep, right? Senior, Junior would like to join the Sword Reverence sect. This time, Fang Chen's voice was infused with a bit of spiritual qi and directly transmitted into the white-bearded old man's ears. What? The sleeping white-bearded old man suddenly opened his eyes and asked in a muffled voice. When he saw Fang Chen, he shook his head to clear his head and carefully sized up Fang Chen. You want to join the Sword Reverence sect? The white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. Only sword cultivators can join the Sword Reverence sect. Are you a sword cultivator? The white-bearded old man asked. Crash. Fang Chen instantly released his sword will. The biting cold sword will surrounded his body and resonated with the sword will in the air of Sword State City. Feeling Fang Chen's sword will, the white-bearded old man nodded slightly and said, Yes, you are indeed a sword cultivator. However, just being a sword cultivator is not enough to join the Sword Reverence sect. The white-bearded old man continued, Next, I will release my sword will to pressure you. If you can withstand it for 5 breaths of time, you will pass the test. After the white-bearded old man finished speaking, a sharp sword will suddenly emerged from his body. This sword will directly surrounded Fang Chen. So strong. Fang Chen felt that this sword will was at least at the 2nd level. It might even be at the 3rd level. His bones were cracking. Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat. He hurriedly released his sword will to block, but just as his sword will was released, it shattered with a loud bang. If this continues, I won't even be able to last 3 breaths. In just a breath of time, Fang Chen could no longer resist. His body was constantly trembling. Witnessing this scene, the white-bearded old man shook his head. Looks like this kid won't be able to pass the sword sect's test. Disciples who were qualified to join the Sword Reverence sect were rare geniuses. They had to withstand the white-bearded old man's sword intent for 5 breaths of time. As a result, the number of disciples who joined the Sword Reverence sect was few and far between. Fang Chen growled and pushed his 2-star Great Path physique to the extreme. His sword will was at its peak as he tried his best to hold on for a few seconds. 2 breaths had passed, but Fang Chen seemed to be unable to resist. His eyes were scarlet. He had never seen such an overbearing sword intent. Can't hold on any longer? Fang Chen thought to himself. The white-bearded old man was about to withdraw his sword intent. However, at this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating rapidly. Suddenly, an invisible aura merged with Fang Chen's sword intent. buzz. The white-bearded old man only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Then, his mind went blank. What's going on? When the white-bearded old man came back to his senses, 5 breaths of time had passed. He withdrew his sword intent and looked at Fang Chen in shock. His heart was in turmoil. That sword intent just now was too overbearing. Even I felt my heart palpitate a little. The white-bearded old man thought to himself as he stared straight at Fang Chen. That terrifying sword intent had caused his mind to go blank. If that sword intent had wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. Too terrifying. This sword intent is even more overbearing than the sect leader's sword intent. The white-bearded old man's heart was filled with shock. Trying hard to calm his heart, the white-bearded old man slowly analyzed. He was sure that the sword intent did not belong to Fang Chen. Could it be that he accidentally obtained it and hid it in his body? The white-bearded old man thought. After all, that sword intent was too overbearing. Perhaps it was left behind by a powerful sword Dao expert before they died. Fang Chen accidentally obtained it and hid it in his body. It's obvious that he can't control that sword intent. The white-bearded old man thought to himself. Thinking of this, the white-bearded old man looked at Fang Chen in a different light. If Fang Chen could completely absorb that sword intent, he would definitely become the strongest sword cultivator in the younger generation of the Sword Reverence sect, or even the entire Golden Crown Nation. This child is not simple. In the future, his name will definitely shake the entire Golden Crown Nation. The white-bearded old man thought highly of Fang Chen at this moment. At this moment, Fang Chen had no idea what had just happened. He only felt his mind go blank. 5 breaths of time passed. "Senior, did I pass the test?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the white-bearded old man chuckled. "Congratulations, you've officially become a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. The white-bearded old man's words were heard by all the cultivators in the square. They all looked at Fang Chen in shock. Who is he? He's so young, but he actually passed the Sword Reverence sect's test. He's really amazing. The Sword Reverence sect's test is famous for being abnormal, but he actually passed. As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Many cultivators in the square were discussing spiritedly. When they learned that Fang Chen had successfully joined the Sword Reverence sect, Situ Po and the other 2 were shocked. After a long time, the 3 of them sighed. Fang Chen was not a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, he would leap through the Dragon Gate. At this moment, the most shocked and regretful person was none other than the person in charge of the Luo family. Fang Chen had originally wanted to join their Luo family's branch, but he had forcibly driven him away. To be able to join the Sword Reverence sect, his talent must be incomparably outstanding. It's a pity that our Luo family's branch actually missed such a genius. The person in charge of the Luo family thought to himself. After Fang Chen joined the Sword Reverence sect, Situ Po and the other 2 came to congratulate him. The 3 of them had also joined other forces in the Sword Reverence sect. In the end, Fang Chen bid farewell to the 3 of them and left the square with the white-bearded old man, heading towards the Sword Continent city. "Senior," Fang Chen called out on the road. "Fang Chen, from now on, you're a disciple of my Sword Reverence sect. Call me Martial Uncle," the white-bearded old man said. The white-bearded old man was the current sect chief's junior brother. In the Sword Reverence sect, not only was his seniority high, but his strength was also very strong. The white-bearded old man's heart was filled with excitement. This time, he had picked up a treasure. He didn't expect to meet a genius like Fang Chen by chance. The white-bearded old man naturally wouldn't tell anyone about Fang Chen's secret. He would keep it a secret for Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, I'll now explain the rules of the Sword Reverence sect to you," the white-bearded old man said. Fang Chen nodded, quietly listening. The Sword Reverence sect is located in the depths of the Sword Continent city on a mountain peak that pierces the clouds. It's called the Reverence Sword Peak. The Sword Reverence sect is divided into outer and inner sect disciples. Since you've just joined the Sword Reverence sect, you can only become an outer sect disciple. But I believe that with your strength, it won't be long before you become an inner sect disciple. In the Sword Reverence sect, the strong are respected. All resources must be fought for by yourself. Only with strength can you obtain more resources. The white-bearded old man said. Martial uncle, then what level do I have to reach before I can meet the Luo family's branch leader? Fang Chen asked. His goal wasn't the Sword Reverence sect, but the Luo family's branch leader. The white-bearded old man didn't ask any more questions. He replied, the Sword Continent City's Luo family may only be a branch, but its strength is second only to our Sword Reverence sect. If you want to meet the Sword Reverence sect's branch leader, you have to be an inner sect disciple. Moreover, you have to be an outstanding inner sect disciple. Hearing the white-bearded old man's words, Fang Chen's brows revealed a trace of bitterness. He didn't expect that meeting the Luo family's branch leader would be so difficult. However, Fang Chen believed that no matter how difficult it was, he would be able to persevere. Under the white-bearded old man's guidance, they soon arrived at the Reverence Sword Peak and entered the Sword Reverence sect. After arriving at the outer sect, Fang Chen brought the white-bearded old man to see the outer sect's deacon. This is the disciple we've recruited this time, Fang Chen. The white-bearded old man said to the outer sect deacon. The outer sect deacon didn't say anything else. He gave Fang Chen an identity token, then gave Fang Chen a small booklet. Finally, he arranged a residence for Fang Chen. As expected of the Sword Reverence sect, everywhere I went, the disciples' auras were extremely dense. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. After returning to his residence, Fang Chen began to flip through the small booklet. Inside the booklet, there was a detailed introduction of the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect. Within the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect, there are over 100 disciples. Each and every one of them is an elite. Fang Chen said as he looked at the booklet. After a long time, Fang Chen finally finished reading the contents of the booklet. Within the Sword Reverence sect, the most important resource wasn't spirit stones, but the refining of spirit swords. Within the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect, there was a spirit sword that reached the heavens. The reason why it was called a spirit sword was because it had already gained sentience. It was said that this spirit sword was a personal sword left behind by an elder of the Sword Reverence sect. This spirit sword was 10 meters tall and was inserted into a square in the outer sect. Around the spirit sword, there was an extremely dense sword intent. Cultivating near the spirit sword would yield twice the results with half the effort. The refining of spirit swords was the most important resource in the outer sect. Countless disciples fought for this resource with all their might. The competition for spirit swords was held once a month. The strongest outer sect disciple would spend the most time cultivating near the spirit sword, followed by the rest. The spirit sword can refine a martial artist's sword intent. Fang Chen said. Other than spirit swords, disciples of the Sword Reverence sect could cultivate in the sword range of Sword Continent City. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could enter the sword range. As for what exactly the sword range was, Fang Chen wasn't sure. There was no record of it in the booklet. Not long after, Fang Chen received news that this month's competition for spirit swords would be held tomorrow. Chapter 276. Sword State City, Sword Sect. Today was the day of the monthly spiritual sword competition. When Fang Chen appeared on the square, there were already many disciples present. As expected of the Sword Sect, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the disciples. The Sword Sect was one of the 9 two-star powers of the Jin Guan country. Even the outer disciples of the sect were so strong. Not long after, all the disciples had arrived. Then, a black-haired old man appeared on the platform. Everyone, today is the regular monthly spiritual sword competition. Of course, before that, I would like to announce something, the black-haired old man said. In the next moment, the black-haired old man pointed at Fang Chen in the crowd and said, "Yesterday, the sword sect recruited a new disciple called Fang Chen. Because he is a new disciple, he does not have to participate in this spiritual sword competition. The new disciples were too weak. Even if they competed, they wouldn't be able to get anything. Therefore, in order to allow the new disciples to quickly improve their strength, the Sword Reverence sect did not allow them to participate in the first Spirit Sword Resource competition. Instead, they were given 1 hour of free Spirit Sword Resource competition." After hearing this news, many disciples nodded. They were already used to it. Next was the Spiritual Sword competition. Although it was called a competition, it was actually a competition of strength. On the square, there was a testing stone tablet. Every warrior used all their strength and punched the tablet. According to their strength, they would be rewarded with spiritual sword resources. Fang Chen watched silently. The first to go up was the number 1 disciple of the outer sect. His name was Xiaohu. He had reached the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and was very strong. Xiaohu tightly clenched his fist, a wild aura gushing out from his body. Immediately after, his fist fiercely smashed onto the stone tablet. Instantly, a wild sound was transmitted into everyone's ears. On the stone tablet, a number appeared. Fang Chen looked and found that the number was 30. Xiaohu, spiritual sword resources for 60 hours. The black-haired old man's words caused an uproar. Last month, Xiaohu only got 60 hours. Who would have thought that he would get 60 hours this month? His strength had increased greatly. Next, time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. When noon arrived, over 100 outer disciples had all passed the test. Fang Chen observed that even the weakest disciple could compete for 2 hours of spirit sword resources. The competition for the spiritual sword resources is over. Everyone, work hard in your cultivation. After the black-haired old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Some of the disciples were overjoyed, while others were worried. Some of the disciples looked over at Fang Chen with glittering eyes, causing Fang Chen's scalp to go numb. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the Spirit Sword Square at lightning speed and plunged into the restriction. Fang Chen was naturally aware of those greedy gazes. They wanted to snatch the resources of his spiritual swords, so he came here as fast as he could and used them directly. As soon as he entered the restriction, Fang Chen felt an extremely powerful sword essence spreading out and pressing down on him. In the center of the restriction, there was a huge spiritual sword. This spiritual sword was surrounded by an ancient aura. Is this the spiritual sword? Fang Chen looked at the spiritual sword with glittering eyes. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to absorb the majestic sword essence of the spiritual sword. Not only did the spiritual sword contain majestic sword essence, but it also contained a very pure spirit qi. Cultivating in the restriction, Fang Chen felt that his bottleneck seemed to have loosened a lot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by sword essence, and his eyes were tightly closed. At this moment, the golden heart suddenly beat rapidly, wildly absorbing the majestic sword essence of the spiritual sword. After discovering this, Fang Chen's face revealed a look of ecstasy. Because of the golden heart, his body was absorbing the majestic sword essence faster and faster. In this way, Fang Chen's cultivation for 2 hours was more effective than others who cultivated for several hours. Continue to absorb. Fang Chen worked hard to activate the golden heart, wildly absorbing the majestic sword essence. After 2 hours, Fang Chen felt a roaring sound coming from within his body. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. 3rd level of the Qi High Realm? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. As expected of the spiritual sword, cultivating here for 2 hours was more effective than cultivating outside for 20 hours. When the time was up, Fang Chen came out of the spiritual sword restriction formation. Seeing Fang Chen come out, some warriors glanced at Fang Chen, and then directly entered the spiritual sword restriction formation. As soon as Fang Chen returned to the courtyard, he felt a surge of energy in his mind. He held the hidden dragon sword in his hand and performed the sword of water and fire. The sword of water and fire was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The third level of the transformative realm was extremely powerful. Just as Fang Chen was performing the sword of water and fire, suddenly a roaring sound came from within his mind. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart was beating rapidly. In his mind, the chance of the fourth level of the sword of water and fire appeared. The fourth level of the sword of water and fire. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. He didn't expect that after breaking through the bottleneck, even the sword of water and fire had reached the fourth level. Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword, and the energy around his body was instantly restrained. Wait until next month. My spiritual sword resources will definitely be abundant. Fang Chen thought to himself. The next day, Fang Chen was walking on the tree-lined road outside the sword sect. Suddenly, a warrior stood in front of Fang Chen, blocking his path. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't frown. He didn't say anything and prepared to take a detour. However, the warrior in front of him directly blocked Fang Chen's path. At this moment, some of the warriors in the distance started to discuss. Lu Shi is bullying the newcomers again. Lu Shi is bullying the newcomers. It has already become the management of the sword sect's outer sect. Almost every new disciple will be bullied by Lu Shi. Yeah, if you don't want to be bullied by Lu Shi, you have to obediently hand over your spiritual sword resources. This kid is also courting death. He used up his spiritual sword resources on the first day. How can Lu Shi not be angry? Hearing the discussions of the surrounding disciples, Fang Chen was slightly startled. He immediately looked up at the person in front of him and asked, "Is there a problem? Kid, you just entered the sword sect. Don't you know the rules?" Lu Shi said coldly. "What rules?" Fang Chen asked. A newcomer who enters the sword sect naturally has to show filial piety to the elders. You received 2 hours of spiritual sword resources, but not only did you not show filial piety to the elders, you actually used it up yourself. What do I get for showing filial piety to you? Fang Chen retorted. Lu Shi sneered and said, "This is the sword sect, not the secular world. Put away your arrogance. In the past, there were also new disciples who spoke to me like this, but in the end, they were beaten into a pig's head. Every month, they would give me 2 hours of spiritual sword resources." Fang Chen smiled and prepared to leave. Lu Ji extended his hand to stop Fang Chen. "Kid, seeing that you've just entered the sword reverence sect, I won't bicker with you this month. But for next month's spiritual sword resources, you have to give me 2 hours. Fang Chen directly ignored Lu Shi and turned to leave. Lu Shi looked at Fang Chen's departing figure, and a trace of invisibility appeared on his face. In the outer sect of the sword sect, other than being threatened by Lu Shi, Fang Chen hadn't interacted with any other disciples. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. At one point, Fang Chen had a conflict with an outer sect disciple. The reason was that the outer sect disciple was cultivating in the martial arts practice field. When Fang Chen passed by, he disturbed the outer sect disciple, causing the outer sect disciple to be furious. But anyone could see that this disciple had a good relationship with Lu Shi. His actions must have been ordered by Lu Shi. The reason for this was to let Fang Chen know that offending him, Lu Shi, would not end well. "Kid, you disturbed my cultivation," Bian Yu said coldly. "This is the path of the sword sect. Why can't I pass by here? You knew this was a path, but you chose to cultivate here. Who can you blame?" Fang Chen said coldly. Bian Yu's cultivation was only at the mid-5th level of the Qi High realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Bian Yu had entered the sect earlier than Fang Chen. He wanted to use this to suppress Fang Chen. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't give him face, Bian Yu's face turned cold. He said coldly, "Kid, are you looking for death?" "The one looking for death is you," Fang Chen said domineeringly. "Good, today I will let you know that the Sword Sect is not a place where a newcomer like you can behave atrociously." Bian Yu let out a low growl. She clenched her fist tightly and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Seeing Bian Yu's attack, Fang Chen sneered and punched back. Bang! With a loud sound, Bian Yu's body flew out and fell to the ground. This scene was seen by many disciples in the martial arts practice field. Their faces were filled with shock. He sent Bian Yu flying with one punch. Looks like this new disciple is not to be trifled with. He sent Bian Yu flying and completely offended Lu Shi. From now on, he will have a hard time in the outer sect. What a pity for such a talented disciple. In the martial arts practice field, many disciples had different opinions. After sending Bian Yu flying, Fang Chen turned around and left. In a separate courtyard, Lu Shi sat quietly on a stone bench and drank tea. Beside him stood a battered and exhausted Bian Yu. After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lu Shi said coldly, "What a waste. He can't even deal with a new disciple." "Senior brother Lu Shi, that Fang Chen is a bit strange. His strength doesn't seem like a new disciple," Bian Yu explained. "How long until the next spiritual sword resource?" Lu Shi asked. "There are less than 20 days left," Bian Yu replied. Hearing this, Lu Shi nodded. A terrifying golden light shot out from his eyes. Chapter 277. After joining the sect, Fang Chen could clearly feel that his strength had increased. His cultivation had increased from the peak of the second level of the Qi High Realm to the beginning of the third level of the Qi High Realm. Combined with the fourth level of the Fire and Water Sword Art, Fang Chen was confident that he could fight against a late-stage Qi High warrior. However, Lu Ji was a warrior at the sixth level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen was unable to fight against him for the time being. However, Fang Chen was confident that as long as he could obtain more spiritual swords, he would be able to increase his strength even more. After defeating Bian Yu, Fang Chen continued to train, but he soon reached a bottleneck. At this time, Fang Chen accidentally found out that there was a pill shop in the sect. Inside the pill shop, there were countless pills and elixirs. As long as one had enough spiritual stones, they could be purchased. Among them, there was a type of pill that was very suitable for outer sect disciples. It was called the Mind Solidifying Pill. The Mind Solidifying Pill was a top-grade origin-level pill. It was made by a top blacksmith in the sect and was specially made for outer sect disciples. Today, Fang Chen came to the pill shop of the outer sect. It was noon and the pill shop was empty. As soon as Fang Chen came in, a staff member walked over and asked, "What would you like to buy?" "I need the Mind Solidifying Pill." Fang Chen had learned about the Mind Solidifying Pill before. After a warrior swallowed the Mind Solidifying Pill, his sword intent would become more condensed. This way, it would be beneficial for increasing one's sword cultivation. Fang Chen was originally a sword cultivator. After joining a sword sect like the sect, he tried everything to increase his strength. The Mind Solidifying Pill is a top-grade origin-level pill. It was made by Grandmaster Mu, so it is very expensive, the staff member said. The price is 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect that the sect didn't use middle-grade spiritual stones, but upper-grade spiritual stones. One must know that upper-grade spiritual stones contain spiritual qi that was many times stronger than middle-grade spiritual stones. Therefore, upper-grade spiritual stones were very precious while middle-grade spiritual stones were very common. Fang Chen's spatial ring now had more than 4 billion middle-grade spiritual stones, but he didn't have a single upper-grade spiritual stone. "Can't I buy this with middle-grade spiritual stones?" Fang Chen asked. The worker shook his head and said, "You must be from one of the other 4 tribes. In our Golden Crown country, The other 4 tribes basically use mid-grade spirit stones, while our central region uses upper-grade spirit stones. Where can I exchange for it? Asked Fong Chen. Full Moon Pavilion, Sword State City, the staff member said. After bidding farewell to the staff, Fong Chen prepared to leave the Sword Reverence sect for the Sword Continent City. A short while later, Fong Chen left the Sword Reverence sect, appearing on the streets of the Sword Continent City. The Sword State City was very prosperous. Fong Chen asked around and found the location of the Full Moon Pavilion. Arriving at the Full Moon Pavilion, Fong Chen directly stated his purpose. I want to use middle-grade spiritual stones to exchange for upper-grade spiritual stones. Fong Chen said. Okay. An old man said. What's the exchange rate? Fong Chen asked. Let's see the purity of your middle-grade spiritual stones. The old man said. Fong Chen shook his wrist and a spiritual stone appeared in his palm. Fong Chen then passed it to the old man. The old man took the spiritual stone and carefully observed it. After a while, the old man was done. He shook his head and said, generally, middle-grade spiritual stones with a higher concentration of spiritual qi have 100-to-1 exchange rate with upper-grade spiritual stones. But your middle-grade spiritual stones concentration is very low. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. How could there be such a difference between middle-grade spiritual stones? Seeing Fong Chen's puzzled expression, the old man took out a middle-grade spiritual stone and let Fong Chen feel it. Fong Chen held the middle-grade spiritual stone in his hand. Suddenly, a rich spiritual qi directly drilled into his body, making him feel comfortable all over. It's really different. Fong Chen was amazed. He didn't expect the middle-grade spiritual stone to contain such a high concentration of spiritual qi. Compared to it, his spiritual qi was simply trash. Could it be because of the middle-grade spiritual stones circulating in a small country like Xingfeng country? Fong Chen secretly thought in his heart. After thinking for a while, Fong Chen stopped thinking about it. Then how do I exchange middle-grade spiritual stones for upper-grade spiritual stones? Fong Chen asked. After some understanding, Fong Chen learned that middle-grade spiritual stones had a concentration of spiritual qi. As for upper-grade spiritual stones, they were considered high-quality spiritual stones. The concentration was the same and the spiritual qi was very rich. As for Fong Chen's middle-grade spiritual stone, the old man had given him a conversion rate of 1,000 to 1. That's too low. Fong Chen slightly shook his head. Although the difference between his middle-grade spiritual stones and the old man's middle-grade spiritual stones was large, it wasn't that large. The old man was clearly cheating him. 800 to 1. I can't go any lower, the old man said. Fong Chen pretended to leave. Seeing this, the old man clenched his teeth and said, 600 to 1. This is already the best price. Hearing this, Fong Chen nodded with satisfaction and said, let's exchange for 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones first. 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones, according to the conversion rate of 600 to 1, would require 6 million middle-grade spiritual stones. For Fong Chen, this was simply a drop in the ocean. When the old man handed over the 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to Fong Chen felt an incomparably rich spiritual qi hit him in the face. Worthy of being called upper-grade spiritual stones, Fong Chen thought to himself. Before the conversion, Fong Chen had more than 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones. After subtracting the middle-grade spiritual stones, he had exactly 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones left. Even if these 3 billion middle-grade spiritual stones were exchanged for upper-grade spiritual stones, it was still not a small amount. However, Fong Chen didn't want to be too ostentatious, so he only exchanged for 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. After exchanging the middle-grade spiritual stones, Fong Chen left the Full Moon Pavilion and prepared to return to the Sword Reverence sect. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen suddenly stopped. He saw that there were many cultivators in front of him, and then he heard a familiar voice. At this moment, on a slightly remote street in Sword Continent City, there was a warrior. His face was filled with anger, and in front of him, there was a warrior with a mocking smile on his face. Qinzhen, you should obediently hand over the thought-condensing pill. You're not a sword cultivator, so it's not suitable for you to take it. The cultivator sneered. Chen Fa, stop dreaming. This is a pill I obtained. Why should I give it to you? Qinzhen's heart was full of anger. When he had come to Sword State City with Fang Chen and the others, he had joined a sect called the Wood Spirit Sect. And this cultivator in front of him called Chen Fa was also a disciple of the Wood Spirit Sect. This time, he had come out with Chen Fa to complete a mission. During the mission, he had inadvertently obtained a thought-condensing pill, but it had been discovered by Chen Fa. Chen Fa was a sword cultivator. After being rejected by the Sword Reverence sect, he had joined the Wood Spirit sect. So when he saw the thought-condensing pill, his eyes lit up and he wanted to snatch it from Qinzhen's hands. Qinzhen refused, and the two of them quarreled. Qinzhen, you should know that you're just a new disciple of the Wood Spirit sect. If you dare offend me, you won't be able to take a single step in the Wood Spirit sect in the future. Chen Fa coldly said. I won't give you the thought-condensing pill, said Qinzhen icily. If you don't give it to me, do you think you can keep it with your strength? Chen Fa prepared to snatch it. But at this time, Fang Chen walked over step by step. As for Qinzhen, he also instantly noticed Fang Chen. His face was filled with excitement as he directly walked in front of Fang Chen. With a flick of his wrist, he handed the thought-condensing pill to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you've come at the perfect time. I obtained a thought-condensing pill. I'll give it to you. Qinzhen smiled slightly. Fang Chen nodded to Qinzhen. The thought-condensing pill was extremely important to him. He didn't say anything and directly put it away. They had both come from the western region and had entered Sword State City together. Seeing Qinzhen in trouble, he naturally had to help. As for Qinzhen, the reason he had given the thought-condensing pill to Fang Chen was because he knew that with Fang Chen's strength, he didn't fear Chen Fa. Qinzhen, you'd rather give the thought-condensing pill to an outer sect disciple than give it to me? Chen Fa was finally infuriated. He's my good friend. I naturally have to give it to him, said Qinzhen. Good, very good. Kid, obediently hand over the thought-condensing pill. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave. Chen Fa turned to Fang Chen. Are all the Wood Spirit sect's disciples like this? Asked Fang Chen calmly. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't have any fear, Chen Fa gloomily said, Kid, I am the Wood Spirit sect's Chen Fa. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and hand over the thought-condensing pill. Otherwise, you're dead. Is that so? Asked Fang Chen. Courting death. Seeing the expression on Fang Chen's face, Chen Fa finally exploded. With a shout, a long sword appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword flew through the air and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen saw this and sneered. He gently extended his finger and caught Chen Fa's long sword in front of everyone's eyes. Chen Fa tried his best to swing his long sword, but he realized that after his long sword was caught by Fang Chen, it didn't move at all. Who are you? Chen Fa coldly asked. Now you know fear. Fang Chen sneered and waved his finger. In the next moment, a miserable scream was heard. Chen Fa was hit by the rebound force of his own long sword, and his body flew backwards. Many of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Chen Fa's cultivation had reached the mid-fifth level of the Qi High Realm. They didn't think that this warrior would be able to defeat him in one move. This, Chen Fa, who was lying on the ground, was shocked. When he saw Fang Chen's bloodthirsty eyes, he quickly stood up and staggered away. Brother Fang, thank you. Seeing Fang Chen's powerful strength, Qin Zhen also sighed. Chapter 278. Although the mind-solidifying pill was a top-grade origin-level pill, its value was definitely comparable to a low-level spirit-level pill. Especially in Sword State City, its value was even higher. Qin Zhen gave Fang Chen a mind-solidifying pill. Although he didn't need it, he could still sell it. Be careful when you go back. Be careful of Chen Fa's revenge. Fang Chen gently patted Qin Zhen's shoulder and said, I will be careful, Qin Zhen said. Before Fang Chen left, he gave Qin Zhen 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. The mind-solidifying pill's medicinal effect was comparable to a low-level spirit-level pill. It was very expensive. Any spirit-level pill's price would double. In the outside world, a mind-solidifying pill was around 800 high-grade spirit stones. But in Sword State City, the price of a mind-solidifying pill was 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, for an ordinary warrior, was a huge sum of money. After all, not every warrior could have so many spirit stones like Fang Chen. When Fang Chen returned to the Sword Reverence sect, he didn't rush to exchange for medicinal pills. Instead, he chose to absorb the mind-solidifying pill to see its effect. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged with a mind-solidifying pill in his hand. His whole body was shrouded in a dense sword intent. Sword intent, sword concept. Long ago, Fang Chen's sword intent had reached the first minor realm. However, it had been stuck at the first minor realm, unable to break through. When the sword intent reached its peak, Fang Chen swallowed the mind-solidifying pill. After the mind-solidifying pill entered his body, it instantly dispersed. A majestic aura directly spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Hiss as the name suggested, the mind-solidifying pill condensed the sword intent in a warrior's body. When the sword intent was compressed to the extreme, it could reach the second minor realm. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were full of smiles. As expected of the mind-solidifying pill, its medicinal effect was very overbearing. He only absorbed one mind-solidifying pill, but he could feel that the sword intent in his body was obviously compressed a little. If I can absorb a large number of mind-solidifying pills, my sword intent will definitely reach the second minor realm, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following time, Fang Chen went to the pill shop to buy 9 mind-solidifying pills and swallowed them all. After swallowing all 9 mind-solidifying pills, Fang Chen felt his sword intent compress a little more. However, if he wanted to compress it to the extreme, he would need a large number of mind-solidifying pills. In the blink of an eye, the second spirit sword battle was about to begin. Fang Chen left the Sword Reverence sect, heading to the Sword State City. Once again arriving at Sword State City, Fang Chen arrived at the Full Moon Pavilion with ease. After the previous transaction, Fang Chen clearly knew the process this time. After he found the old man, he told him the reason for his visit. How many high-grade spirit stones do you need? Asked the old man. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then said, I want to exchange 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the old man's face was full of shock. He looked at Fang Chen and hurriedly asked, Are you sure you want to exchange 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones? The old man had been in the Full Moon Pavilion for so many years, but he had never encountered such a large transaction. At this moment, his face was full of anxiety. When he received Fang Chen's confirmation, he became excited. It had to be known that every time he exchanged, he would be able to get a commission. With such a large amount of spirit stones exchanged, the commission he would get was simply unimaginable. Young master, the amount you want to exchange is quite large. This old man can make the decision to adjust the exchange ratio to 500 to 1. The old man excitedly said. Even if it was 500 to 1, he would still make a lot of money. The other most important point was that he hoped Fang Chen would still visit their Full Moon Pavilion. Okay. Fang Chen said. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, according to the 500-to-1 ratio, would require 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. After Fang Chen paid the mid-grade spirit stones, he received 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. After spending 500 million mid-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen still had 3.8 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This is also a kind of resource. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. After the exchange, Fang Chen immediately returned to the sect. Then Fang Chen went to the pill shop and directly bought 100 mind-condensing pills, spending 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tomorrow is the spiritual sword resource competition. After the resources are obtained, I will use the mind-condensing pills in the spiritual sword restriction. Fang Chen said. When the next day arrived, countless martial artists all went to the square. As usual, the black-haired old man presided over the competition. This spiritual sword resource competition officially begins. One by one, the disciples came forward to take the test. After 6 hours, it was Fang Chen's turn. Seeing Fang Chen make his move, Lu Shi's face was full of disdain. Fang Chen walked to the center of the square, gathered all the strength in his body, and punched the stone tablet. Suddenly, the stone tablet shook and a number appeared on it. When Fang Chen saw this, a smile appeared on his face. The number on the stone tablet was 7, which meant that Fang Chen had 14 hours of spiritual sword resources this month. Seeing this, Lu Shi's eyes lit up. This kid's progress is amazing. I must suppress him. After all the disciples had taken the test, Fang Chen turned to leave. However, at this moment, Lu Shi stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen, hand over 4 hours of spiritual sword resources. Lu Shi said coldly. Fang Chen frowned. With his current strength, he could at most fight against a warrior at the late or peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. He had no chance of winning against a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. He didn't want to fight with Lu Ji. Crash! Lu Che's powerful aura gushed out of his body in an instant and squeezed Fang Chen's surroundings. Kid, you won't have a good ending if you go against me. Lu Shi said coldly. He wanted to use his strength to force Fang Chen to hand over the spiritual sword resources. However, right at that moment, Fang Chen lightly sighed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black stone appeared in his hand. The moment the stone appeared, Lu Shi's face changed. He immediately restrained his aura and exclaimed, "This is..." Although Lu Shi did not know what was in Fang Chen's hand, he could feel that the black stone in Fang Chen's hand contained a majestic power. "Do you still want to steal my spiritual sword resources?" Fang Chen raised his head and asked Lu Shi. Lu Shi took a deep breath and glanced at Fang Chen before turning around to leave. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Seeing that Lu Ji had left, Fang Chen put away the black iron stone and went straight to the Spirit Sword Square. Arriving at the Spiritual Sword Square, Fang Chen went straight into the Spiritual Sword Restriction Array. This time, Fang Chen was more familiar with the Spiritual Sword Restriction Array. He sat cross-legged and did not want to waste any time. While he was refining his sword intent in the Spiritual Sword Restriction Array, Fang Chen was also swallowing the mind-solidifying pill. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. Fang Chen had already swallowed 10 mind-solidifying pills, and his sword intent had been compressed by 30%. After another 6 hours, Fang Chen had swallowed 30 mind-solidifying pills and his sword intent had been compressed by 70%. There are still 2 hours left. I must complete the compression of my sword intent, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen swallowed 20 mind-solidifying pills in one breath. Suddenly, the majestic medicinal effect directly acted on Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen felt that the sword intent in his body was constantly being compressed. He even felt a little pain. However, just as the medicinal effects of the 20 intent coagulation pills were about to erupt, Fang Chen's golden heart suddenly started beating rapidly. Immediately after, the medicinal effects of the 20 intent coagulation pills were completely absorbed by the golden heart. Why did the sword intent stop being compressed? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Just now, he could clearly feel that the sword intent was being extremely compressed, but all of a sudden, the medicinal effect disappeared. Could it be that there aren't enough mind-solidifying pills? Fang Chen wondered. Then, he swallowed all the remaining mind-solidifying pills into his stomach. However, no matter how Fang Chen controlled the medicinal effect of the mind-solidifying pills, he was still unable to compress the sword intent. This made Fang Chen puzzled. However, when Fang Chen saw the golden heart, his face darkened. Those mind-solidifying pills were all absorbed by him. Fang Chen looked at the wriggling golden heart. The luster on the surface was obviously much brighter. Fang Chen was a little speechless. He had bought the mind-solidifying pills at a high price, and was prepared to compress his sword intent in the spiritual sword restriction so that his sword intent could break through to the second minor realm. However, he did not expect that most of the mind-solidifying pills were actually absorbed by the golden heart. At this time, Fang Chen's time was up. He helplessly walked out of the spiritual sword restriction. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. The golden heart had absorbed the mind-solidifying pills, but it didn't bring him any benefits. This made him very depressed. After checking his sword intent, he found that it had been compressed to 70%. It didn't move anymore. He had wasted so many mind-solidifying pills. The resources of the spiritual sword had been used up, and the mind-solidifying pills were unable to compress the sword intent. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. It was at this time that the white-bearded old man found Fang Chen. Not bad, your cultivation has broken through. The moment the white-bearded old man saw Fang Chen, his eyes lit up. As expected of a sword genius, the white-bearded old man said, "Martial uncle." Fang Chen cupped his hands towards the white-bearded old man. "Fang Chen, I know about your performance in the outer sect, but you haven't reached my expectations. I came to find you to tell you something." The white-bearded old man said. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "You should know about the sword range, right?" the white-bearded old man asked. Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he knew a little. The sword range is on a plain west of Sword State City. Not long ago, some new disciples from the other sect of Sword State City entered the sword range to gain experience. The white-bearded old man said, "I came to find you to let you enter the sword range to gain experience." Sword Range. Chapter 279. After informing Fang Chen, the white-bearded old man left on his own. Fang Chen wanted to inquire about the sword vein from the white-bearded old man, but the old man ignored him and told Fang Chen to find out for himself. After a short rest, Fang Chen left the sword sect and went to Jianzhou City. On a wide plain in Jianzhou City, the reason why this plain was famous was because of the existence of the sword vein. It was said that the sword vein had existed since ancient times. Until now, no one had been able to find out the ins and outs of the sword vein. However, all the warriors in Jianzhou City knew that the sword vein was a very magical place. In the sword range, sword cultivators could even obtain supreme sword technique. Once, a sword cultivator accidentally entered the sword range and obtained a supreme sword technique. Since then, the sword cultivator's strength increased by leaps and bounds. In the end, he shocked the entire Jingguan country. Although there had been countless legends about the sword range over the years, many of them were false. After Fang Chen arrived on the streets of Jianzhou City, he found the right direction and directly rushed towards the sword vein. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chen arrived at the plain. In the center of the plain, there was a mountain range that was hundreds of meters long. This mountain range was like a long sword, lying quietly on the plain. Around the sword vein, there was an incomparably rich sword intent. "This is the sword vein?" Fang Chen's eyes were filled with shock when he saw the sword vein for the first time. Jianzhou City was worthy of being called the Holy Land of sword cultivators. Just the sword vein was enough to make countless warriors blush with shame. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and immediately arrived at the edge of the sword vein. At this moment, a young warrior appeared above the sword vein. This is the sword vein. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Quickly leave. Hearing the voice of the warrior, Fang Chen said his name. I am a new disciple of the sword sect. Oh, so you are a new disciple of the sword sect. The warrior nodded and then let Fang Chen enter the sword vein. As soon as Fang Chen entered the sword vein, he felt that the sword intent in his mind was strongly impacted. He felt a little dizzy. Fang Chen could clearly feel that within the sword vein, there was a sword essence that shot up to the sky. This sword essence was too overbearing. Just what is inside the sword range? Fang Chen was puzzled. As soon as he entered the sword range, Fang Chen prepared to explore the sword range. But at this moment, several martial artists appeared in the distance. When they saw Fang Chen, it was as if they were looking at their prey. Haha, here comes another idiot. One of the warriors pointed at Fang Chen and grinned. Humph, youngsters these days are really impatient. Just anyone dares to enter the sword range. That's right, how can random people enter the sword range? Let's go and teach him a lesson. After saying that, these cultivators came in front of Fang Chen and looked at Fang Chen gloomily. Brat, which sect's disciple are you? Sneered the leader of the group. Sword Reverence Sect, Fang Chen. So it's a new disciple of the Sword Reverence Sect. A sinister smile appeared on the leader's face. The other warriors' eyes flashed, and they prepared to attack. They were all disciples of the Wood Spirit Sect. They had already entered the sword range for some time. In the past few days, they had discovered that a large sect's new disciple had come to the sword range to train, so they had deliberately made things difficult for him. Originally, the Wood Spirit Sect's disciples had been prepared to make things difficult for Fang Chen and then leave. But when they heard Fang Chen's name, they instantly made the decision to ruthlessly teach Fang Chen a lesson. The Wood Spirit Sect's Chen Fa was their good friend. Not long ago, Chen Fa had angrily returned to his sect and told them that he had been defeated in one move by a nobody. Afterwards, in order to get revenge for Chen Fa, they had asked around and found out that the person who had defeated Chen Fa was actually the Sword Reverence Sect's Fang Chen. Brat, Chen Fa was injured by you? Another warrior asked coldly. Humph, Chen Fa is my brother. You dare to touch Chen Fa? You're courting death. Let me teach him a lesson and teach him a lesson. A burly young warrior shouted and attacked Fang Chen fiercely. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face slightly changed. He immediately used the hidden dragon sword in his hand and used the 4th level of the fire and water sword arts. Xiu with a thrust of the sword, the burly warrior was instantly sent flying by Fang Chen. He fell to the ground, his breath weak. You're courting death. Seeing this, the other disciples of the Wood Spirit Sect attacked together, wanting to avenge the burly warrior. However, they were no match for Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground. Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. For the current Fang Chen, unless he met a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, no one would be his match. Just like this, after Fang Chen entered the sword range, he continued to advance. He found that the deeper he went into the sword range, the faster the golden heart in his body beat. What is hidden in this sword range? Fang Chen was puzzled. As he continued to advance, Fang Chen met many new disciples from other sects. When these new disciples saw Fang Chen, their eyes were filled with vigilance. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen finally stopped. He couldn't advance any further. The sword intent in front of him was too strong. He couldn't even get close. This is probably the real sword range. Fang Chen looked in front of him. His heart was filled with shock. He originally thought that he had entered the sword range, but when he arrived here, he found that the place he was at was not the real sword range. Fang Chen tried his best to lift his foot, wanting to take a step forward, but his body was not under his control. Once he touched the boundary of the sword range, he was instantly bounced back. This is the real sword range. How can I enter? Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. He couldn't enter the sword range. At this moment, he remembered the strange smile in the white-bearded old man's eyes when he told him about the sword range. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, many martial artists arrived intermittently. Fang Chen looked around. These disciples were all new disciples from different sects. Among them were people he was familiar with, such as Wen Yu, Situ Po, and the others. Brother Fang. Seeing Fang Chen, Wen Yu and the other two quickly walked over. What is going on here? Do you know? Fang Chen asked. Situ Po and Qin Zhen exchanged a glance before looking at Wen Yu. I know a thing or two, said Wen Yu. Oh? What's going on? Fang Chen asked. Wen Yu glanced at the true sword range before her and said, When I was in the Heavenly Fire sect, I once heard an elder mention this sword range. We're currently in the outer area of the sword range. Any cultivator can enter the outer area, but in front of us is the sword range's inner area. It's too difficult to enter the inner area. Just how can we enter the sword range's inner area? Asked Fang Chen. Other than having a denser sword intent than the outer area, there was nothing special about the outer area. What truly moved Fang Chen was the inner area. I'm also not too sure. I only heard an elder say that only those with heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao can enter the sword range's inner area, said Wen Yu. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Fang Chen sunk into contemplation. Just what kind of standard was it for someone with heaven-defying talent in the sword Dao to be able to enter the sword range's inner area? Just as they were speaking, some cultivators refused to believe it and tried to force their way into the sword range's inner area. But they all failed. Swish. After a certain martialist failed to force his way into the inner area, a ball of light suddenly shot out from the inner area. Seeing this ball of light, many cultivators cried out in alarm. It's a priceless treasure. The sword range's inner area would often shoot out inheritances or priceless treasures. This was no secret in the sword prefecture city. All the cultivators knew about it. When they saw this ball of light, their eyes widened and they all began to fight over it. Priceless treasure. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the ball of light. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and brandished the hidden dragon sword in his hand. Immediately, a powerful sword light appeared in front of him and blasted away several figures in front of him, clearing a path for him. Swish. At this time, the black ball of light was flying in the direction of Fang Chen. Many cultivators cried out in alarm and kept attacking. The ball of light is mine. A cultivator pushed off the ground and his body touched the ball of light. He grabbed the ball of light with a wild smile on his face. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a miserable scream. His wrist had turned bright red, and blood was flowing out from it non-stop. His palm was cut off by a sword. The hand holding the ball of light fell to the ground. The ball of light lost control and flew into the sky again. No one can snatch the ball of light from me. Countless martialists shouted one after another, all of them trying to snatch the ball of light. However, after a fierce battle, Fang Chen grabbed the black ball of light and stood on the ground. Boy, give me the ball of light. You can't protect him. A ferocious cultivator appeared directly in front of Fang Chen. He exuded a terrifying aura and said coldly, The ball of light is an ownerless object. I got it, so it's mine. Fang Chen said calmly. You don't know what's good for you. The ferocious cultivator said coldly. In the next moment, he exploded with tyrannical fighting strength, wanting to kill Fang Chen. In front of the ball of light, all the cultivators went crazy. No matter which sect you were from, getting the ball of light was the most important thing. Puchi Fang Chen slashed out with his sword and directly pierced the cultivator's arm. The cultivator immediately fell to the ground. After seriously injuring the cultivator in one move, a small number of cultivators were finally intimidated. Who is this boy? He seems to be very strong. I recognize him. He's the only disciple the sword sect has accepted this time. His name is Fang Chen. Chapter 280. Brat, hand over the ball of light. With your strength, you won't be able to keep it. That's right, if you don't hand over the ball of light, this will be your burial ground. Ha ha, a little brat wants to snatch the ball of light from the sword range? You're really looking for death. Aside from the disciples who were intimidated by Fang Chen, there were also some disciples who weren't afraid of death and thought they were stronger than Fang Chen. They were threatening Fang Chen. Fang Chen heard this and his eyes flashed. He held the black ball of light tightly in his hand and said coldly, "The ball of light is here. Whoever wants it, come and take it." Fang Chen's eyes were filled with malevolence when he said that. At that moment, he was filled with killing intent. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, being kind to others was the same as being cruel to yourself. In order to not be bullied by others, Fang Chen could only choose to be strong. He stood there quietly, his body emitting a wild aura. Behind him, Qin Zhen and the other two saw this and sighed. They hadn't been in Sword State City for long, but Fang Chen had already become so strong that it made them feel ashamed. I want to see how strong you are." At this moment, a tall and sturdy man took a step forward and shouted. He clenched his fist, surrounded by dense spirit qi, and punched out. Wherever his fist passed, the air would scatter in all directions. Gotcha! Fang Chen did not move at all as he stood quietly on the ground. A cracking sound rang out in everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Fang Chen didn't seem to have moved at all from the beginning and broke the tall and sturdy man's hand. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man was lying on the ground, screaming miserably. His wrist was bleeding profusely. "You're looking for death." Seeing that the tall and sturdy man was injured, a late-stage Qi High warrior snorted coldly. He stepped on the ground and stabbed his long sword towards Fang Chen. He had a good relationship with the tall and sturdy man. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man's hand was broken, his heart was filled with anger. Seeing this strong man make a move, all the martial artists cried out in surprise. "It's Luo Xian. It's actually Luo Xian from the Luo family's branch. Looks like the black ball of light is Luo Xian's." That's right. It's said that when Luo Xian joined the Luo clan's branch, he successfully defeated several veteran experts of the younger generation of the Luo clan. His reputation in the Luo clan is very high. Most importantly, Luo Xian is not only powerful, but he is also an alchemist. It was Luo Xian who had attacked Fang Chen. Luo Xian had come to the central Great Land from the north. He had been the disciple of the most famous alchemy grandmaster in the north, Luo He. The reason he had come to the central Great Land was to temper himself in this mortal world. Coincidentally, Luo Xian was also a sword cultivator, so he came to Sword State City. He didn't join the sword worship sect, but the Luo clan's branch. Because he had a powerful master behind him, Luo Xian's status in the Luo clan was very high. Now that Luo Xian had made his move, no one was optimistic about Fang Chen. Petty tricks. Fang Chen kept the black ball of light into his spatial ring. Then, a low-level spiritual weapon, the hidden dragon sword, appeared in his hand and he swung it towards the sky. A majestic sword light of water and fire suddenly shot out towards Luo Xian. Luo Xian was only a warrior at the late stage of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. If Fang Chen used his full strength, he could defeat a warrior at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Luo Xian was nothing in front of Fang Chen. Boom! After the two sword lights collided, there was an explosion. The majestic energy directly hit Luo Xian's body, causing him to continuously retreat. Trying hard to stabilize his body, Luo Xian's eyes shot out a ray of golden light. His sword skill is too strong. If I can get this sword skill, I might be able to step into the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Luo Xian's eyes showed a hint of greed as he thought to himself. In the next moment, Luo Xian used his ultimate skill, the Profound River Sword skill. Profound River Sword skill. Luo Xian shouted as he used the Profound River Sword skill. The Profound River Sword skill was very powerful. It was said that when it was cultivated to the peak, it could create countless sword lights and form a river of swords. Of course, only when the Profound River Sword skill was cultivated to the transformation realm could one form a river of swords. The current Luo Xian was still far from that stage. Swoosh, many sword lights appeared in the sky. The sound of flowing water could be faintly heard from these sword lights. Their momentum shook the heavens. Among the newcomers in Sword State City, no one has been able to force me to use the Profound River Sword skill. You are the first. You should be proud to die under my Profound River Sword skill. Suddenly, Luo Xian bellowed. His eyes were scarlet red. Just at that moment, he waved the long sword in his hand. The boundless sword light in the sky moved side by side and rapidly pierced towards Fang Chen. Profound River Sword skill. Seeing Luo Xian use the Profound River Sword skill, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. Immediately, he used the 5th level of the Water-Fire Sword skill. The Water-Fire Sword skill was a very special cultivation technique. Although it was only a 3rd-grade cultivation technique, the 5th level power that Fang Chen used was clearly beyond the scope of a 3rd-grade cultivation technique. Of course, this was only the 5th level. However, the 5th level was enough to deal with Luo Xian's Profound River Sword skill. If you could cultivate the Profound River Sword skill to the transformation realm, I might be a little wary. But right now, you are not qualified to make me wary, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen could tell at a glance that Luo Xian's Profound River Sword skill had not reached the complete realm, let alone the transformation realm. Swoosh! Fang Chen's water and fire sword lights collided with the Dusk River sword light forcefully. The two opposing sword lights collided with a loud bang. Crack! To everyone's astonishment, Fang Chen's water-fire sword light crushed Luo Xian's Profound River sword light. Cracking sounds could be heard incessantly. Boom! When the two sword lights in the sky exploded, Luo Xian, who had been brandishing his long sword, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly. Evidently, he had suffered a backlash from the Profound River Sword skill. When Luo Xian stabilized his body, he was still spitting out blood. He had suffered a serious injury. How is this possible? At that moment, Luo Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so powerful. No, how can he be stronger than me? Just as Luo Xian was shouting, Fang Chen pushed off the ground and appeared in front of Luo Xian in an instant. The hidden dragon sword in his hand stabbed out violently. Luo Xian would definitely die under this stab. In a moment of desperation, Luo Xian shouted, "I am a disciple of the Luo family. You can't kill me." Buzz. As soon as Luo Xian said that, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword appeared in front of Luo Xian's chest. However, when Fang Chen heard the words Luo family, the hidden dragon sword suddenly stopped a centimeter away from Luo Xian's chest. A buzzing sound entered Luo Xian's ears. His heartbeat quickened. If Fang Chen had stopped just a second later, the hidden dragon sword would have pierced his heart. At the moment, Luo Xian's body was trembling a little. His forehead was full of sweat and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Fang Chen. A disciple of the Luo family. Fang Chen glanced at Luo Xian and muttered softly. Then, Fang Chen put away the hidden dragon sword and turned to leave without even looking at Luo Xian. Many martialists shook their heads as they watched Fang Chen's departing figure. A hint of fear welled up in their hearts. Even Luo Xian wasn't a match for Fang Chen. Among the newcomers of Jianzhou City, who could beat him? Few. Once Fang Chen was far away, Luo Xian's body relaxed. He let out a sigh of relief and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Many of the surrounding disciples were secretly thinking that Fang Chen was still a bit afraid of the Luo family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly stopped when he heard Luo Xian mention the Luo family's disciple. However, they didn't know that the reason Fang Chen had stopped when he heard the Luo family's disciple was because he wanted to get in touch with the Luo family's branch in the future. He didn't want to ruin his relationship with the Luo family right now. Finding his mother was the most important thing. Everything else was fleeting. A long time after Fang Chen left, Luo Xian recovered. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He hated Fang Chen bitterly. Who was Luo Xian? He was the only disciple of the Northern Region's alchemy grandmaster, Luo He. His status was extremely noble. Among the Northern Region's younger generation, no one could match him. He had come to the Central Region with countless honors. Now that he had come to the Central Region, his head was still held high. He had just joined the Luo family's branch. Because of his master, Luo he had been heavily nurtured by the Luo family's branch. Back then, when the head of the Luo clan's branch had asked him to come to the sword range, he had warned him to be careful after entering the sword range. However, when Luo Xian learned that most of the people entering the sword range were newcomers to Sword Prefecture City, he had become extremely arrogant. He had thought that his strength was unrivaled among the newcomers. He had even thought that he was the king of newcomers in Sword Prefecture City. So after entering the sword range, he had been completely confident that the sword range's treasures would definitely belong to him. When Fang Chen had snatched the black sphere of light, Luo Xian had attacked. He had thought that he would be able to defeat his opponent and snatch the sphere of light. He hadn't expected that he would almost lose his life. To Luo He's disciple, this was a great humiliation. He wanted revenge. Fang Chen, just you wait. One day, I, Luo Xian, will definitely trample you beneath my feet, said Luo Xian. Of course, to Fang Chen, a mere Luo Xian was nothing. In terms of masters, his master, Gu Zong, wasn't inferior to Luo He. A blacksmith grandmaster and an alchemy grandmaster had similar statuses. Therefore, no matter how Luo Xian jumped up and down, he was still a clown. He couldn't enter Fang Chen's eyes. At this moment, Fang Chen had returned to the Sword Reverence sect after bidding farewell to Qin Zhen and the other two. Chapter 281. After returning to the Sword Reverence sect, Fang Chen went straight to his courtyard and closed the door. He then took out the black ball of light from his interspatial ring. At this moment, the little mouse came out of the special interspatial ring and jumped onto Fang Chen's arm. When it saw the black ball of light, it actually wanted to bite it with its teeth. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen hurriedly stopped him. He clearly knew that the little mouse's teeth could even crush meteorites from outer space. They were extremely tough. If the little mouse crushed the black ball of light, Fang Chen would cry. "Let me see what's inside first," Fang Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse nodded and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. Fang Chen's eyes focused on the black ball of light. He could clearly feel that there was a restriction around the black ball of light. However, this restriction was relatively simple. "Let's try using spiritual energy." Fang Chen poured the liquefied spiritual energy from his qi into his palms. He then held the black ball of light with both hands. Suddenly, a majestic amount of spiritual energy drilled into the black ball of light. Traces of light shot out from the black ball of light. Crack! In a moment, a crack appeared on the black ball of light. Seeing this crack, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Next, he increased the amount of spiritual energy. Soon, the restriction on the black ball of light was completely shattered. The black aura instantly disappeared. What appeared in Fang Chen's hand was a square seal. On the front of the seal, there was a drawing of a sharp sword. On the back of the seal, there was a drawing of a dragon's head. What is this? There were only 2 drawings on the seal. There was nothing else. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the seal was filled with biting cold sword intent. What is this thing? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. The light orbs that others obtained were either cultivation techniques or inheritances. Why did he obtain such a strange thing? After studying it for a long time, Fang Chen still could not figure out what the seal was for. In the end, just as Fang Chen was about to put the seal into his interspatial ring, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be a map? As he thought of this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He hurriedly held the seal in his hands and studied it carefully. This observation really made Fang Chen's eyes light up. Just now, he had only looked at the front and back of the seal, not the side of the seal. At this time, Fang Chen found that there was a complicated curve on the side of the seal. The position of these curves was messy and there was no pattern at all. However, when Fang Chen saw the edge of the seal, he suddenly found that the straight curve was suddenly broken. Could it be that there's more than one seal? Fang Chen thought to himself. If this seal was a map, then there was definitely more than one seal. That could be seen from the curve on the side of the seal. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. In the end, he determined that this seal should be a map of the sword range's inner area. Engraving the map on the seal and separating it means that this treasure is not ordinary. Fang Chen was excited. However, a moment later, he bitterly smiled. He had only obtained one seal. If he wanted to find the other seals, it would be too difficult. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now, said Fang Chen. This seal could be considered his harvest from this trip to the sword range. Although he hadn't obtained anything substantial for the time being, it was better than nothing. Fang Chen put away the seal and went to rest. The little mouse looked at the seal that Fang Chen had put away. Its little eyes twinkled. It was unknown what it was thinking. Over the next few days, Fang Chen went to the pill shop to exchange for 100 mind-condensing pills. His sword intent had already been compressed. If he could compress it again, then his sword intent would be able to break through to the second minor realm. However, this time, Fang Chen had only exchanged for 100 mind-condensing pills. Before he could swallow them, they were all eaten by the little mouse. What? When Fang Chen discovered that the little mouse had swallowed all 100 mind-condensing pills, his heart was filled with shock. It didn't even let go of the mind-condensing pills. Fang Chen looked helplessly at the little mouse. After interacting with the little mouse for a long time, Fang Chen discovered that the little mouse not only had hard teeth, it also had an extremely good appetite. No matter what it was, it could swallow it. It was as if it had been the reincarnation of an evil spirit in its previous life. The little mouse looked at Fang Chen with a wronged expression, chirping and gesticulating. What did you say? After interacting with the little mouse for a long time, Fang Chen could already understand most of the little mouse's gesticulations. At this moment, the little mouse's incessant gesticulations surprised Fang Chen. You're saying that you want me to enter the sword range? Fang Chen looked at the little mouse and asked in surprise. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the little mouse's face was full of smiles as it nodded incessantly. Fang Chen was puzzled. Why would the little mouse want him to enter the sword range? Could it be because of the seal from yesterday? Fang Chen vaguely felt that the little mouse seemed to have some understanding of the sword range. He nodded at the little mouse and said, "Okay, then I'll enter the sword range again." After speaking, Fang Chen prepared to leave the sword reverence sect and head to the sword range. When Fang Chen passed by the outer court's martial arts practice field, a cultivator suddenly walked directly toward Fang Chen. The cultivator staggered left and right and directly bumped into Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to help the disciple up, the disciple suddenly attacked with lightning speed. A long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was suffused with cold light. Crash! The long sword in the cultivator's hand suddenly pierced toward Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. Before the long sword could reach him, His fist landed on the disciple's body, and his body quickly retreated. Seeing that his attack did not succeed, the disciple stopped attacking and coldly looked at Fang Chen. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense aura. "I have no enmity with you, why do you want to kill me?" Fang Chen looked at the green-clothed disciple and asked coldly. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending senior brother Lu Ji." The green-clothed disciple said coldly. "I underestimated you, I didn't expect your reaction to be so quick." The reason why the green-clothed disciple attacked Fang Chen was because he was afraid of the trump card in Fang Chen's hand. Even Lu Ji, who was at the 6th level of Qi Hai, was afraid of it, not to mention him. Under Lu Ji's suggestion, the green-clothed disciple thought of this method. Once he severely injured Fang Chen, the latter would not be able to use the trump card, and he would be able to kill Fang Chen without any fear. After all, Fang Chen was only a new disciple. In the eyes of the older generation, he was nothing. If he was killed, then he would be killed. At most, he would be reprimanded by the elders. However, he obviously underestimated Fang Chen's ability. His attack did not succeed. "You are not worthy enough for me to use my trump card." Fang Chen was smart. From the tone of the green-clothed disciple, he could tell that something was wrong. "Fang Chen, if you didn't have that trump card, you would already be a dead man," the green-clothed disciple said coldly. "Sooner or later, I will kill Lu Ji with my own hands." Hearing the two words Lu Ji, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with anger. This Lu Ji had humiliated him time and time again, causing him to be extremely angry. Now, because Lu Ji was afraid of his black ironstone, he actually sent another disciple to kill him. This was intolerable. "Fang Chen, do you dare to fight me fair and square?" The green-clothed disciple looked at Fang Chen and said coldly. "You are not worthy enough for me to fight." Fang Chen shook his head slightly and turned to leave. He did not even have the mood to fight this kind of trash. "Stop right there." The green-clothed disciple saw Fang Chen's actions and shouted angrily. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a cold light shot towards him. He tried his best to dodge, but the distance was too close. There was no way he could dodge. That cold light directly pierced his arm. A miserable cry rang out. The green-clothed disciple's arm was covered in blood. If he hadn't circulated his spiritual qi to protect his body at the critical moment, his arm would have definitely been crippled by Fang Chen. He endured the pain and looked up. He was shocked to see that Fang Chen had already disappeared. "Fang Chen, I will tear you to pieces!" The green-clothed disciple roared furiously. When Fang Chen left the sword reverence sect and headed towards the sword range, there was suddenly a piece of news about him in the outer sect. Outer sect disciple Mo Han had gone to the elder group to apply for a life-and-death battle with Fang Chen. Of course, this was definitely instigated by Lu Ji. The elder group quickly approved Mo Han's application. At this moment, in a certain hall of the elder group, there was a green-clothed old man with an expressionless face. Beside him stood Mo Han. "Grandfather, I will tear Fang Chen to pieces." Mo Han's eyes were filled with coldness as he said, "You said that he has a small black stone on his body. This stone contains a vast amount of energy. Even Lu Ji, who is at the 6th level of the Qi Hai realm, is afraid of it." The green-clothed old man suddenly asked. "That's right. Senior brother Lu Ji wanted to teach him a lesson, but he took out that small stone which made senior brother Lu Ji afraid. According to senior brother Lu Ji, he felt that if that stone was crushed, even a warrior at the 7th level of the Qi Hai realm would not be able to survive." Mo Han said, "At such a young age, he actually has such a precious treasure." The green-clothed old man's eyes flickered as he said. After pondering for a moment, the green-clothed old man looked at Mo Han and asked, "Are you confident?" "Don't worry. If we fight face to face, I will definitely be able to kill him. At that time, his trump card will also be mine," Mo Han said sinisterly. Emohan was Emo Iching's grandson. This was not a secret in the outer sect of the Sword Reverence sect. The reason why Emo Iching asked Emohan now was to ensure that nothing would happen to Emohan. After all, Emohan was his grandson. He could not let him take any risk. But when he found out that Emohan was only a new disciple, he was relieved. He knew Emohan's strength. Normal warriors were not his match. Chapter 282. Fang Chen didn't know that Emohan would challenge him to a life-and-death battle after he left the Sword Reverence sect. He was now in front of the Sword Range. The outer area of the Sword Range could be entered at any time, but it was very difficult to enter the inner area of the Sword Range. It could even be said that it was almost impossible. Fang Chen arrived at the periphery of the Sword Range with ease. He tried to enter the inner area, but to no avail. He was unable to enter the inner area of the Sword Range. At this time, the little mouse suddenly jumped down from Fang Chen's shoulder and gestured to Fang Chen. Under Fang Chen's shock, the little mouse directly entered the inner area of the Sword Range. This, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He had tried every method he could think of, but he was still unable to enter the Sword Range's inner area. Yet, the little mouse had easily entered. What kind of race is it? Fang Chen was very curious about the little mouse. After a while, the little mouse appeared from the inner area of the Sword Range. At this time, it was holding a spiritual grass in its mouth. Fantasy sword grass. Seeing the fantasy sword grass in the little mouse's mouth, Fang Chen's face was full of shock. It's actually a fantasy sword grass. Fang Chen was very excited. The fantasy sword grass was a very precious spiritual grass. This spiritual grass could be refined into a very important pill called the mind-gathering pill. The mind-gathering pill was a genuine low-tier spirit-level pill. Moreover, the mind-gathering pill was the upgraded version of the mind-solidifying pill. One mind-gathering pill was equivalent to many mind-solidifying pills. If I can take a mind-gathering pill, maybe I can break through to the second minor realm, Fang Chen secretly said in his heart. Fang Chen tried to suppress his excitement. He looked at the little mouse and said, "Can you still go in?" No wonder the little mouse asked him to come to the Sword Range. It turned out that it could easily enter the inner area of the Sword Range. Moreover, it took out a fantasy sword grass the first time it entered. The little mouse shook its head and gestured with its little hand. Yes. Entering the Sword Range's inner area consumes a lot of energy. With your current strength, you can only enter once a day, Fang Chen said as he watched the little mouse's gestures. The little mouse nodded and jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder. The restrictions in the inner area of the Sword Range are very strong. It is already very impressive that the little mouse was able to enter, Fang Chen muttered to himself. If the little mouse could enter without any restrictions, it would be too heaven-defying. However, going in once a day was not a bad idea. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face again. The little mouse handed the fantasy sword grass to Fang Chen as if to say that it was compensation for eating the mind-solidifying pill. Fang Chen put away the fantasy sword grass in a good mood. I need to find an alchemy grandmaster to refine the mind-solidifying pill. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said slowly. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the Sword State City. In the Sword State City, Fang Chen asked around and found out that the most powerful alchemists in the city were all in the Luo clan. No wonder the Luo clan first looks at alchemy talent. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Since all the alchemists were in the Luo clan, Fang Chen would definitely go to the Luo clan to find those alchemy grandmasters. For the current him, the attraction of the mind-solidifying pill was quite big. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the Luo clan's residence. The Luo clan's residence was located in the central west of the Sword State City. It occupied a large area and the buildings were very luxurious. A small branch of the Luo clan is already so glorious. I wonder how glorious the Luo clan's headquarters in the imperial capital is. After seeing the Luo clan's residence, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. He was too naive at that time. Now it seems that even if he became an inner disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, he might not be able to meet the current head of the Luo clan's branch. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time. Before I find my mother, I'll just treat these experiences as training. Moreover, even if I find my mother now, without strength, everything is useless, Fang Chen said. To put it bluntly, strength is everything. When your strength reaches a certain level, you don't need to look for them. The head of the Luo clan's branch will personally come to see you. Strength! Fang Chen clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. Before arriving at the Luo clan's residence, Fang Chen was stopped by 2 guards. This is the Luo clan's residence. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. One of the guards said coldly. I'm here to request an audience with Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan. Fang Chen said. You think any random person can meet Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan? What a joke. There are tons of people like you every day. Hurry up and leave. The other guard sneered. Fang Chen shook his head. It seemed that wanting to see an alchemist grandmaster was still a bit difficult. Just as Fang Chen was about to turn and leave, 2 people suddenly walked out of the Luo clan's residence. The 2 of them were talking and laughing. They didn't see Fang Chen at all. Brother Xian, your strength has improved too quickly. It really makes people envious. One of the cultivators laughed. Beside him, Luo Xian was walking with a smile. Brat, you just don't work hard. Luo Xian smiled. Brother Xian, how can I compare to you? You're Luo He's only disciple. After joining the Luo clan's branch, you immediately received the Luo clan's focus. Even the Luo clan's consecrator, Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan, said that if you want to learn alchemy, you can go find him at any time. Luo Xian shook his head. His eyes were filled with pride. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked in front of him. Brother Xian, what's wrong? Seeing Luo Xian's abnormality, the Luo clan's disciple hurriedly asked. Luo Xian paused for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face. He walked step by step over to Fang Chen. I met an acquaintance, Luo Xian softly said. Brother Xian, the acquaintance you mentioned is him. Who is he? The disciple looked curiously at Fang Chen. Fang Chen also noticed Luo Xian. He didn't say anything. He just quietly looked at Luo Xian. Fang Chen, why have you come to my Luo clan? Luo Xian looked at Fang Chen. Just at this moment, a guard walked in front of Luo Xian and whispered, Young Master Luo Xian. This person said he wanted to see Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan, but I chased him out. I didn't expect him to be an acquaintance of yours. I was wrong. When the 2 guards heard Luo Xian's words, they were terrified and their bodies trembled. It's none of your business. Luo Xian waved his hand. The 2 guards rejoiced and quickly left. At this time, Luo Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. You want to see Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan? Fang Chen nodded. Correct. Luo Xian rolled his eyes and said, I can bring you to see Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan. Fang Chen was silent for a moment. In the end, he nodded. If he didn't borrow Luo Xian's hand, it would be too difficult to see Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan. Luo Xian should hate him. Why would he treat him like this? Could it be that he was plotting something? After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about it. So what if he was plotting something? He followed Luo Xian into the Luo clan's residence. Only after entering did Fang Chen realize how big the Luo clan's residence was. It was not something he had imagined. Luo Hanzhan was the strongest alchemist of the Luo clan. As a grand alchemist, the place he lived in was naturally extraordinary. After a while, Luo Xian brought Fang Chen to a beautiful place. This place was behind a mountain and facing a river. It was definitely a good place to cultivate. Even Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. This place was truly beautiful. Xianer, you've come. Just at this moment, a heavy voice rang out in Fang Chen's ears. Then Fang Chen saw a white-haired elder drinking tea in a pavilion at the center of the lotus pond. He's Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan. When Fang Chen saw Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan, his pupils constricted. He could feel a wild aura coming from the latter. "Uncle Master Hanzhan, I've come to see you," whispered Luo Xian. "I don't usually see you come here. Why did you bring an outsider this time?" Smiled Luo Hanzhan. "Uncle Master Hanzhan, his name is Fang Chen. He is a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect. In the Sword Range, he once stole a priceless treasure that belonged to me," said Luo Xian calmly. Killing intent flashed in Luo Hanzhan's eyes. Although Luo Xian hadn't gone into the details, he could guess at some of the details. "Why did you bring him here?" asked Luo Hanzhan. "He said he wanted to see you, so I naturally brought him here." Luo Xian's eyes were filled with ridicule. Luo Hanzhan had lived for so many years. How could he not understand Luo Xian's meaning? He laughed heartily and looked at Fang Chen. "What business do you have with me?" asked Luo Hanzhan. Junior Fang Chen greets Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan. "The reason I've come to find Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan is to ask Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan to refine a mind-gathering pill for me." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, "Yes, refining a will-condensing pill?" asked Luo Hanzhan. "Correct. Junior urgently needs a will-condensing pill. How can I get Senior to help me?" asked Fang Chen. "Do you have the materials to refine a will-condensing pill?" asked Luo Hanzhan. Fang Chen took out the illusory sword grasp. "Junior has already prepared it." "Let me see it," said Luo Hanzhan. Fang Chen handed the illusory sword grasp to Luo Hanzhan. He was secretly delighted. Since Luo Hanzhan had said this, it seemed he would help him refine a will-condensing pill. But he didn't know what price he would pay. As long as it didn't exceed Fang Chen's bottom line, he would agree. However, just as Fang Chen was fantasizing, Luo Hanzhan put away the illusory sword grass and icily said, "I'll take the illusory sword grass. Now scram from the Luo family." Luo Hanzhan's voice was like thunder, rumbling through the air. Fang Chen was startled. He looked at Luo Hanzhan. Luo Hanzhan's face was filled with ridicule. Fang Chen's heart was immediately filled with endless fury. So everything Luo Xian had done was to humiliate him. Yes, it was to humiliate him. Luo Hanzhan clearly hadn't agreed to help him, but he was still mocking him. It was all to humiliate him. Fang Chen was ashen. He was filled with fury, but he had no way to vent it. He viciously glared at Luo Xian. If looks could kill, Luo Xian would have already been killed countless times over. "You stole Xianer's things and still dare to come find me to refine a pill? You really are courting death." Luo Hanzhan sneered. To the side, Luo Xian's face was filled with ridicule. From the moment he had met Fang Chen, Luo Xian had already planned to use Luo Hanzhan to humiliate Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you really are naive. You really did come with me to see Uncle Master Hanzhan, ha ha ha." Luo Xian was extremely happy to see Fang Chen's humiliated appearance. "Luo Xian." Fang Chen's voice was incomparably heavy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to go berserk. "Still not scramming?" Luo Hanzhan icily said. Each of Luo Hanzhan's words was like a ray of sword light stabbing into Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen was filled with endless pain. Before coming, he had inquired about Luo Hanzhan's character. Luo Hanzhan was an easygoing person, but he had never expected Luo Hanzhan to have such a relationship with Luo Xian. As long as he could pay the price, he would be able to get Luo Hanzhan to refine a pill for him. Fang Chen had only come to find Luo Hanzhan because of that. At the gate, Luo Xian had said he would bring Fang Chen to see Luo Hanzhan. Luo Hanzhan had thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he had still followed. He hadn't expected to be greeted with such humiliation instead of Luo Hanzhan helping him. Trash, you dare come to the Luo family's residence to make a spectacle of yourself? You really don't know what's good for you. Luo Xian constantly insulted Fang Chen. Fang Chen clenched his fists, doing his best to suppress his fury. He wasn't Luo Hanshan's match. He couldn't be impulsive. I'll definitely return this humiliation 100 times over in the future. Fang Chen's eyes were red as he slowly said each word. After saying that, Fang Chen immediately turned and prepared to leave. The fantasy sword grass had already been taken away by Luo Hanshan, so it was impossible for him to get it back. He could only leave first. Stop! Just as Fang Chen turned around to leave, Luo Hanshan suddenly let out a low shout. In an instant, a majestic aura abruptly emanated from his body and directly enveloped Fang Chen. Crack! Fang Chen's bones creaked. The places he had put his life on the line were completely useless. Traces of blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Chapter 283. Hand over the things that belong to Xian. Luo Hanshan's voice thundered into Fang Chen's ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by Luo Hanshan's tyrannical aura. He didn't even have the ability to move his body. His eyes were scarlet. If he could safely escape today, he would definitely kill Luo Hanshan, that old bastard. Hearing Luo Hanshan's words, Fang Chen furiously glared at him. The things in the sword range originally had no owner. If I obtained them, they were mine. When did they become Luo Xian's? Fang Chen didn't yield. He still had a trump card. If Luo Hanshan went too far, he wouldn't mind using his true trump card. Are you challenging my patience? Luo Hanshan looked down at Fang Chen like he was looking at prey. He could kill Fang Chen at any moment. Crash! As soon as Luo Hanshan's words left his mouth, an even more boundless aura suddenly appeared around Fang Chen's body. A cracking sound instantly rang out. Fang Chen's entire body creaked. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He was a bit confused. At this time, Fang Chen took out the black ironstone from his spatial ring with difficulty and gently held it in his hand. When he held the black ironstone in his hand, a crazed light shone in his eyes. Since it's in my hand, it's mine. How can I give it to such a vile person? Fang Chen said with difficulty. You're courting death. Luo Hanshan was thoroughly enraged. A mere martial practitioner actually dared to oppose him like this? He was truly courting death. It seems that I, Luo Hanshan, haven't fought in a long time. Many people have already forgotten my existence. Luo Hanshan clenched his fists, a terrifying golden light shooting out of his eyes. Luo Hanshan's killing intent was stirred. He wanted to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen, this is the Luo family's residence. With my martial uncle Hanshan here, do you think you can escape? Luo Xian icily glared at Fang Chen. Pucci. Just as Luo Xian's voice fell, Luo Hanshan suddenly punched out, causing space to distort. A majestic fist light instantly struck Fang Chen. This fist radiance was too large, and Fang Chen was unable to block it at all. His body was sent flying uncontrollably. However, just as Fang Chen was sent flying, a strange smile appeared on his face. Boom! Suddenly, the entire earth trembled as a majestic aura erupted from Fang Chen's palm. In the next instant, all the experts in the Luo clan were shocked. A dazzling light appeared in the sky, like the darkness before dawn, rushing towards Luo Hanshan. When Luo Hanshan saw this, his body trembled. He roared furiously, and oh! With a flick of his wrist, Luo Hanshan tossed Luo Xian far away, while he used all of his strength to resist. Luo Hanshan's body was trembling uncontrollably. This was the most tyrannical power he had encountered in so many years. Luo Hanshan did his best to resist, but his body was also flickering. Boom! The earth trembled. When the darkness struck Luo Hanshan's body, it exploded with a loud bang. A tyrannical air current instantly engulfed the earth. Luo Hanshan's body was directly swept away by that chi flow. The courtyard he was in instantly turned into ruins. Uncle Master Hans Han. Luo Xian, who had been tossed far away by Luo Hans Han, had managed to avoid this calamity. His body was constantly trembling as he saw Luo Hans Han being devoured by that chi flow. What happened? Did an expert come to my Luo clan's residence to cause trouble? What's going on? The source of the sound is Grandmaster Luo Hanshan's courtyard. Did something happen to Grandmaster Luo Hans Han? At the same time, the Luo clan's upper echelons quickly rushed over to Luo Hanshan's courtyard. When that chi flow scattered, the entire courtyard had been turned into ruins. It was as if a heaven-shaking battle had occurred there. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed throughout the entire ruined courtyard. Standing in the distance, the trembling Luo Xian was horrified to see a battered and exhausted figure in the center of the ruins. It was Luo Hans Han. Damn it! Luo Hanshan's body was covered in wounds. Blood was constantly flowing from them, and one of his arms had suffered an enormous injury. He was infuriated. He had actually been plotted against by a junior. He was a grand alchemy grandmaster. His heart was burning with fury. Swish! At this time, several of the Luo clan's upper echelons appeared in front of Luo Hanshan's courtyard. When they saw the courtyard had been turned into ruins, shock appeared on their faces. "Grandmaster Hans Han, are you all right?" asked one of them nervously. "Grandmaster Hans Han, just what happened? Did an expert come to fight you?" asked another elder. "The courtyard has been turned into ruins. There must have been a peerless expert fighting with Grandmaster Luo Hans Han. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Grandmaster Luo Hans Han is at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. To be able to beat Grandmaster Luo Hans Han into this state, it must be someone on the martial marquee list. Could it be an enemy of Grandmaster Luo Hans Han? If it was an ordinary martial marquee, they would definitely fear our Luo clan's power." Several elders were discussing amongst themselves. At this time, Luo Hans Han, who was battered and exhausted, saw the several elders and his expression constantly changed. "I'm fine. You can leave." Doing his best to suppress the anger in his heart, Luo Hans Han said coldly, "Grandmaster Hans Han, if there's anything, you must tell us." The elder in the lead turned and left. Since Luo Hans Han wasn't willing to speak, then he definitely didn't want others to know. The elders tactfully left. Martial Uncle Hans Han. Luo Xian walked in front of Luo Hans Han in fright. Looking at the battered and exhausted Luo Hans Han, he said in a low voice, "Don't tell anyone about this." Luo Hans Han said coldly, "I will take that kid's life sooner or later." At this moment, Luo Hanshan's anger had reached its peak. He looked around and couldn't find Fang Chen's figure. It seemed that when the boundless energy appeared, Fang Chen took the opportunity to escape. He was a dignified alchemist grandmaster, and also a Qi High expert. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Although he wasn't on the martial marquee list, his status was not any lower than those on the list. But now, he was actually beaten into such a sorry state by a younger generation warrior. If this matter were to spread, how would he, Luo Hans Han, be able to survive in Sword State City? So, even if he was furious, he still suppressed this matter and told Luo Xian not to tell anyone. As for the Luo clan branch, the explanation he gave was that an expert had sparred with him, causing the courtyard to be turned into ruins. "Fang Chen, this old man will crush your bones and scatter your ashes." As Fang Chen crushed the black iron stone, he tried his best to endure the injuries on his body and rushed out of the Luo clan residence. Luckily, Luo Hanshan's courtyard wasn't far from the Luo clan residence's entrance. In the process of escaping, Fang Chen didn't meet any Luo clan elders. After escaping from the Luo clan residence, Fang Chen quickly disappeared from Sword State City. Relying on his last bit of willpower, Fang Chen arrived at the Reverence Sword Peak. But before he could return to the Reverence Sword Sect, Fang Chen fell into a coma. The unconscious Fang Chen's breath was weak and his life force was slowly dissipating. The little mouse jumped out from the special spatial ring, its body emitting a purple glow. Its little claws scratched Fang Chen's wounds, as if it was healing Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's injuries were very serious, and it couldn't do anything about it. In this way, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Because Luo Han's Han deliberately suppressed this matter and the Luo clan branch didn't want to publicize it, the other powers in Sword State City didn't know. At this time, on the life and death arena of the Reverence Sword Sect, Mo Han stood quietly. Below the life and death arena stood many outer disciples. They were all here to watch the life and death battle between Mo Han and Fang Chen. Why hasn't Fang Chen come yet? Mo Han had already waited for half an hour, but Fang Chen still hadn't come. This made him very unhappy. At this moment, on the platform, other than the elders in charge of the life and death battle, there was also Elder Mo Iching. A trace of displeasure appeared between his brows. Fang Chen must be afraid of Mo Han, so he doesn't dare to accept the life and death battle. However, since the elders have already approved, even if he escapes, it's useless. Let's wait for another half an hour. If Fang Chen still doesn't come, we'll punish him according to the sect rules, said Mo Iching coldly. Just like that, time flew by quickly amidst the discussions of many cultivators. All the cultivators were waiting for Fang Chen's arrival, but after half an hour, Fang Chen still hadn't come. Could it be that Fang Chen is really afraid? No, I remember that Fang Chen left the Reverence Sword Sect before Mo Han proposed the life and death battle. He hasn't returned yet. He definitely doesn't know about the life and death battle. That's right. I think Fang Chen also doesn't know about the life and death battle. Otherwise, why would he be afraid of Mo Han? Who knows? Maybe Fang Chen really is afraid of Mo Han. Many disciples had different opinions. After waiting for half an hour, Mo Han finally exploded. Fang Chen is as cowardly as a mouse. He doesn't dare to accept my life and death battle. This kind of trash doesn't deserve to be a disciple of the Reverence Sword Sect, said Mo Han coldly. Hearing Mo Han's voice, Mo Iching also spoke. According to the rules of the life and death battle, as long as one side requests and the elders agree, the other side must accept the battle. Now that Fang Chen is afraid, according to the sect rules, he should be severely punished. This disciple believes that this kind of disciple who disregards the sect rules should be crippled of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, said Mo Han to the elder in charge of the life and death battle. Chapter 284. Hearing Mo Han and Mo Iching's words, the enforcement elder in charge of the deathmatch shook his head. He stood up and said, "The news I heard doesn't seem to match what you two said." Enforcement elder, Fang Chen's cowardice is well known. What else is there to say? Mo Iching said. Although Fang Chen didn't participate in the deathmatch, and that is his fault, our Sword Reverence sect isn't an unreasonable sect. Fang Chen still hasn't returned to the sect. Perhaps he doesn't even know about this so-called deathmatch. Enforcement elder, what if Fang Chen never returns? Mo Han asked coldly as he stared at the enforcement elder. The enforcement elder thought for a moment and then said, "We'll wait 3 days. If Fang Chen doesn't return in 3 days, then we'll deal with him according to the sect rules." After that, Elder of Law Enforcement turned around and left. Mo Han and Mo Iching exchanged a glance. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Just like that, the deathmatch between Mo Han and Fang Chen became a joke, because Fang Chen didn't return to the Sword Reverence sect in time. However, Mo Han didn't give up. He had been waiting for Fang Chen to return. Of course, in Mo Han's heart, it would be even better if Fang Chen didn't return. Because after these 3 days, Fang Chen would be expelled from the sect. At that time, he would be at his mercy. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, there was no news from Fang Chen. All the disciples were puzzled. Could it be that Fang Chun was really cowardly? No matter how they guessed, they couldn't guess that Fang Chun had already returned to the Sword Reverence Peak. He just hadn't entered the Sword Reverence sect. The place where Fang Chun had fainted was a very secluded place on the Sword Reverence Peak. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't come here, let alone discover the unconscious Fang Chun. Fang Chun had been in a coma for 2 days. During these 2 days, the little mouse had been guarding Fang Chun, as if it was afraid that Fang Chun would be hurt. After being unconscious for 2 days, Fang Chun finally woke up. It hurts. As soon as Fang Chun woke up, he wanted to move his arm, but he found that his whole body was sore. Damned Luo Xian, damned Luo Hanshan. Thinking of Luo Xian and Luo Hanshan, Fang Chun's heart was filled with hatred. If it weren't for the Black Ironstone, Fang Chun would have already died at Luo Hanshan's hands. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. Fang Chun secretly swore in his heart that when he was strong enough, he would definitely slaughter that old man Luo Hanshan. However, it was too unrealistic to think about these things right now. He needed to heal his injuries first, and when he was fully healed, he would return to the Sword Reverence sect. These past few days, Luo Hanshan must have been frantically searching for him. In this dangerous situation, the Sword Reverence sect was the safest place. Even as an alchemy grandmaster, Luo Hanshan didn't dare to enter the Sword Reverence sect without permission. Chirping. Seeing that Fang Chun had woken up, the little mouse chirped with a face full of smiles. Fang Chun looked at the little mouse and nodded. He began to circulate the spiritual qi in his qi si to heal his injuries. An hour later, Fang Chun was able to move freely. He slowly sat up, but at this time, Fang Chun discovered that his Dantian's qi si had been damaged. Fang Chun's face was filled with helplessness. He hadn't expected that old man Luo Hanshan would secretly do something like this, almost crippling him. The qi si was the symbol of a qi si expert. Once the qi si was destroyed, a martial artist would instantly become a cripple. That old man Luo Hanshan was too sinister. He actually wanted to secretly destroy his qi si. Fortunately, with the Black Ironstone's power, Fang Chun was able to escape quickly. His qi si had only been damaged a little. Luckily, I had the Black Ironstone, Fang Chun secretly said in his heart. The Black Ironstone was Fang Chun's trump card. He had originally planned to use it in a life and death situation, but he hadn't expected to use it on Luo Hanshan. Without his trump card, he would have to be careful when he went out in the future. The damage to my qi si caused my spiritual qi to be unable to circulate smoothly. My strength has decreased greatly. I must repair my qi si as soon as possible, Fang Chun said. 2 hours later, other than the damage to his qi si, Fang Chun's injuries had basically healed. He stood up and looked around, then brought the little mouse back to the Sword Reverence sect. If he wanted to repair his damaged qi si, he would need to go to the Sword Reverence sect's pill shop to buy some powerful pills. Otherwise, with Fang Chun's strength, it would be impossible for him to repair his qi si. Fang Chun didn't know that his return had caused a huge uproar in the outer sect. Countless disciples cried out in alarm when they saw that Fang Chun had returned. There were even some disciples who directly went to call Emohan. When Emohan heard the news of Fang Chun's return, he had quickly rushed over. Fang Chun, you still dare to come back? Emohan blocked Fang Chun's path and he coldly said, Why wouldn't I dare to come back? Fang Chun looked at Emohan, his eyebrows raised in displeasure. I'm very curious. What kind of courage do you have to stand here and block me? Hearing Fang Chun's words, Emohan laughed heartily. Fang Chun, 2 days ago when we had a life and death battle, you actually didn't dare to come back. I thought you would continue to hide outside and not return to the Sword Reverence sect. Life and death battle? Fang Chun was a bit puzzled. But when he heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples, his face became completely gloomy. In Jianzhou City, he had almost died at Luo Hanshan's hands. He hadn't expected that as soon as he returned to the sword reverence sect, he would hear someone propose a life and death battle. Fang Chen's heart was filled with fury. Clenching his fists, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. "You want to have a life and death battle with me?" Fang Chen icily asked. 2 days ago was the time for our life and death battle, but you didn't come. Now that you've returned, we can have a life and death battle," said Emohan. Just as Emohan was speaking, a figure appeared in the crowd. "Fang Chen, you've returned." The enforcement elder looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded to the enforcement elder. The latter explained the matter of the life and death battle to Fang Chen. Fang Chen completely understood. How sinister! Fang Chen looked at Emohan and thought to himself, if he had not woken up in time and missed these 3 days, he would definitely be expelled from the sect. When that time came, his life would be in Emohan's hands. "Since you want me to die, then I'll let you die first." Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Emohan. The enforcement elder saw that Fang Chen's expression was a bit ugly. He immediately said, 2 days ago, I said that I would wait 3 days for Fang Chen. Now only 2 days have passed. Fang Chen has just returned. The life and death battle between the two of you will be set for tomorrow." Emohan didn't dare oppose the enforcement elder's words. He coldly looked at Fang Chen, his heart filled with anger. After saying that, the enforcement elder turned and left. Fang Chen was just about to leave when he suddenly felt a powerful force behind him. He subconsciously dodged, but with a bang, his body flew out uncontrollably. Bang! Fang Chen's body directly fell to the ground. Tomorrow will be the day you die." Emohan retracted his fist. His eyes were full of disdain. He coldly snorted and turned to leave. The surrounding warriors shook their heads. Fang Chen couldn't even withstand a punch from Emohan. Tomorrow's life and death battle was destined to be a bloody day. Fang Chen, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to leave, leaving the crowd to see the vicissitude of his back. Everything was because of his damaged Qi. If Fang Chen's Qi hadn't been damaged, he wouldn't have had to dodge that blow. He could even have made a sharp counterattack. However, because of his damaged Qi, Fang Chen suddenly couldn't circulate his spirit Qi, allowing Emohan's punch to land on his body. "I'll let you be proud for a day," Fang Chen said coldly. Fang Chen went straight to the pill shop. After arriving, Fang Chen directly told the staff that he needed elixirs to repair his Qi. "I need elixirs to repair my Qi," Fang Chen said. "Wait a moment." The staff smiled and said. After a while, the staff gave Fang Chen the details of an elixir and said, "In our recipe, there are a total of 3 kinds of elixirs that can repair one's Qi. One of them is a top-grade origin-level elixir, and the other 2 are low-level spirit-level elixirs." Fang Chen looked at it. The top-grade origin-level elixir cost 500 upper-grade spirit stones each, while the low-level spirit-level elixir cost 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones each. 100 of each, Fang Chen said. "Okay." The staff heard this and his face was full of smiles. Then, he went to prepare. In a short while, 300 elixirs were prepared. The top-grade origin-level elixir cost 500 upper-grade spirit stones each, so 100 elixirs cost a total of 50,000 upper-grade spirit stones. As for the low-level spirit-level elixirs, there were 200 elixirs in total. Each elixir cost 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones, so the total value was 200,000 upper-grade spirit stones. The 3 elixirs cost Fang Chen a total of 250,000 upper-grade spirit stones. This may be a large number for others, but for Fang Chen, it was nothing. After paying 250,000 upper-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen still had 550,000 upper-grade spirit stones left. After buying the elixirs, Fang Chen left the pill shop and returned to his courtyard. Time was of the essence. He had to repair his damaged Qi within a day. Otherwise, he would not be Han's opponent in tomorrow's death match. It was because of the large number of spirit stones that Fang Chen was so confident. Crash. In the courtyard, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. He chose to eat the top-grade origin-level elixir first. He grabbed a handful and swallowed it directly, then began to digest the elixir. Hiss. When the elixir was completely digested, Fang Chen found that his damaged Qi seemed to be better, but it did not reach Fang Chen's expectations. Next, when Fang Chen swallowed all 100 top-grade origin-level elixirs, his damaged Qi was finally repaired by 10%. Low-level spirit-level elixir. Fang Chen whispered and swallowed one of the low-level spirit-level elixirs. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a wave of heat surrounding his Qi. This is worthy of being a low-level spirit-level elixir. It is much stronger than the top-grade origin-level elixir. Chapter 285. Just like this, Fang Chen continuously swallowed the low-level spirit-level pills. After 2 hours, Fang Chen's Qi had been repaired by 50%. This made Fang Chen even happier. There are still 100 low-level spirit-level pills left. You must succeed, Fang Chen said. But Fang Chen was not worried. If these spirit-level pills were not enough, he could always go to the pill shop to buy more. The last type of low-level spirit-level pill was called the Sea of Qi pill. This type of pill was specially used to repair the Qi. Its medicinal effect was very strong. Moreover, this pill was made by a famous master and was very precious. Fang Chen took the Sea of Qi pill and swallowed it. Immediately, the Sea of Qi pill spread out and a strong medicinal effect surrounded the damaged Qi, constantly repairing it. The medicinal effect of this pill is even stronger than the previous one. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. Next, Fang Chen swallowed all 100 Sea of Qi pills. At this time, Fang Chen's Qi had been repaired by 99%. Just a little more and my Qi will be completely repaired. Fang Chen grinned. At this time, Fang Chen felt that the golden heart in his body was beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chen was surprised to find that there was a formless Qi within the golden heart. This Qi contained a majestic sword intent. When this stream of energy fused with his damaged Qi, his damaged Qi actually started to heal on its own. This, Fang Chen was already used to the strength of the golden heart, but at this moment, he was still shocked. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's damaged Qi was completely repaired. Boom! At this time, Fang Chen's mind exploded. In the next moment, his Qi began to expand. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen saw this and his face was filled with joy. After a moment, his Qi finished expanding. Fang Chen found that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi realm. Peak of the 3rd level. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He didn't think that the damage to his Qi would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. He broke through to the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High realm. Right now I am not even afraid of Lu Jie, who is at the early stage of the Qi High realm, Fang Chen said coldly. His words were filled with killing intent. When Fang Chen was at the early stage of the 3rd level of the Qi High realm, he could easily kill a warrior at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High realm, he could easily defeat a warrior at the early stage of the 6th level of the Qi High realm. All of this was thanks to Fang Chen's mysterious golden heart. Tomorrow is the day you die, Fang Chen said through gritted teeth. After a night of silence, the next morning, countless disciples gathered in front of the life and death arena. These disciples were here to watch the battle between Fang Chen and Han. Sigh, after today's battle, Fang Chen is probably going to die. That's right. You all saw what happened yesterday. Fang Chen couldn't even take one punch from Han. Han is bullying people with his power. How hateful. Keep your voice down. If Elder Mo I Ching hears you, you are dead meat. Just as the disciples were discussing, Emohan appeared. Elder Mo Iching also appeared with Emohan. At this moment, Elder Mo Iching's face was full of smiles. Not long after Elder Mo Iching arrived, the law enforcement elder, who was in charge of the life and death arena, also appeared. Crash! Emohan jumped onto the life and death arena and waited for Fong Chen's arrival. 3 minutes later, Fong Chen appeared. His face was calm, without a trace of fear. He walked step by step towards the life and death arena. Fong Chen, today is the day you die. Emohan looked at Fong Chen and said in his heart. When Fong Chen stood on the life and death arena, the law enforcement elder said, "The two of you should be clear about the rules of the life and death arena. As long as one of you is standing on the life and death arena, the battle will only end when one of you dies. Moreover, the relatives of the one who dies in the life and death arena cannot take revenge on the other party." The law enforcement elder said in a deep voice. Emohan and Fong Chen nodded at the law enforcement elder. Mo Iching gently stroked his beard. Obviously, he was very confident in his grandson. On the life and death arena, Emohan looked at Fong Chen. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He said, "Fong Chen, today is the day you die. Coincidentally, I also want to kill you today," Fong Chen said. Hearing this, a wild smile appeared on Emohan's face. He believed that his strength was many times stronger than Fong Chen's. At this time, in the crowd, Lu Shi's face was full of a mocking smile. The reason why Emohan and Fong Chen had a life and death arena was all because of him. He wanted to force Fong Chen to use his trump card. Then, Mo Iching would become angry and deal with Fong Chen. "Trash doesn't deserve to go against me," Lu Shi said softly. At this time, on the life and death arena, Fong Chen obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Emohan. "Today I will kill you. No one can stop me," Fong Chen said coldly. "You won't say that in a while," Emohan said coldly. In the next moment, a wild aura surged from Emohan's body. A silver longsword appeared in his hand. This silver longsword was surrounded by a layer of yellow light. The Milky Way sword. This was a top-quality origin-grade weapon that Emohan had obtained from his grandfather, Mo Iching. Because of the Milky Way sword, Emohan was almost invincible in the same realm. Fong Chen's cultivation wasn't as high as his, so Emohan believed that Fong Chen wasn't his opponent. "My Milky Way sword hasn't absorbed blood for a long time," Emohan shouted in a low voice. In the next moment, Emohan's wrist shook. Countless cold lights burst out from the Milky Way sword. These cold lights, under the control of the Milky Way sword, directly condensed into an illusory sword. As soon as the illusory sword appeared, a thunderous sound appeared in the sky. Then, a majestic sword intent filled the entire life and death arena. "What are you going to use to fight me?" Emohan held the Milky Way sword in his hand and performed a powerful and domineering swordsmanship. He attacked fiercely towards Fong Chen. This was Emohan's strongest attack. He wanted to use the power of thunder to kill Fong Chen and let everyone know that he, Emohan, wasn't easy to bully. When Emohan took out the Milky Way sword and displayed such an exquisite sword technique, Lu Shi even thought that the battle was about to end. Fong Chen would definitely die under Emohan's Milky Way sword. Crash! Emohan held the Milky Way sword in his hand and directly stabbed towards Fong Chen. In the sky, the illusory sword also stabbed towards Fong Chen. However, in the face of such a tyrannical attack, Fong Chen didn't move. He didn't even bat an eyelid. Is Fong Chen scared silly? Why isn't he moving? Could it be that Fong Chen thought that he couldn't resist Emohan's attack and gave up? Impossible. This is a life and death battle. Even if he knows that he can't win, he shouldn't give up. There's still a chance to live if he fights back. But if he gives up, he'll die. Many disciples were discussing. "Haha, Fong Chen, you're dead." Seeing that the Milky Way sword was about to pierce Fong Chen's body, Emohan's face revealed a wild smile. Boom! The entire life and death ring was wrapped in majestic sword intent. The Milky Way sword in Emohan's hand was less than a fist's distance away from Fang Chen. Just when Emohan thought that Fang Chen was about to die, Fang Chen suddenly raised his head. His eyes revealed a trace of a sneer. From the beginning to the end, he had never regarded Emohan as his opponent. Not in the past, not now. I will personally take back the humiliation I suffered. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the hidden dragon's sword in his hand suddenly brandished out a majestic sword light. This majestic sword light immediately collided with the illusory long sword in the sky and exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, the hidden dragon's sword in Fang Chen's hand also hit Emohan's Milky Way sword. Crack! The Milky Way sword did not even have the chance to resist and was shattered. In the next moment, Fang Chen's hidden dragon sword did not stop and directly pierced Emohan's chest. Poochie! Emohan spat out a mouthful of blood. The smile on his face abruptly disappeared. Dong! The entire life and death ring trembled. The explosion in the sky resounded through the sky. The wild aura instantly swept through the entire life and death ring. Mo Iching, who was on the VIP platform, felt that something was wrong. He suddenly stood up and wanted to check it out. Elder Mo Iching, outsiders are not allowed to interfere in the life and death ring. Seeing this, the law enforcement elder spoke out to stop him. Hearing this, Mo Iching sat back on the VIP platform. He secretly thought that Emohan would definitely kill Fang Chen. Boom! At this moment, another earth-shattering sound was heard. In the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the life and death ring and heavily hit the ground. His aura was weak and his vitality was fading away. Who is it? Many disciples looked over. It's Emohan. Oh my God, it's Emohan. What's going on? Did Fang Chen defeat Emohan? Is Fang Chen dead? Many disciples exclaimed when they saw that the figure that flew out was Emohan. At this moment, Mo Iching finally could not bear it. His figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Emohan, reaching out to support him. Honor, how are you? Mo Iching asked hurriedly. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual energy and directly poured it into Emohan's body. However, Emohan's injuries were too serious. The broken Milky Way sword was stabbed into his body. No matter how much spiritual energy Mo Iching channeled into Emohan's body, it was of no use. Honor, you must hold on. Mo Iching shouted loudly. Emohan's face was filled with pain. His aura was extremely weak. His hand stretched out halfway and could not move. Help me! Before Emohan could finish his last sentence, he lost his vitality. Honor! Seeing this, Mo Iching shouted angrily. When Emohan was very young, Emohan's parents died in an accident. Since then, Emohan had been by Mo Iching's side. It was Mo Iching who watched Emohan grow up. It could be said that Emohan was the closest person to Mo Iching. In the sword worship sect, because of Mo Iching, no one dared to bully Emohan. Even the inner disciples would give Mo Iching face. Therefore, Mo Iching was not worried about his grandson Emohan's safety. However, just now, Emohan died in front of his eyes. His heart was filled with anger. He wanted to avenge Emohan. Honor! Mo Iching placed his palm in front of Emohan's eyes and gently closed them. Then he said in a deep voice, "Grandpa will avenge you." After Mo Iching said this, a majestic aura emerged from his body. Chapter 286. Mo Iching placed the lifeless Emohan on the ground and slowly stood up. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He turned around and looked at Fang Chen with frightening eyes, as if he wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. Emohan was my only grandson. Mo Iching stared at Fang Chen and said calmly. He should have been furious, but he was surprisingly calm. Fang Chen also looked at Mo Iching cautiously. He held the hidden dragon sword tightly in his hand. There were some fragments of the Milky Way sword on the combat ring. Crash! The law enforcement elder's eyes were filled with shock. However, he had no time to be shocked. His body flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. He said, "Elder Mo, this is a life and death battle. Life and death shall not be discussed." "But he killed my only grandson." Mo Iching's voice was filled with anger. Mo Iching's heart was burning with anger. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he could not do so in front of the law enforcement elder. This is the rule of the life and death battle. Mo Han's death has nothing to do with Fang Chen. The law enforcement elder said. Boom. As soon as the law enforcement elder finished speaking, a majestic aura was emitted from Mo Iching's body. His long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He walked up to the combat ring step by step and stared at Fang Chen behind the law enforcement elder. He said coldly, "Although I can't kill you because of the rules, I can't get rid of my hatred if I don't break your arm." Swoosh! Mo Iching suddenly swung his fist. A majestic fist light bypassed the law enforcement elder and appeared in front of Fang Chen. The law enforcement elder wanted to stop him, but Mo Iching stopped him. "Elder of law enforcement, my only grandson died in his hands just like that. I'm only going to cut off one of his arms. Are you going to stop me?" While the law enforcement elder was hesitating, Mo Iching's fist light was infinitely close to Fang Chen. Fang Chen activated his Taoist body in an attempt to block it. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then, a blinding light appeared and blocked Mo Iching's fist light with a bang. "Mo Iching, you dare to disregard the rules of the Reverence Sword Sect?" A thunderous roar could be heard from afar. Mo Iching's expression changed slightly as he halted his movement. In an instant, a figure appeared on the life and death arena. His face was filled with rage. If he had arrived a little later, Fang Chen would have been crippled by Mo Iching. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with anger. "Mo Iching, as an outer sect elder, how dare you attack an outer sect disciple?" the white-bearded old man said angrily. Seeing the white-bearded old man, Fang Chen knew that he was safe. Even if Mo Iching had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to attack him in front of the white-bearded old man. However, Fang Chen hated the feeling of being controlled by others. He wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself from others. Sword Elder. Seeing the white-bearded old man, the enforcement elder and Mo Iching cupped their hands and greeted him. Who was the white-bearded old man? He was the junior brother of the Reverence Sword Sect's sect leader. In the Reverence Sword Sect, his seniority was only slightly lower than the sect leader. Seeing the white-bearded old man so angry, Mo Iching's expression kept changing. Sword Elder is right. I couldn't control my anger because of my grandson's death, Mo Iching said in a low voice. Obviously, Mo Iching did not want to offend the white-bearded old man. After all, in the Reverence Sword Sect, the white-bearded old man had the highest authority. Humph! The white-bearded old man snorted and left with Fang Chen. When they arrived at Fang Chen's courtyard, the white-bearded old man checked Fang Chen's body. Seeing that there were no injuries, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I got the news that you had a life-and-death battle with Mo Han. I came in time." "Thank you, Martial Uncle." Fang Chen thanked him. "It's nothing. Why did you have a life-and-death battle with Mo Han?" The white-bearded old man waved his hand and asked. Fang Chen briefly told him the whole story. The old man nodded and said, "You should be careful of Mo Iching in the outer gate. He is a vengeful man. You killed his grandson this time. He must hold a grudge against you." Fang Chen nodded and said, "You should be careful of Mo Iching in the outer gate." "I know," Fang Chen said. In the end, before the white-bearded old man left, he praised Fang Chen, saying that Fang Chen's progress was very fast. How long had it been since he entered the Reverence Sword Sect, but he was already able to kill Mo Han. After the white-bearded old man warned Mo Iching, he left. The news of Fang Chen killing Mo Han spread like wildfire in the Reverence Sword sect. Countless disciples were discussing it, their hearts were filled with shock. Fang Chen had entered the Reverence Sword sect for less than 3 months, and his strength had already reached such a level. Some people even thought that in the near future, Fang Chen would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Xia Hou. Of course, many people did not agree with this point of view. Without mentioning anything else, Xia Hou's cultivation level had already reached the terrifying 7th level of the Qi High Realm, while Fang Chen was only at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. There was a difference of 4 levels. Every level of the Qi High Realm had a huge difference. The difference of 4 levels was enough for some people to spend their whole life trying to catch up. After killing Mo Han, Fang Chen had been resting in the courtyard. Occasionally, he would go out for a stroll. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the time for the monthly spiritual sword competition. On this day, Fang Chen came to the square. Many disciples began to compete for the spiritual sword competition. Xia Hou was still as outstanding as before. No one could compare to Xia Hou. His stunning fist made countless disciples endlessly envious. After an entire morning, the spiritual sword competition finally came to an end. This time, Fang Chen had managed to obtain 24 hours. This was definitely good news for him. Cultivating within the spiritual sword competition was countless times better than cultivating outside. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he suddenly noticed Lu Shi at the edge of the square. His eyes flashed and a strange smile appeared on his face. Soon after, under the gaze of many disciples, he slowly walked towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi, who was about to leave, also noticed Fang Chen walking towards him. Before I could find trouble with him, he came to find me. Lu Shi squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen as he muttered to himself. Fang Chen walked in front of Lu Shi. Under the gazes of all the disciples, he said something that left everyone dumbfounded. 8 hours of spiritual sword competition. Fang Chen said. You want to give me 8 hours of spiritual sword competition? Lu Shi thought he heard wrong and repeated. Wrong. You want to give me 8 hours of spiritual sword competition? Fang Chen said with a smile. When he was still weak, Lu Shi had publicly asked him for spiritual sword competition. If he didn't have the black iron stone, the spiritual sword competition would have been snatched away by Lu Shi. Now, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of Lu Shi, so he wanted to take revenge on Lu Shi. What do you mean you want to snatch my spiritual sword competition? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Lu Shi felt as if he had heard a very funny joke. When you snatch someone else's spiritual sword competition, you should be prepared to be snatched away by someone else. Fang Chen said with a smile. Lu Shi's face became completely gloomy. You think that after killing Mo Han, you can do whatever you want in the outer sect? Lu Shi said coldly. In front of me, Lu Shi, you are still trash. Lu Shi's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, and Fang Chen's strength was only at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Lu Shi did not care at all. Therefore, when he heard that Fang Chen wanted his spiritual sword competition, he laughed madly. His laughter was filled with ridicule. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider, Fang Chen said. In the Reverence Sword sect, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, even if you snatched someone else's spiritual sword competition, the higher-ups would not say anything. However, as the outstanding outer sect disciples of the Reverence Sword sect, they were all proud and arrogant. They would not do such a thing. Only Lu Shi would bully the newcomers. On the square, there were still some disciples who had not left yet. They were watching the show. No need to consider. I will take all your spiritual sword competition, Lu Shi said with a cold smile. If that's the case. Fang Chen did not say the second half of his sentence. He used his actions to tell Lu Shi that he had the ability to take Lu Shi's spiritual sword competition. Boom! A majestic sword intent appeared in Fang Chen's mind and surrounded Fang Chen's body. In an instant, the surrounding disciples could not help but retreat. So strong! Many disciples said in their hearts. Their faces were full of shock. You are courting death to fight with me, Lu Shi. Lu Shi was naturally furious when he saw Fang Chen make a move. He was afraid that Fang Chen would use his trump card. His figure flashed and he acted first. Whoosh! A cold light shot out from Lu Shi's long sword and immediately shot towards Fang Chen. Fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen displayed the 5th level of the fire and water sword technique. Together with the elementary spiritual weapon, the hidden dragon sword, it exploded with a fierce attack. Bang! Bang! The fire and water sword technique collided with Lu Shi's sword light. It instantly shattered Lu Shi's sword light, causing Lu Shi's body to continuously retreat. Yes. Lu Shi stabilized his body. His eyes flashed and he said coldly, "No wonder you dare to steal my spiritual sword competition. So you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. You think that you can steal my spiritual sword competition just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation?" Lu Shi looked down at Fang Chen and said coldly, "I originally wanted to leave you some spiritual sword competition, but now I have changed my mind. I want all of your spiritual sword competition." Fang Chen said. Lu Shi's spiritual sword competition this month was a total of 30 hours. To an ordinary disciple, this was definitely a huge number. Hearing Fang Chen's arrogant words, Lu Shi squinted his eyes and laughed. "I'm just afraid that you won't be able to keep your spiritual sword competition." Lu Shi's cultivation was about to break through to the mid-6 Qi high realm. He originally planned to first cultivate in the spiritual sword competition. Once he broke through to the mid-6 Qi high realm, he would then deal with Fang Chen. Obviously, this plan had to be brought forward. Chapter 287. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen's face was calm, without a trace of fear. Fang Chen snatching Lu Shi's spiritual sword was a trivial matter. "Hand it over," Fang Chen said calmly. However, there was a tyrannical pressure in his calm tone. At this moment, Lu Shi was furious. Fang Chen dared to be so arrogant in front of so many people. This was an insult to him. Lu Shi had once sworn that he would cripple anyone who insulted him. "You have successfully angered me." Lu Shi was so angry that he laughed. Boom! A majestic aura surrounded Lu Shi's body. In the next moment, a long sword appeared in Lu Shi's hand, and he displayed the exile swordsmanship. That's right, it was the exile swordsmanship. This swordsmanship wasn't originally called exile swordsmanship. After Lu Shi obtained it, he changed its name to exile swordsmanship. The explanation he gave was that every martial artist who went against him should be banished by him personally. Exile swordsmanship, exile the world. Lu Shi shouted as he waved the long sword in his hand. A majestic sword light appeared and shot towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen used the hidden dragon sword and displayed the 5th level of the waterfire swordsmanship. Whoosh! The two sword lights collided. Lu Shi's exile swordsmanship didn't banish Fang Chen's sword light as he had expected. Crack! The exile sword light was shattered by Fang Chen's water and fire sword light under everyone's watchful eyes. What swordsmanship is this? Even Lu Shi was a little surprised when he saw Fang Chen's water-fire swordsmanship. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was too exquisite. This was the first time Lu Shi had seen Fang Chen display such an exquisite swordsmanship. The swordsmanship is very exquisite. It should be very suitable for me to use, Lu Shi thought to himself. In the next moment, Lu Shi's wrist shook, and the long sword danced chaotically. Sword lights were suspended in the sky. Exile swordsmanship, exile the firmament. As Lu Shi roared, a golden sword appeared in the sky. This illusory sword seemed as though it was going to rip the void apart. Buzz. A series of thunderous roars entered the ears of the crowd. Exile the firmament is a joke. Fang Chen pushed the 5th level of the waterfire sword to the extreme. The waterfire swordsmanship directly shattered Lu Shi's exile sword light. Bang! At the same time, the hidden dragon sword collided with Lu Shi's longsword. With a cracking sound, Lu Shi's longsword shattered. Is this a low-tier spirit weapon swordsmanship? Lu Shi's long sword was easily shattered, which shocked the surrounding disciples. One had to know that Lu Shi's longsword was a top-grade Yuan weapon. A weapon that could easily shatter a top-grade Yuan weapon was definitely a spiritual weapon. Lu Shi, he's swordsmanship. Within the outer court of the Sword Reverence sect, the only disciple who possessed a spiritual weapon was Xiahou Wu. Now there was an additional Fang Chen. Amongst the outer sect disciples, being able to possess a top-grade Yuan weapon was already very impressive. Those who were able to possess a spirit weapon were those powerful inner sect disciples. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Fang Chen's spirit weapon had shattered Lu Shi's Yuan weapon. The battle seemed to have become even more interesting. Swordsmanship, spirit weapon. How does he have so many treasures? Lu Shi was filled with shock. However, Fang Chen didn't give him the chance. He waved the hidden dragon sword and appeared in front of Lu Shi. Lu Shi wanted to block, but his weapon had already shattered. He was unable to block Fang Chen's attack. In an instant, the hidden dragon sword's tip was pressed against Lu Shi's throat. If it weren't for the fact that killing wasn't allowed in the plaza, Lu Shi would have already died. Spirit sword resources. I don't want to repeat myself, said Fang Chen coldly. Lu Shi's eyes were filled with unwillingness, but in the end, he chose to surrender. Fang Chen's strength had already surpassed his. Damn it! If it wasn't for his exquisite swordsmanship and spirit weapon, he wouldn't have been my match. Lu Shi thought to himself. He still believed that the reason Fang Chen was able to defeat him was because of his exquisite swordsmanship and spirit weapon. Humph! Lu Shi looked at the sword that was pressed against his throat and snorted. His face was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he threw away the identity token in his hand. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and stored Lu Shi's spirit sword resources into his identity token. He then put away the hidden dragon sword and turned to leave. Damn it. Wait until I break through to the mid-6 Chi high realm. I'll definitely take your life. Lu Shi said angrily as he looked at Fang Chen's disappearing figure. Everyone was shocked by this result. In the past, it was always Lu Shi who stole other people's spirit sword resources. Who would have thought that this time, Lu Shi would steal other people's spirit sword resources? Moreover, he finished stealing all of them in just 30 hours. After Fang Chen left the square, he directly entered the spirit sword restriction. He already had 24 hours. Adding Lu Shi's 30 hours, he had a total of 27 hours. I'll try my best to break through my sword intent, Fang Chen said softly. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. In a secluded courtyard, Mo Yiqing was holding a teacup and sipping tea. Beside him stood Lu Shi. The scene was very quiet. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, Mo Yiqing drank a mouthful of tea. His face had a dark expression. It was obvious that Mo Han's death was a huge blow to him. You lost to Fang Chen? Asked Mo Yiqing. Hearing Mo Yiqing's words, Lu Shi replied, He has an exquisite swordsmanship and a spirit weapon. That's why I lost to him. Lu Shi wanted to explain, but Mo Yiqing waved his hand to stop him. A loss is a loss. That kid didn't defeat you by luck. His talent is monstrous. In such a short time after entering the sword-worshipping sect, he was able to grow to such a level. If there are no accidents along the way, he will soon become a monstrous genius like Xiahou Wu. Mo Yiqing said in a deep voice. However, geniuses can be found everywhere in the Jin Guan country. Those who can laugh until the end are geniuses. Those who die in the middle are not geniuses. Elder Mo, what do you mean? Lu Shi's eyes flashed. From today onwards, I will provide you with all the resources you need. You only need to work hard to cultivate and improve your cultivation. Mo Iching said. This. Lu Shi was still a little puzzled and was about to ask. At this time, Mo Iching finally turned around and looked at Lu Shi with a dark face. He asked, "Don't you want to take back the humiliation you suffered today?" Hearing this, Lu Shi finally understood why Mo Iching supported him so much. He wanted to use him to avenge his grandson, Emohan. Elder Mo, don't worry. As long as I make a breakthrough in my cultivation, I will definitely take Fang Chen's dog life. Lu Shi said. Hearing this, Mo Iching nodded with satisfaction. Luo Hanshan's courtyard in the Luo clan's residence. Xian your talent in alchemy is very strong. In time, you will definitely become an existence like your master. Luo Han carefully instructed Luo Xian. Luo Xian was Luo He's disciple, and Luo He was Luo Hanshan's senior brother. Therefore, Luo Han looked at Luo Xian as if he was his own disciple. Luo Xian slightly shook his head. His eyes flashed. Martial uncle, I want to improve my cultivation. Luo Hanshan's face darkened. Xian don't worry. Fang Chen won't live. But then Luo Han said, Xian from today onwards, I will teach you the profound river sword technique. This was because Luo Han would be in seclusion for a period of time to seek a breakthrough, so he couldn't take revenge. Thank you, martial uncle. Luo Xian smiled. As long as his strength improved, he would be able to defeat Fang Chen and even kill him. The profound river sword technique was taught to him by his master. It was a very profound sword technique. Luo Xian still hadn't completely grasped the essence of the profound river sword technique. Now that he heard that Luo Han wanted to teach him, he was very happy because Luo Han had a very unique understanding of the profound river sword technique. If he could receive Luo Hanshan's guidance, his sword technique would definitely improve. He might even be able to make a breakthrough. Fang Chen, the next time we meet, it will be the day you die. Luo Xian's eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Just as Luo Xian was about to cultivate, a disciple suddenly sent a message. Chapter 288. Something is wrong with the sword range. Hearing the disciple's report, Luo Hanshan's expression changed and he asked, What is wrong? Master Han, not long ago, the sword range shook and alerted many experts in the sword state city. They all went to the sword range to take a look and found that there is a weakness in the sword range's defense mechanism. The disciple said, Yes, the sword range's defense mechanism is showing signs of weakness. Hearing this, Luo Hanshan's expression changed. He knew clearly what it meant for the sword range's defense mechanism to be weak. The head of the house and the other experts believe that in 3 days, there will be a gap in the defense mechanism. At that time, the various factions will send their disciples in. The disciple said, All right, you can leave. Hearing this, Luo Han waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. After that, Luo Han looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian had not said a word. Xian this is your chance. Luo Han spoke first. Martial uncle, you mean? Luo Xian asked. Since the head of the house has sent a disciple to inform me, I think that even if the defense mechanism is broken, the strong warriors will not be able to enter. Only the weak warriors will be able to enter. Therefore, in 3 days you must enter. Luo Han said. The sword range had a long history in the sword state city. Every warrior knew that there were countless opportunities in the sword range, but to enter the inner area was too difficult. It could even be said that it was almost impossible to enter the inner area. But this time, for some unknown reason, the sword range showed signs of weakness. If the defense mechanism was broken, it would cause a war between the various factions. Xian in these 3 days, I will do my best to help you reach the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Luo Han said. Hearing this, Luo Xian's face was filled with excitement. The truth was just as Luo Hanshan had guessed. The sword range's defense mechanism was showing signs of weakness, but warriors of the third level of the Qi High Realm and above would be repelled once they got within 1 meter of the sword range. After the experts of the Sword State City saw this, they all came to the same conclusion. This time, when the defense mechanism was broken, only warriors of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and below could enter. In other words, warriors of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm and above would not be able to enter. This news spread like a gust of wind into the ears of all the martial artists in the Sword State City. Their hearts were filled with shock. No matter how crazy the outside world was, Fang Chen had no idea at all. At this moment, he was seriously cultivating in the spirit sword's restriction. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been cultivating in the spirit sword restriction for 20 hours. He had a total of 77 hours of resources, and he still had 78 hours left. After 20 hours of cultivation, Fang Chen felt that his sword intent had been compressed again. However, what made Fang Chen a little speechless was that although he was only 1 step away from entering the second minor realm of sword intent, he couldn't break through no matter what he did. Continue cultivating. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a golden glow. He clenched his teeth and continued to cultivate. After trying again and again, Fang Chen's sword intent finally broke through to the second minor realm, just as the spirit sword was about to be used up. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen's 5th level of the fire and water sword arts also naturally reached perfection. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase again. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, his overall strength had increased. At this moment, even if he met a warrior of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, he wouldn't be afraid. If my cultivation can break through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, I won't be afraid even if I fight against a disciple of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself. After the spirit sword was used up, Fang Chen walked out of the spirit sword restriction. When Fang Chen passed by the martial arts practice field, he heard a few disciples talking. Soon after, Fang Chen realized that something big had happened in the Sword State City while he was cultivating. However, before Fang Chen could ask the others, the white-bearded old man came looking for him. Fang Chen, you're finally done cultivating. The white-bearded old man looked at Fang Chen and grinned. Martial uncle, Fang Chen said. While you were cultivating, something big happened in the sword range of the Sword State City. At this moment, countless warriors in the Sword State City are focusing their attention on the sword range. The white-bearded old man said. After that, the white-bearded old man told Fang Chen everything that had happened. After Fang Chen finished listening, an excited smile appeared on his face. The inner area of the sword range. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Last time, the little mouse had casually entered the inner area of the sword range and obtained a fantasy sword grass. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the inner area of the sword range. How much time do we have? Fang Chen asked. There's still a little more than a day. Prepare well. The white-bearded old man said. After Fang Chen bid farewell to the white-bearded old man, he prepared to go back and prepare. But at this moment, he encountered the person he had defeated before, Lu Shi. At this moment, Lu Shi's face was filled with a cold smile. When he looked at Fang Chen, his eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. Fang Chen ignored Lu Shi's provocative gaze and turned to leave. Fang Chen, I'll let you live a little longer. Wait until we enter the inner area of the sword range. Lu Shi, will definitely kill you. Lu Shi said coldly as he looked at Fang Chen's back. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, the gap in the inner area of the sword range was about to open. At this moment, countless forces had gathered in the outer area of the sword range. Among these forces, the Sword Reverence sect was the most powerful. Fang Chen stood in the group of the Sword Reverence sect, quietly looking at the inner area of the sword range. At this moment, the people of the Luo clan arrived. This time, the leader of the group was the Luo clan's alchemist master Luo Hanzhan. Behind Luo Hanzhan was Luo Xian. At this moment, Luo Xian's face was filled with smiles. In these few days, with the help of Luo Hanzhan, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Luo Xian was even more confident. The next time he saw Fang Chen, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. After the arrival of the Luo clan, almost all the big and small forces of the Sword State City had gathered. The gap is opening. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and discovered that the gap in the inner area of the sword range was slowly opening. All the warriors stared at the gap in the sword range's barrier with burning eyes. But at this moment, Luo Hanshan's gaze fell upon Fang Chen. His face instantly darkened. "Brat, you still dare to appear here? You're courting death!" Luo Hanshan roared. Suddenly, his body flashed and appeared in the area of the Sword Reverence sect. He clenched his fist and punched out. Luo Hanshan's punch was extremely fast. The people of the Sword Reverence sect didn't even have time to react. But Fang Chen noticed Luo Hanshan's movements. When Luo Hanshan attacked, his body flashed, wanting to dodge Luo Hanshan's attack. Bang! The law enforcement elder of the Sword Reverence sect coldly looked at Luo Hanshan and said, "Grandmaster Luo Hanshan, why did you attack a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect for no reason?" Although Fang Chen couldn't be considered a genius in the outer sect of the Sword Reverence sect, attacking a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect in front of so many people was a provocation to the Sword Reverence sect. As one of the top forces of the Sword State City, the law enforcement elder of the Sword Reverence sect naturally wouldn't allow Luo Hanshan to do such a thing. He forcibly blocked Luo Hanshan's punch. "Humph, this brat has a grudge with me. I'll kill him!" Luo Hanshan angrily roared. "What grudge?" the law enforcement elder coldly asked. Luo Hanshan was speechless. He couldn't say that Fang Chen had entered his courtyard and injured him. He was a grand alchemy grandmaster. "Humph!" Luo Hanshan coldly snorted, glaring angrily at Fang Chen before turning to leave. Behind Luo Hanshan, Luo Xian disdainfully looked at Fang Chen. Since his martial uncle couldn't do anything here, then once they entered the sword range's inner area, he would use his thunderous methods to kill Fang Chen. After this farce, everyone's attention was once more drawn to the gap in the formation. Time passed bit by bit. The gap in the restriction continued to grow. After 6 hours, the gap stopped growing. At this time, the gap was just big enough for one person to enter. "The gap in the formation has opened. We can go in," shouted a disciple. Suddenly, countless martialists wanted to enter the inner area. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of everyone. It was one step ahead of them, approaching the inner area of the sword range, trying to get into the gap. However, when the black shadow was 1 meter away from the inner restriction of the sword range, a bloody light suddenly shot out from the gap in the restriction and hit the black shadow directly. "Ah!" A pitiful cry came out of the black figure's mouth. In the next moment, the black figure fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sudden scene caused all the disciples to stop in their tracks, not daring to move forward. But when they saw the black figure clearly, they all cried out in surprise. The black figure was a famous disciple in Sword State City, called Elder Shuiyu. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At this moment, everyone understood that Elder Shuiyu didn't believe the rumors and wanted to force his way into the sword range's inner area. But when they saw Elder Shuiyu's weak qi and heavily injured appearance, everyone was shocked. The sword range's formation was too overbearing. Elder Shuiyu was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but he was heavily injured by a blood-red light. "Elder Shuiyu is heavily injured. This proves once again that no one above the 7th level of the Qi High Realm can enter. A disciple said. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to Elder Xueyu. Their gazes were all focused on the gap in the formation. No one knew who shouted, but martial artists swarmed into the sword range's inner area like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 289. Something is wrong with the sword range. Hearing the disciple's report, Luo Hanshan's face changed and he asked, "What is wrong?" Grandmaster Hanshan, not long ago, there was a tremor in the sword range. It alarmed many strong cultivators in Sword State City. They all went to the sword range to take a look. "There is a weak spot in the restrictive spells of the sword range," said the disciple. "Yes, there is a weak spot in the sword range." Hearing this, Luo Hanshan's face changed. He knew very well what it meant for the sword range to be weak. The head of the house and the other experts believe that in 3 days, there will be an opening at the weak spot. At that time, the various factions will send their disciples in. The disciple said, "All right, you can leave." Hearing this, Luo Hanshan waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. After that, Luo Hanshan looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian had been silent all this time. "Xian, this is your chance." Luo Hanshan spoke first. "Martial uncle, you mean?" Luo Xian asked. "Since the head of the house has sent a disciple to inform me, then even if there is an opening in the sword range, powerful warriors will not be able to enter. Only weak warriors will be able to enter. Therefore, in 3 days you must enter." Luo Hanshan said. The sword range had a long history in the Sword State City. Every warrior knew that there were countless opportunities in the sword range, but it was too difficult to enter the sword range. It could even be said that it was almost impossible to enter the sword range. But this time, for some unknown reason, there was an abnormality in the sword range. There was a weak spot in the sword range. Once the opening was opened, it would cause a war between the various factions. "Xian, in these 3 days, I will do my best to help you reach the 6th level of the Qi High Realm," Luo Hanshan said. Hearing this, Luo Xian's face was filled with excitement. The truth was just as Luo Hanshan had guessed. The sword range was showing signs of weakness, but any warrior above the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm would be rejected once they got within 1 meter of the sword range. After the experts of the Sword State City saw this, they all came to the same conclusion. The opening in the sword range could only allow warriors below the 7th level of the Qi High Realm to enter. In other words, warriors above the 7th level of the Qi High Realm would not be able to enter. This news spread like a gust of wind into the ears of all the martial artists in Sword State City. Their hearts were filled with shock. No matter how crazy the outside world was, Fang Chen had no idea at all. At this moment, he was seriously cultivating in the spirit sword's restriction. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had been cultivating in the spirit sword restriction for 20 hours. He had a total of 77 hours of resources, and he still had 78 hours left. After 20 hours of cultivation, Fang Chen felt that his sword intent had been compressed again. However, what made Fang Chen a little speechless was that although he was only 1 step away from entering the 2nd minor realm of sword intent, he couldn't break through no matter what he did. "Continue cultivating." Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a golden glow. He clenched his teeth and continued to cultivate. After trying again and again, Fang Chen's sword intent finally broke through to the 2nd minor realm, just as the spirit sword was about to be used up. After the breakthrough in sword intent, Fang Chen's fire and water sword art's 5th level naturally reached perfection. This allowed Fang Chen's strength to increase once again. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, his strength had increased in all aspects. At this moment, even if he were to meet a mid-Qi High warrior, he wouldn't be afraid. If my cultivation could break through to the 4th level of the Qi High Realm, I wouldn't be afraid even if I were to fight a disciple at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and thought to himself. After the spirit sword's resources were used up, Fang Chen walked out of the spirit sword restriction. When Fang Chen passed by the martial arts practice field, he heard a few disciples talking. Soon after, Fang Chen discovered that during the time he was cultivating, something big happened in the Sword State City. However, before Fang Chen could ask the others, the white-bearded old man came to find him. Fang Chen, you're finally done cultivating. The white-bearded old man looked at Fang Chen and grinned. Martial uncle, Fang Chen said. During the time you were cultivating, something big happened in the sword range of the Sword State City. At this moment, countless warriors in the Sword State City are focusing their attention on the sword range. The white-bearded old man said. After that, the white-bearded old man told Fang Chen everything that had happened. When Fang Chen finished listening, an excited smile appeared on his face. The inner area of the sword range. Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Last time, the little mouse had casually entered the inner area of the sword range and obtained a fantasy sword grass. One could imagine how many treasures there were in the inner area of the sword range. How much more time do we have? Fang Chen asked. There's still more than a day. Prepare well. The white-bearded old man said. After Fang Chen bid farewell to the white-bearded old man, he prepared to go back and prepare. But at this moment, he encountered the person he had defeated before, Lu Shi. At this moment, Lu Shi's face was filled with a cold smile. When he looked at Fang Chen, his eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. Fang Chen ignored Lu Shi's provocative gaze and turned to leave. Fang Chen, I'll let you live a little longer. Wait until we enter the inner area of the sword range. Lu Shi, will definitely kill you. Lu Shi said coldly as he looked at Fang Chen's back. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, the gap in the inner area of the sword range was about to open. At this moment, countless forces had gathered in the outer area of the sword range. Among these forces, the Sword Reverence sect was the most powerful. Fang Chen stood among the Sword Reverence sect's group, quietly looking at the inner area of the sword range. At this moment, the Luo clan's group arrived. This time, the leader was the Luo clan's alchemy grandmaster, Luo Hanzhan. Behind Luo Hanzhan was Luo Xian. At this moment, Luo Xian's face was filled with smiles. In these few days, with Luo Hanzhan's help, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, Luo Xian was even more confident. The next time he saw Fang Chen, he would definitely kill Fang Chen. After the Luo clan's group arrived, almost all the big and small forces in Sword State City had gathered. The gap is opening. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and discovered that the gap in the inner area of the sword range was slowly opening. All the warriors' eyes were fixed on the gap in the sword range's barrier. But at this moment, Luo Hanzhan's gaze fell on Fang Chen. His face instantly darkened. Brat, you still dare to appear here? You're courting death. Luo Hanzhan roared. Suddenly, his body flashed and appeared in the Sword Reverence sect's area. He clenched his fist and punched out. Luo Hanzhan's punch was extremely fast. The Sword Reverence sect's people didn't even have time to react. But Fang Chen noticed Luo Hanzhan's movement. When Luo Hanzhan attacked, his body flashed, wanting to dodge Luo Hanzhan's attack. Bang! The law enforcement elder of the Sword Reverence sect coldly looked at Luo Hanzhan and said, Grandmaster Luo Hanzhan, why did you attack our Sword Reverence sect's disciples for no reason? Although Fang Chen couldn't be considered a genius in the Sword Reverence sect's outer sect, attacking a Sword Reverence sect disciple in front of so many people was a provocation to the Sword Reverence sect. As one of the top forces in Sword State City, the law enforcement elder of the Sword Reverence sect naturally wouldn't allow Luo Hanzhan to do such a thing. He forcibly blocked Luo Hanzhan's punch. This brat has a grudge with me. I'll kill him. Luo Hanzhan angrily roared. What grudge? The law enforcement elder coldly asked. This, Luo Hanshan was speechless. He couldn't say that Fang Chen had entered his courtyard and injured him. He was a grand alchemy grandmaster. Humph! Luo Hanshan coldly snorted, glaring angrily at Fang Chen before turning to leave. Behind Luo Hanshan, Luo Xian disdainfully looked at Fang Chen. Since his uncle master couldn't attack here, then once they entered the sword range's inner area, he would use a thunderous method to kill Fang Chen. After such a farce, everyone's attention was once more drawn to the gap in the formation. Time passed bit by bit. The gap in the restriction continued to grow bigger. After 6 hours, the gap stopped growing. At this time, the gap was just big enough for one person to enter. The gap in the formation has opened. We can go in, shouted a cultivator. Suddenly, countless martialists wanted to enter the inner area. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of everyone. It was one step ahead of them, approaching the inner area of the sword range, trying to get into the gap. However, when the black shadow was 1 meter away from the inner restriction of the sword range, a bloody light suddenly shot out from the gap in the restriction and hit the black shadow directly. A pitiful cry came out of the black figure's mouth. In the next moment, the black figure fell to the ground, spitting out blood. His chi was weak. This sudden scene caused all the cultivators to stop in their tracks, not daring to move forward. But when they saw the black figure clearly, they all cried out in surprise. The black figure was a famous cultivator in Sword State City, called Elder Shuiyu. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At this moment, everyone understood that Elder Shuiyu didn't believe the rumors and wanted to force his way into the sword range's inner area. But when they saw Elder Shuiyu's weak qi and his heavily injured appearance, everyone was shocked. The sword range's formation was too strong. Elder Shuiyu was at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but he was heavily injured by a blood-red light. Elder Shuiyu is heavily injured. This proves once again that no cultivator above the 7th level of the Qi High Realm can enter. A cultivator said. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to Elder Shuiyu. Their gazes were all focused on the gap in the formation. Someone shouted, and a swarm of cultivators rushed into the sword range's inner area like locusts. Chapter 290. Golden Crown Country, Central Region, 9 cities. Every city had its own unique history. Because of this unique history, countless martialists would remember these cities. Sword State City, among the 9 cities, was the only city that was famous for its sword. In the central region of the Golden Crown Country, whenever someone mentioned Sword State City, they would unconsciously think of sword cultivators. Sword State City was the central region, and even the entire Golden Crown Country's holy land for sword cultivators. There was a saying, a sword cultivator who has never been to Sword State City is not a true sword cultivator. Therefore, warriors who wanted to become a true sword cultivator would travel thousands of miles to Sword State City to seek their own opportunities. Sword State City's sword cultivator sect was the Worshipping Sword sect. The Worshipping Sword sect was one of the 9 two-star sects in the central region. It was the holy land that all sword cultivators dreamed of. Speaking of Sword State City, many warriors would definitely think of the sword range that had existed for countless years in Sword State City. The sword range was a very special mountain range. This mountain range, if looked down from above, looked like a long sword lying quietly on the ground of Sword State City. There were many origins of the sword range. Until now, no one had been able to find out the true origin of the sword range. Because of this, the sword range was even more mysterious. 3 days ago, the strange movement of the sword range had shaken the entire Sword State City. Countless forces were paying attention to the sword range's situation. Today was the most important day in Sword State City, because there was a gap in the sword range's defense mechanism. This gap allowed warriors below the 7th level of the Qi High Realm to enter. Although it was not enough for everyone to enter, it was enough. Many forces were rolling up their sleeves and sending their 6th-level Qi High Realm warriors into the sword range. Fang Chen, a nobody in the Golden Crown Nation, had relied on his own hard work to get to where he was now, step by step. When he first arrived in Sword State City, he easily joined the worshipping sword sect. He even performed outstandingly in the outer sect. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, no one dared to doubt his strength. This time, the Sword Reverence sect had sent many warriors into the sword range. Among them, Fang Chen could only be considered an ordinary warrior. As soon as he entered the sword range, Fang Chen felt a biting cold sword intent rushing towards him. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. If this sword will had the intention to kill them, they would not have been able to escape. Is this the inner area of the sword range? The sword range was divided into the inner and outer regions. Over the years, the major forces of the Sword State City had already finished exploring the outer regions of the sword range. Some of the supreme treasures in the periphery had also been excavated by the major forces. As for the inner area of the sword range, no one could enter it. No, to be exact, ordinary people were unable to enter at all. However, there were always some monstrous geniuses who were able to enter. It was said that 10 years ago, a young genius had entered the inner area of the sword range. This matter had shaken the entire Sword Continent city. After that young warrior had come out of the sword range, his sword intent had undergone a great change. Since then, his strength had continuously increased. Everyone was extremely shocked. They were even more convinced that the inner area of the sword range must have extraordinary opportunities. Over the years, the major forces of the Sword State City had been constantly searching for a way to enter the inner area of the sword range. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they still could not figure out how to enter the sword range. Because of this, the major forces of the Sword State City, led by the Sword Reverence sect, had personally invited some experts on the Martial Marquis list to observe the inner area of the sword range. However, it was still to no avail. Even the experts on the Martial Marquis list were unable to find a way to enter the inner area of the sword range. They had also tried to forcibly break through the restriction, but this method was simply not feasible. This time, there was a gap in the restriction. This was the first time in the history of the sword range that something like this had happened. Therefore, when the major forces of the Sword State City received this news, they went crazy. On the spacious ground, there were countless long swords standing in a forest. These long swords were surrounded by an extremely majestic aura. This is the Sword Forest. Fang Chen looked at the spacious ground in front of him. His heart was filled with shock. At this moment, there were many young warriors beside Fang Chen. These warriors were disciples of the Sword Reverence sect, and there were also disciples from other sects. However, due to the gap in the sword range's restriction, they had all scattered. The disciples of the Sword Reverence sect who were with Fang Chen were generally weaker than Fang Chen. Therefore, after they had recognized their surroundings, they directly followed Fang Chen as their leader. Sword Forest, it's actually the Sword Forest. Suddenly, a disciple shouted. Fang Chen had also seen the Sword Forest before. He had even entered the Sword Forest. However, that Sword Forest could not be compared to the Sword Forest in front of him. The legend is indeed true. Ha! Suddenly, a man in azure clothes revealed a wild smile. Looking at the Sword Forest in front of him, his eyes were incomparably hot. What legend? The other disciples asked. A long time ago, some experts of the older generation in Sword Prefecture City once said that someone had entered the inner area of the sword range. It is said that there are natural sword forests in the inner area of the sword range. Within the sword forest, there are countless peerless swords. If you can communicate with one of the peerless swords, it will recognize you as its master. The man in azure clothes continued. Moreover, the lowest grade of these peerless swords is a supreme origin grade weapon. The man in azure clothes continued. Hearing this news, the crowd was in an uproar. Their eyes were incomparably hot. They had not expected to encounter the legendary sword forest as soon as they entered the inner area of the sword range. Could it be that there is more than one sword forest in the inner area of the sword range? Fang Chen asked. There was a vigorous aura around the sword forest. At a glance, it was clear that there was an extremely complex formation in the sword forest. If you want to communicate with the peerless swords, you must enter the sword forest. However, if you recklessly enter the sword forest, not only will you not be able to enter, you will also be devoured by the sword forest. The only way to enter the sword forest is to follow the rules of the peerless formation in the sword forest. Hearing this, the crowd curled their lips. The formation in the sword forest was too powerful. They could not see through the essence of the formation. How could they enter the sword forest? It is not easy to encounter the sword forest. How can I let go of such a great opportunity? As soon as the green-robed man finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man suddenly shouted loudly. In the next moment, the burly man's body flashed and he directly stepped into the sword forest. It was obvious that the burly man did not follow any rules at all. He was simply rampaging. All the martialists stared at the burly man. They wanted to see if this method would work. Haha, the peerless swords are mine. The burly man entered the sword forest. Although he felt a great pressure, he still moved forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the nearest peerless sword. Rumors are just rumors. The burly man stretched out his hand and grabbed the peerless sword in front of him. Buzz. In an instant, the peerless sword buzzed. Then, the entire sword forest emitted a strange sound. Seeing this scene, many cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief. Could he really succeed? Could it be that the legends passed down by the older generation are false? There is no formation here at all? Many disciples could not wait to enter the sword forest. Only Fang Chen frowned and showed a trace of doubt on his face. Boom! Fang Chen felt that something wasn't right, but he wasn't sure what it was. Just as he was pondering, a deafening voice suddenly entered his ears. In the sword forest, thousands of swords were trembling. The peerless sword in the burly man's hand buzzed. In the next moment, the burly man did not even have the chance to speak. He was directly sent flying by the peerless sword. Crack! The burly man's body exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Blood spurted out. This, many warriors who were preparing to enter the sword forest stopped in their tracks. In their eyes there was a trace of fear. After the burly man was sent flying, the peerless sword calmed down again. The thousands of swords in the sword forest also calmed down. At this moment, the entire sword forest was extremely strange. This sword forest is full of evil. Fang Chen frowned and thought to himself. The burly man's cultivation was at the peak of the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Although he was not the strongest among the disciples, he was directly sent flying by the sword forest. He did not even have the chance to dodge before he lost his life. It was too scary. To enter the sword forest, one must find this peerless formation. Or else death is certain. Fang Chen came to this conclusion. Oh my God, so the legend is true. Damn it, I almost went in. The sword forest's reflection is too strong. A peak 5th level Qi High warrior was instantly killed. Damn it, the sword forest is right in front of us, but we can't enter. Many of the cultivators were discussing amongst themselves. Some of them were even cursing and swearing. Senior Fang, what should we do next? The reverenced sword sect disciple beside Fang Chen asked softly. Wait. Fang Chen only said this one word. Because the sword forest was too strange, before he understood the formation, he did not dare to rashly enter. Buzzin' the sword forest, thousands of swords were quietly inserted into the ground. There was a peerless formation around them. In the sky above the sword forest, there was also a majestic sword in tint. What is in the sword forest? Fang Chen squinted his eyes. His soul was constantly approaching the sword forest. But before he reached the edge of the sword forest, he could not advance any further. This time, the warriors who entered the sword forest were mostly at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi High Realm. With the strength of these warriors, it was impossible for them to completely understand the formation. Chapter 291. Opportunity and danger coexisted. For all the martialists, this was an opportunity. However, everyone knew that this opportunity was accompanied by unprecedented danger. Even so, all the martialists stared at the sword forest with bloodshot eyes. They did not want to give up just like that. Cultivation was a path that defied the heavens. Therefore, most martialists would not give in the face of difficulties. How many years had it been since such an opportunity had appeared in the inner area of the sword range? How could they not seize it? Fang Chen was no exception. His eyes flickered as he pondered the secret of the sword forest. While Fang Chen was pondering, many other martialists, who believed that they could find the supreme array hidden in the sword forest, headed straight for the sword forest. However, without exception, no one could see through the supreme array, let alone obtain the supreme sword that belonged to them. Time passed slowly. Most of the martialists had failed. Only Fang Chen had not made a move. His eyes were filled with a profound look. After an hour, Fang Chen's body suddenly trembled slightly. Then, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, the golden heart in his body was trembling rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chen seemed to be able to sense that the invisible sword intent emitted by the golden heart was resonating with the majestic sword intent contained in the sword forest. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Fang Chen had long known about the mystery of the golden heart. Now, the golden heart was once again displaying its abnormal ability. After the invisible sword intent emitted by the golden heart entered the sword forest, the majestic sword intent in the entire sword forest suddenly gathered together. Buzz! In the silent sword forest, tens of thousands of swords suddenly trembled. Then, they swayed in the direction of Fang Chen. Tens of thousands of swords worshipped and cried. Of course, only Fang Chen knew about all this. The other martialists did not know at all. The supreme sword in the sword forest is trembling. What exactly is happening? Could it be that the supreme sword in the sword forest is about to fly out? Be careful. Something big must be happening here. Many warriors were extremely nervous when they saw this scene. Only Fang Chen was shocked. 10,000 swords worship, 10,000 swords cry. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared at the 10,000 supreme swords in the forest. His mind was in turmoil. What was the origin of this golden heart that could make the peerless swords in the sword forest worship it? To be more precise, it should be the giant golden sword that tore through the sky and caused Fang Chen to cross over to the ancient sword continent. What was its origin? At this moment, all the swords in the forest of swords were clearly worshipping the golden heart in Fang Chen's heart. While Fang Chen was still in shock, he looked at the sky above the sword forest and suddenly discovered that there were many complicated veins around the forest. These veins contained a majestic aura. Could this be the supreme array in the sword forest? Fang Chen was surprised again. However, Fang Chen immediately understood that this was all because of the golden heart. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the sword forest. Seeing Fang Chen's actions, many warriors had mocking expressions on their faces. Is this kid's brain fried? To actually enter the sword forest at this time, he's really courting death. He's an outer disciple of the sword-worshipping sect and offended Grandmaster Luo Hanshan. This kid is too conceited. Isn't he just a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect? What's so great about him? Many warriors mocked Fang Chen when they saw him walking towards the sword forest. They were waiting for Fang Chen to be sent flying by the supreme array in the sword forest. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking towards the sword forest step by step. With every step he took, a majestic sword intent would emerge in his mind. The second minor level of the sword concept, a majestic sword intent, surrounded Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen discovered that when he approached the sword forest, the sword intent around him was wildly absorbed by the sword forest. Why is the sword forest absorbing my sword intent? Although Fang Chen was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it and continued walking forward. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen reached the edge of the sword forest. At this moment, Fang Chen was already within reach of the supreme treasured swords in the sword forest. However, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to enter the sword forest. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly and carefully felt the supreme array in the sword forest. The moment Fang Chen closed his eyes, his soul left his body. Red level soul entered the sword forest. In an instant, strands of formless sword intent followed his soul and entered the sword forest. Fang Chen suddenly discovered that a map had appeared in his mind. This map was the distribution of the array bases of the supreme array in the sword forest. I see. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. He then opened his eyes and stepped into the forest of swords without hesitation. The moment Fang Chen stepped into the sword forest, the thousands of swords suddenly stopped trembling and their cries disappeared. A majestic sword intent instantly enveloped Fang Chen. Then, this sword intent actually lifted Fang Chen's body and made Fang Chen's body float above the sword forest. What a strong sword intent! Fang Chen could feel that the sword intent in the sword forest was too strong. However, this sword intent didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings. In the sword forest, the supreme treasured swords were silent. The sword intent around Fang Chen was constantly being integrated into the sword forest. He entered the sword forest and is fine. Is this true? Seeing Fang Chen enter the sword forest unscathed, many warriors' eyes lit up and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Could it be that the supreme array has disappeared? A warrior exclaimed. In the next moment, this warrior's figure flashed and directly rushed towards the sword forest. However, before he could get close to the sword forest, he was sent flying by the sword forest. His body was instantly mutilated. Many martialists, who had been itching to make a move, stopped in their tracks. Their hearts were even more shaken. How did he do it? This question surfaced in many people's minds. At the moment, Fang Chen was floating in the air above the sword forest, quietly observing the supreme treasured swords in the forest. A minute later, an earth-shattering sword chime suddenly rang out in everyone's ears and pierced through the clouds. In the next moment, in a certain area of the sword forest, a supreme treasured sword was instantly pulled out from the ground and leaped into the sky. A beam of cold light suddenly appeared and rushed into the sky. Dong! The whole earth was trembling, but the sword forest was silent. Only the supreme treasured sword floating in the sky constantly emitted sword cries. Under everyone's stunned gazes, this supreme treasured sword slowly appeared in front of Fang Chen. The tip of the sword gently swayed towards Fang Chen. The supreme treasured sword that belongs to me? Fang Chen looked at the supreme treasured sword in front of him and revealed a brilliant smile. This supreme treasured sword was a treasured sword in the sword forest. Its power must be extraordinary. Crash! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen grasped the supreme treasured sword. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with a tyrannical sword cry. After Fang Chen grasped the supreme treasured sword, the sword emitted a dazzling light that dissipated in an instant. Under closer inspection, this supreme treasured sword looked like an ordinary longsword. However, when Fang Chen grasped the supreme treasured sword, his heart was shaken. A clear stream flowed out from the supreme treasured sword and drilled into Fang Chen's palm. Fang Chen was shocked. A water-attributed supreme treasured sword. Fang Chen thought to himself. This supreme treasured sword was not only a water-attributed sword, but also a mid-grade spiritual weapon. It was much stronger than Fang Chen's low-grade spiritual weapon, the hidden dragon sword. Thinking of this, the smile on Fang Chen's face grew wider. Crash! After Fang Chen obtained the supreme treasured sword, his body instantly appeared outside the sword forest. He cupped his hands towards the sword forest. The tens of thousands of swords in the sword forest cheered. They were happy for this supreme treasured sword. After being lonely for tens of thousands of years, it finally found its master. After that, the sword forest fell into silence once again, as if nothing had happened. Fang Chen held the supreme treasured sword in his hand, his face full of smiles. The disciples of the Sword Reverence sect congratulated Fang Chen one after another. As for the disciples of the other sect, they stared at Fang Chen with unfriendly eyes. No, to be exact, they were staring at the supreme treasured sword in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen, how did you enter the sword forest? Suddenly, a voice entered everyone's ears. Fang Chen raised his head to look. The person who spoke was the man in green from before. Although he hid it very well, Fang Chen could still see the greed in his eyes. Hearing the man in green's question, the eyes of many cultivators lit up. They all stared at Fang Chen. Why should I tell you? Fang Chen asked in return. Hearing this, the man in green's face changed slightly. He said coldly, Fang Chen, although you are a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, you should know the current situation. If you don't tell me how to enter the sword forest, you will not be able to leave this place. Of course, if you don't want to tell me how to enter the sword forest, you only need to give me your supreme treasured sword. The man in green was overbearing. Among all the cultivators, the man in green was the strongest. He was also an elite disciple of a sect in the Sword State City. His name was Shangguanxiu. Although he was at the early stage of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, he believed that he could defeat Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm. Those who did not know would not know that Fang Chen had once killed Emohan. Fang Chen squinted his eyes. In his eyes, a trace of killing intent flashed. Chapter 292. What if I don't choose either? When Fang Chen said these words, the crowd went into an uproar. Countless warriors stared at Fang Chen. They wanted to know what would happen next. Shangguanxiu, in the younger generation of the Sword State City, was famous for hiding a dagger behind his smile. If you met him for the first time, you would definitely be mesmerized by his smile. You might even be stabbed by him unknowingly. However, Shangguanxiu's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Among the people present, he had the highest cultivation. Thus, he was confident that he could snatch the peerless sword from Fang Chen's hands and even make him reveal the secret of entering the sword forest. Are you looking for death? Shangguanxiu narrowed his eyes and said coldly with a gloomy face. If Shangguanxiu was not prepared to make a move before, then now, a trace of killing intent had appeared in his heart. So what if Shangguanxiu was a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect? After entering the Sword Mountain, the life and death of all the disciples of the sect was up to the heavens. Even if he really killed Fang Chen, the sword-worshipping sect would not become enemies with his sect because of Fang Chen. Shangguanxiu was certain of this. His whole body vaguely emitted a wild aura. He wanted to use this aura to suppress Fang Chen and force him to retreat. However, his idea was very naive. It was so naive that even Fang Chen felt it was laughable. Whether I'm looking for death or not, it's not up to you to decide. However, I can tell you with certainty that you are looking for death. Fang Chen said calmly. Boom! A majestic aura shot up to the clouds. At this moment, Shangguanxiu's body was emitting a wild aura. His eyes were filled with anger. Fang Chen, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Next, I will kill you with my own hands and take away your peerless sword. Shangguanxiu said angrily. Fang Chen did not say anything. He only shook his head lightly. The sword-worshipping sect disciples behind Fang Chen looked at Shangguan Xiu with a playful smile. They knew how strong Fang Chen was. He could even kill Elder Mo Yiqing's grandson, Mo Han. A mere Shangguan Xiu was nothing. How dare he show off in front of Fang Chen? From now on, your life belongs to me. Shangguan Xiu's thunderous voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Shangguan Xiu's words were full of contempt. I will kill you in 3 breaths. Fang Chen slowly stretched out 3 fingers and said. Hearing his words, the surrounding cultivators all thought that he had gone mad. He actually dared to say that he would kill Shangguan Xiu within 3 breaths of time. None of the cultivators were optimistic about Fang Chen's chances, thinking that he was too arrogant. Only the sword-worshipping sect's disciples knew that if Fang Chen went out, he would definitely succeed. Good, very good. I want to see how you will kill me in 3 breaths. Shangguan Xiu roared. In a flash, he charged at Fang Chen. At the same time, he clenched his fists and gathered all the spiritual qi in his body on his fist. He punched at Fang Chen. This punch was incredibly powerful, and was the most powerful attack Shangguan Xiu could muster. He wanted to use the force of a thunderbolt to kill this arrogant idiot. Childish. Seeing Shangguan Xiu rushing over, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He didn't even use the 5th level of the water and fire sword technique. He waved the peerless sword in his hand, and a monstrous sword intent instantly filled the entire land. In the next moment, a cold light flashed, followed by a miserable cry. Everyone looked over and saw a figure lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood, and one of his arms had been cut off. It's Shangguan Xiu! Someone exclaimed. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked at Fang Chen in shock. It was as if they were looking at a demon. Heavens, he defeated Shangguan Xiu in 1 move. Are all the disciples of the worshipping sword sect so strong? His strength is at least at the mid-6 qi high realm. Many of the cultivators were shocked. Before this, none of them thought that Fang Chen could defeat Shangguan Xiu. However, Fang Chen had used his actions to ruthlessly slap them in the face. At that moment, Shangguan Xiu was lying on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. How can he be so strong? Shangguan Xiu thought to himself. Fang Chen walked towards Shangguan Xiu step by step. His face was expressionless. He said slowly, The 3 breaths time is not up yet. What are you doing? Shangguan Xiu saw Fang Chen walking towards him. His face showed a trace of fear and he kept retreating. I said that I will kill you in 3 breaths time. I am a man of my words, Fang Chen said softly. At the same time, the mid-level spiritual weapon in his hand stabbed towards Shangguan Xiu. You can't kill me, or else my big brother will not let you go. Shangguan Xiu felt the killing intent from Fang Chen and shouted in fear. But Fang Chen did not care about his threat. He raised his sword and killed Shangguan Xiu. Kacha Shangguan Xiu's body exploded. Within 3 breaths time, Shangguan Xiu was killed. Fang Chen's methods shocked all the cultivators present. They looked at Fang Chen in fear, afraid that they would be implicated in Fang Chen's anger. Fang Chen looked at the crowd. Wherever his eyes passed, countless cultivators would avoid him. Finally, Fang Chen glanced at the sword reverence sect's disciples. He prepared to lead them away. Although there were tens of thousands of swords in the sword forest, if you didn't have an opportunity, you wouldn't be able to obtain a peerless sword that belonged to you. Fang Chen being able to obtain a peerless sword didn't mean other disciples would be able to obtain one. Furthermore, Fang Chen had no obligation to help other disciples obtain a peerless sword. When Fang Chen wanted to leave, the surrounding cultivators didn't dare to stop him. They all moved aside. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, an uninvited guest appeared. Brother Xian, there are a lot of people ahead. Could it be a priceless treasure has appeared? A cultivator laughed. Let's go take a look. Luo Xian nodded and quickly walked towards the crowd. Just as he was about to reach the crowd, he suddenly felt a boundless sword intent. In the next instant, a golden light shot out of his eyes. That was because he had discovered the sword forest. It's actually the legendary sword forest. Even with Luo Xian's mentality, he was extremely excited at this moment. Luo Xian had naturally heard of the legend of the sword forest. Before entering the inner area of the Sword Mountain, he had thought about how to discover the sword forest. He hadn't expected to stumble upon the sword forest by chance. It's said that there are peerless swords in the sword forest. If I can obtain them, my strength will definitely soar. Luo Xian quickly ran towards the sword forest. However, at this moment, the cultivator behind Luo Xian spotted Fang Chen in the crowd. He whispered, "Brother Xian, it's Fang Chen." Hearing this, Luo Xian stopped in his tracks. He followed the cultivator's gaze and saw Fang Chen in the sword reverence sex area. When he saw Fang Chen, his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Fang Chen, you've really been searching high and low for a long time, only to find you without any effort." Luo Xian's face was gloomy as he walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen also noticed Luo Xian. A trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. In his heart, he would never forget. That day, Luo Han and Luo Xian had joined forces to humiliate him. He had almost lost his life at Luo Hanshan's hands. Fang Chen had said that he would definitely take revenge for this. Now that he had met Luo Xian in the inner area of the Sword Mountain, Fang Chen wanted to collect some interest first. "What a coincidence to meet you here," Fang Chen said coldly. At this moment, Luo Xian saw a pool of blood on the ground. His eyes flickered as he grabbed a cultivator beside him and asked coldly, "What happened here?" The cultivator told Luo Xian everything that had happened. When Luo Xian heard that Fang Chen had obtained a peerless sword, his eyes were filled with greed. However, when he heard that Fang Chen had killed Shangguan Xiu in 3 breaths of time, his expression changed slightly. After hearing everything, Luo Xian looked deeply at Fang Chen and said coldly, "Fang Chen, I have to say that your luck is really too good. You had just entered the inner area of the Sword Mountain and encountered the Sword Forest. You even obtained a peerless sword from the Sword Forest," Luo Xian said slowly. "Hand over the method to enter the Sword Forest and the peerless sword in your hands, and I will leave you with a complete corpse," Luo Xian said suddenly. Although Luo Xian knew that Shangguan Xiu had been killed by Fang Chen, he was not afraid at all. This was because with Luo Hanshan's help, his cultivation had reached the 6th Qi High Realm. Although they were both at the 6th Qi High Realm, his strength was several times stronger than Shangguan Xiu's. Moreover, with Luo Hanshan's guidance, his profound river swordsmanship had also been trained to the perfection stage. It was very powerful, and his strength could even defeat a mid-stage 6th Qi High Realm warrior. Therefore, after hearing that Fang Chen had killed Shangguan Xiu in 3 breaths of time, Luo Xian was only slightly moved, and was not afraid at all. At this moment, Luo Xian revealed his true nature. Not only did he want to obtain Fang Chen's peerless sword and the method to enter the Sword Forest, but he also wanted to kill Fang Chen. Therefore, whether Fang Chen said it or not, he would die at Luo Xian's hands. "How much stronger do you think you are compared to Shangguan Xiu?" Fang Chen looked at Luo Xian and asked coldly. "Fang Chen, don't think that you can withstand my attack just because you killed Shangguan Xiu. Let me tell you, you will die today." Luo Xian said coldly, "Those who offend me and my martial uncle will not be able to survive." The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. He had just killed Shangguan Xiu, and now Luo Xian had appeared. They did not know if Fang Chen could handle it. Fang Chen held the peerless sword in his hand, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He was mocking Luo Xian, who did not seem to recognize reality. In Fang Chen's eyes, killing Luo Xian was as easy as killing an ant. Chapter 293. Luo Xian had a sinister smile on his face. He believed that he had defeated Fang Chen for sure. He was very happy to be able to kill Fang Chen. Who was Luo Xian? He was the only disciple of alchemy Grandmaster Luo He. He had received an invitation from the Luo family as soon as he had entered Sword State City. Luo Xian was very proud because he had the backing of alchemy Grandmaster Luo He. He believed that he was a genius among the younger generation. When he had first entered Sword State City, he had said that he would be the newcomer king of Sword State City in the near future. However, he had finally tasted defeat when he had met Fang Chun. It had been a very unpleasant feeling. Fang Chun had defeated him mercilessly, which had made him furious. In the following days, Luo Xian had been thinking about defeating or even killing Fang Chun. His cultivation base had soared and his confidence had swelled. Now that he had met Fang Chun, he naturally wanted to get rid of this thorn in his side. Fang Chun, you will pay the price for your arrogance, Luo Xian said coldly. Fang Chun shook his head and clenched the mid-grade spiritual weapon in his hand tightly. The sound of a sword chime was instantly heard by everyone. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sword chime. It was indeed a spiritual weapon. Its power was too tyrannical. Luo Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the peerless sword in Fang Chun's hand. He said coldly, "It's a waste for such a precious sword to be in your hands." As soon as Luo Xian finished speaking, his body flashed and his wrist shook. The long sword instantly streaked across the void in an extremely strange trajectory. Profound river swordsmanship. Luo Xian roared suddenly. The profound river swordsmanship, which was at the great perfection stage, was activated to the extreme. Sword lights were suspended in the sky above Luo Xian's head. The profound river swordsmanship could only form a sword river when it was cultivated to the transformation stage. Luo Xian had only cultivated the profound river swordsmanship to the great perfection stage and was unable to form a complete sword river. Crash! As Luo Xian exerted his full power, the Black River sword technique erupted with a dazzling light. The sword light in the sky actually started to converge slowly. Although the profound river sword technique could only form a sword river at the transformative level, the profound river sword technique at the perfected level could also form a sword river. Luo Xian believed that this wrinkle was enough to deal with Fang Chun. Fang Chun didn't want to waste any more time when he saw Luo Xian execute the profound river sword technique. Deep down, he hated Luo Xian too much. He wanted to kill Luo Xian. He did not want to give Luo Xian any chance. Therefore, Fang Chun did not hesitate to use the water and fire sword technique. The fifth level of the water-fire sword technique suddenly floated in the sky. In an instant, the peerless sword in Fang Chun's hand danced in the air, creating streaks of cold light. At this moment, Fang Chun's figure moved slightly, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Looking at the water and fire sword light in the sky, Fang Chun's mind was filled with the two essences of water and fire, which complemented each other. When Fang Chun had obtained the peerless sword, he had known that it was a water attribute spiritual weapon. At this moment, the water attribute of the peerless sword was completely exposed. Due to the water-attributed peerless treasured sword, his state of water had temporarily reached the second minor realm. This time, when Fang Chun executed the fifth layer of the water and fire sword technique, its might was much stronger than before. Crash! The piercing cold water and fire sword light suddenly pierced the sky above the wrinkle of the sword river. Boom! An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the sky. When the water and fire sword light collided with the wrinkle of the sword river, a powerful energy erupted. Humph! You will definitely die under my profound river sword technique. Luo Xian was very confident that the profound river sword technique would be able to kill Fang Chun. Break! Fang Chun did not pay attention to Luo Xian and said softly. In the next moment, the peerless sword in Fang Chun's hand suddenly pierced into the wrinkle of the sword river. The originally sturdy wrinkle of the sword river was instantly shattered under Fang Chun's attack. Countless cracks appeared on it. Crack! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the wrinkle of the sword river was instantly shattered. At the same time, a powerful recoil force pushed Luo Xian back, causing him to spit out blood. How is this possible? Luo Xian's eyes were filled with shock. He stared at Fang Chen and cried out involuntarily. How could my profound river sword technique be defeated by him? Luo Xian could not understand. At this moment, all the warriors were shocked. They were completely shocked. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. Not only did he kill Shangguanxiu, he also defeated Luo Xian in one move. With such strength, even a mid-stage 6 high warrior would not be his opponent. Could it be that his strength is comparable to a late-stage 6 high warrior? Someone said in a low voice. Luo Xian's face was ferocious as he looked at Fang Chen. He could not accept the fact in front of him. Before entering the sword range, with Luo Hanshan's guidance, he had broken through to the 6 high realm. Moreover, his profound river sword technique had been trained to the perfection stage. He thought that he could kill Fang Chen. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. He was so strong that Luo Xian could not resist at all. How could this be? Luo Xian regretted not letting his martial uncle Luo Hanshan kill Fang Chen directly. If that was the case, today's scene would not have happened. It must be because of his exquisite sword technique. If it was not for this sword technique, he would not be able to defeat me. Luo Xian thought to himself. A sword technique that even my profound river sword technique could not compete with. It is too strong. As long as the green hills are there, there is hope. In an instant, Luo Xian made the decision to escape. Luo Xian was able to become the disciple of the alchemy grandmaster Luo He. Not only was his talent outstanding, but his intelligence was also very high. Therefore, when he knew that he could not defeat Fang Chen, he immediately wanted to escape. He was the disciple of the alchemy grandmaster Luo He. As long as he could stay alive, he would definitely be able to make a comeback in the future. Moreover, this was the inner area of the sword range. Even his martial uncle Luo Hanshan could not enter. Other than himself, no one could save him. Therefore, he wanted to escape. Once I get out, I must let my martial uncle kill him. Luo Xian finally realized how strong Fang Chen was. This child's talent was too strong. He could not be allowed to continue growing. Let's go! Luo Xian shouted. His body flashed and his speed reached its peak. He directly flew into the distance. Seeing Luo Xian escape, Fang Chen coldly snorted and said, "Want to leave?" Today, Fang Chen would definitely not let Luo Xian go. The humiliation of that day had always been engraved in Fang Chen's heart. He had said that as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Luo Xian and Luo Hanshan. Luo Xian's escape shocked many of the surrounding cultivators. As for the cultivators that Luo Xian had brought, seeing that the situation was bad, they also scattered and fled. Before Fang Chen left, he ordered the Sword Reverence sect's disciples to evacuate while he chased after Luo Xian with all his strength. Whoosh! Whoosh! Luo Xian's speed was very fast, but Fang Chen's speed was even faster. It didn't take long for him to see Luo Xian's figure. At this moment, Luo Xian deeply felt Fang Chen's killing intent. A trace of panic appeared in his heart. I can't die. I must get out alive, Luo Xian said inwardly. Seeing that Fang Chen was about to catch up, Luo Xian's wrist shook and a talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. There were some strange handwriting on the talisman, and there was a cyan light on the back. After taking out the talisman, Luo Xian's fingers exerted a little force and directly crushed the talisman. In the next moment, a majestic concept of wind suddenly appeared above the shattered talisman. Then, this dense wind concept directly merged into Luo Xian's body. Luo Xian's speed suddenly increased by 3 times, instantly leaving Fang Chen far behind. That's a talisman. Seeing Luo Xian's speed suddenly increase, Fang Chen said inwardly. Talismans were a very mysterious thing. Only talisman masters could inscribe them. On the ancient sword continent, talisman masters were very rare. If you wanted to obtain a talisman, you had to ask a talisman master for help. The talisman that Luo Xian had crushed earlier had been inscribed with the concept of wind by a talisman master. As long as the talisman was crushed, the concept of wind inside would gush out, allowing the cultivator to absorb the concept of wind 3 times faster. This was just a simple talisman. However, it was an excellent escape talisman. There was a time limit to the use of the talisman. Once the time was up, the talisman's energy would dissipate. Fang Chun had some knowledge about talismans before and knew that talismans had a time limit. Therefore, when he saw Luo Xian's speed suddenly increase, he did not give up. I don't believe that you can escape far. Fang Chun directly chased in the direction that Luo Xian had fled. After using the talisman, Luo Xian's speed suddenly increased sharply. Fang Chun had long been left behind. However, he still did not let down his guard. He used the power of the talisman to quickly advance. After a full quarter of an hour, Luo Xian finally stopped because the time limit of the talisman was up. The wind concept in his body had disappeared. Fang Chun, I will definitely kill you one day. Luo Xian's heart was filled with hatred. If it hadn't been for the life-saving talisman that his master had given him, he would have already died at the hands of Fang Chun. Back when he had left the north and entered the central region, Luo He's master had said that the central region was filled with heroes and countless powerhouses. Luo Xian had to be extra careful. However, Luo He was still not at ease. She had given Luo Xian a life-saving talisman. When he encountered danger, he could crush the talisman and escape. Although he had used the talisman, Luo Xian felt that it was worth it to shake off Fang Chun. As for Fang Chun, he was currently chasing after Luo Xian with all his might. However, Luo Xian had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it, if I miss this opportunity, I will definitely not be able to kill Luo Xian so easily in the future. Fang Chun was secretly anxious. However, at this moment, the little mouse silently appeared on Fang Chun's shoulder. It gestured with its little paws and chirped non-stop. When he saw the little mouse's gestures, Fang Chun's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Are you saying that you can find Luo Xian?" The little mouse quickly nodded when it heard this. Then, it took a deep breath and its little eyes flickered. Finally, it decided on a direction and quickly led the way. Fang Chun did not suspect anything and followed the little mouse quickly. Chapter 294. The talisman has been used. We must be careful not to meet Fang Chun again, Luo Xian said in a low voice. At this moment, Luo Xian thought that he had shaken off Fang Chun's pursuit. He looked around and realized that there was a dense forest in front of him. The forest faintly emitted an ancient aura. Roar. Just as Luo Xian was about to check out the forest, the roar of a beast suddenly came from the forest, shocking Luo Xian. There are demonic beasts in the forest, Luo Xian said in a low voice. Then, Luo Xian stepped forward and prepared to enter the forest. However, at this moment, Luo Xian suddenly felt a familiar aura behind him. In the next moment, Luo Xian's face changed drastically. How is this possible? Why is he chasing me? Luo Xian's face was full of shock. He had already used the talisman and left Fang Chun behind. He did not expect Fang Chun to catch up in such a short time. No, I have no more talismans. I can't let him catch me. Thinking of this, Luo Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the dense forest. Whoosh! Fang Chun followed the little mouse and appeared in front of the dense forest. He saw Luo Xian enter the forest and a wild smile appeared on his face. He gently stroked the little mouse with his palm. The latter raised its little paw and chirped non-stop. Fang Chun nodded and then took out a small piece of meteoric metal from his space ring and handed it to the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse took the meteoric metal and happily ate it. Luo Xian, this time, no matter what, you must die. Fang Chen said coldly. Then, Fang Chen entered the dense forest. As soon as he entered the forest, Fang Chen felt that there was a very special aura in the forest that made him feel a little depressed. What is in this forest? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. At this moment, Fang Chen saw Luo Xian in the distance. In a flash, he chased after Luo Xian. Luo Xian, you will definitely die, Fang Chen said angrily. At this moment, Luo Xian was in a panic. He fled quickly. Because he didn't have a talisman, his speed wasn't as fast as Fang Chen's. Soon, Fang Chen caught up with him. I can't let him catch me, Luo Xian screamed in his heart. At this moment, a demonic beast appeared in front of him. Luo Xian's eyes lit up as he dashed towards the demonic beast. When Luo Xian was about to approach the beast, he flicked his wrist and a sword light instantly slashed at the beast. After doing all this, Luo Xian's body quickly drilled into the forest from the side. Roar! After the hunting fox was struck by Luo Xian's sword beam, a trace of blood appeared on its body. It looked up to the sky in anger. At this moment, Fang Chen happened to appear in front of it. It regarded Fang Chen as an enemy. Hunting Fox roared and extended its claws to attack Fang Chen. Level 5 of the Fire-Water Sword Technique. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't want to waste any time. He immediately executed Level 5 of the Fire-Water Sword Technique. A majestic sword light slashed the hunting fox's body, killing it instantly. However, before the hunting fox died, it let out a furious roar. This roar shook all the demonic beasts in the forest. Immediately after, Fang Chen heard countless beastly roars coming from the surroundings. Damn it, I've alerted the other demonic beasts. Fang Chen cursed in his heart. His body flashed and he prepared to leave. Soon, a group of hunting foxes appeared in front of Fang Chen and surrounded Fang Chen. Hunting foxes were demonic beasts that lived in group. The hunting fox that was killed by Fang Chen was an underage one. It accidentally left the group and was killed by Fang Chen. At this moment, a large number of hunting foxes appeared and surrounded Fang Chen. When they saw Fang Chen kill a hunting fox, they were furious and wanted to tear Fang Chen apart. Hunting Fox Pack. Fang Chen's face darkened. He didn't expect Luo Xian to use this trick on him. How sinister. Right now, there was no other way but to fight to the death. Fang Chen held a middle-grade spirit weapon in his hand. His body was covered with dense sword intent. His eyes were filled with madness. Roar. The surrounding hunting foxes roared towards the sky. However, just as Fang Chen was about to use the 5th level of the Fire-Water Sword Technique, the little mouse suddenly stood on Fang Chen's shoulder and chirped. It seemed to be very angry. The moment the little mouse appeared, the surrounding hunting foxes that were ready to make a move actually stopped in their track. Their eyes were filled with fear as they continuously retreated. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse kept gesturing with its little claws while squeaking noises came out of its mouth. It seemed to be conversing with the hunting foxes. Hearing the little mouse's voice, the hunting fox's eyes were filled with fear. In an instant, the little mouse's body emitted a purple halo. In the next moment, the hunting foxes retreated once again. They roared towards the sky as if they were conversing with the little mouse. In the blink of an eye, the hunting foxes gave up on attacking Fang Chen. They were afraid of the little mouse. Seeing this, the little mouse turned to Fang Chen and chirped. You're saying that they will help us find Luo Xian? Fang Chen asked in disbelief. The little mouse quickly nodded. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Although he already knew that the little mouse must be from a mysterious tribe, he did not expect the little mouse to be so powerful. Even the powerful hunting foxes were afraid of the little mouse. Roar. Under the command of the little mouse, the hunting foxes quickly retreated. They were helping Fang Chen find Luo Xian. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. With the help of the hunting foxes, capturing Luo Xian would be too easy. Let's see how you escape this time, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, He quickly followed behind the hunting foxes and chased after Luo Xian. At this moment, Luo Xian had already entered the depths of the forest. He was panting heavily and his face was filled with fatigue. This time I should be able to escape from his range, Luo Xian thought to himself. At this moment, he had already entered the depths of the forest. In front of him was a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. There was a biting cold aura around the mountain peak. Luo Xian's heart palpitated even before he approached the mountain peak. Just as Luo Xian was thinking, a hunting fox suddenly appeared behind him. When the hunting fox saw Luo Xian, it immediately attacked the hunting fox. Hunting fox. Seeing that it was a hunting fox, Luo Xian snorted coldly. He held his sword and used the profound river sword technique, preparing to kill the hunting fox. However, just as he was about to attack, another hunting fox appeared. Then, another hunting fox appeared. In the blink of an eye, the number of hunting foxes increased by a lot. These hunting foxes were looking at Luo Xian with hatred. How can this be? Luo Xian's eyes were filled with confusion. Why would these hunting foxes appear here? They seemed to have come specifically to kill him. Crash! Soon, the hunting foxes appeared and surrounded Luo Xian. Just as Luo Xian was thinking, a figure appeared in front of Luo Xian. Luo Xian, how have you been? A strange smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he looked at Luo Xian and said softly, "It's you." Luo Xian cried out involuntarily when he saw Fang Chen. It was as if he had seen the devil. How can this be? In order to shake off Fang Chen, he had not hesitated to use his life-saving talisman. However, he had still been caught by Fang Chen. After entering the forest, he had led the hunting foxes to Fang Chen and let them surround Fang Chen. But now, these hunting foxes had surrounded him together with Fang Chen. Just what was going on? Luo Xian's heart was filled with fear. He didn't dare face Fang Chen head-on because Fang Chen was much stronger than him. Fang Chen, let me go this time. How about it? Luo Xian looked at Fang Chen and asked in a low voice. As matters stood, he could only pray that Fang Chen would let him go for the sake of his master, Luo He. Do you think I'll let you go? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Luo Xian's heart turned cold and his expression darkened. The instant he looked at Fang Chen, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. A sword light instantly shot towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, the hunting foxes roared and prepared to attack Luo Xian. But just at this moment, Luo Xian pushed off the ground and took advantage of the fact that Fang Chen hadn't attacked yet. His figure flashed and he stepped onto the mountain peak, quickly disappearing. Originally, the hunting foxes had wanted to chase after Luo Xian. But when they saw Luo Xian enter the mountain peak, they immediately stopped and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Fang Chen also noticed this scene. He quickly thought about it in his mind. Based on the behavior of the hunting fox group, there seemed to be even stronger demonic beasts on this mountain peak. Little Mouse chattered with the group of hunting foxes for a while, then conveyed what the group of hunting foxes said to Fang Chen. "They're saying that there's a terrifying existence on this mountain peak," said Fang Chen with shock. The hunting foxes were afraid of the terrifying existence on this mountain peak. They quickly retreated. That made Fang Chen feel very helpless. In the end, Fang Chen made a decision. He would personally enter the mountain peak to kill Luo Xian. Crash! Fang Chen brought the little mouse into the mountain peak. As soon as he entered the mountain peak, Fang Chen felt a heavy aura press down on him from all directions. Luo Xian was already halfway up the mountain. Fang Chen pushed off the ground and chased after him. At the peak of the mountain peak, there was a 100-meter-long python quietly lying there. Its entire body emitted a terrifying aura. This python was 100 meters long and 30 meters thick. It looked extremely terrifying. There was a crimson mark on its forehead. On the entire mountain peak, there was only this thick python quietly lying there. This was its territory, and it was the king of this place. It was molting. Chapter 295. The inner area of the sword range was very mysterious, and this mountain peak was a strange place. Within this area, this python was the king. This was its territory, and now this python was evolving. It could be seen that its upper body had finished shedding, leaving only a little skin on its tail. As long as it finished shedding this little bit of skin, it would successfully evolve into a python king. At that time, its strength would shock the entire inner circle of the sword range. Although the python had restrained its aura while shedding, the hunting foxes in the forest still did not dare to approach the mountain peak. This was because they knew that there was a terrifying existence on the mountain peak. Luo Xian did not know about this at all. He quickly rushed towards the mountain peak. Soon, Luo Xian appeared on the mountain peak. When he saw the shedding python, his face was filled with horror. Luo Xian's heartbeat quickened as he felt a dangerous aura. Let's go. Luo Xian chose to leave without hesitation. This was a dangerous place, so he did not dare to stay for long. At this moment, Fang Chun appeared on the mountain peak. How could he let Luo Xian go when he saw Luo Xian fleeing in a panic? Luo Xian, this is where you will be buried. Fang Chen bellowed in rage as he brandished the peerless sword in his hand. Streams of majestic sword light pierced towards Luo Xian. Pucci. Although Luo Xian tried his best to execute the profound river swordsmanship, he still could not withstand Fang Chen's fire and water swordsmanship. The piercing cold fire and water swordsmanship shattered Luo Xian's sword river swordsmanship and pierced his body. Pucci. Luo Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. In an instant, he had been severely injured by Fang Chen. Am I, Luo Xian, really going to die here? Luo Xian tried his best to stabilize his body. He stood on the mountain peak and thought to himself. His face was filled with unwillingness. He was the only disciple of the famous alchemy grandmaster Luo He in the north, and was respected by thousands of people. If he had not come to the central region, perhaps this would not have happened. I refuse to accept this. Luo Xian roared loudly. His voice was filled with desolation. Luo Xian's eyes were filled with madness as he watched Fang Chen walk over step by step. A jade pendant appeared in his hand before he crushed it forcefully. Fang Chen, I have already passed the news to my master. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, my master will avenge me. Luo Xian's eyes were crazed as he said coldly. So what? Fang Chen asked coldly. Haha, I, Luo Xian, was invincible among the younger generation in the north. I didn't expect to die in your hands in the central region. Luo Xian laughed maniacally. His face was ferocious and he wanted to vent his anger. If Luo Xian and Luo Hanshan hadn't joined forces to humiliate Fang Chen, then Fang Chen wouldn't have even put Luo Xian in his eyes. Luo Xian only had himself to blame. Luo Xian looked at Fang Chen. He knew that he would definitely die today. He had escaped for so long and even used his talisman, but he still couldn't save everything. The heavens wanted him dead. But even if he died, he wouldn't let Fang Chen have an easy time. Luo Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, a wild aura appeared around his body. Fang Chen saw this and stabbed out with his sword. The peerless mid-grade spiritual weapon instantly pierced into Luo Xian's body. With a bang, Luo Xian's body was sent flying. Luo Xian, who had been sent flying, had a crazed look in his eyes. He was actually making use of the recoil to get closer to the molting python. After Fang Chen noticed Luo Xian's actions, he suddenly looked into the distance and discovered that there was a very thick python that was shedding its skin and was about to finish shedding. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen instantly knew Luo Xian's intention. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed and waved the spirit weapon in his hand again. Rays of sword light appeared in the sky and shot towards Luo Xian, wanting to stop Luo Xian. But it was too late. Luo Xian's body crashed into the molting python with a bang. Then, Luo Xian activated the Qi in his dantian, and a wild aura appeared around him. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Luo Xian self-destructed. The self-destruction of a 6th-level Qi high warrior was extremely powerful. The force of Luo Xian's self-destruction directly hit the python's body. Crack! A bloody hole suddenly appeared on the body of the shedding python. In the next instant Luo Xian died. And at this moment, the shedding python suddenly opened its eyes. It raised its head and roared at the sky, its body emitting a terrifying aura. The worst thing about the molting process was to be interrupted. At this moment, the molting process was already interrupted. There were still some old skin left on its tail. Roar! The python opened its eyes and roared towards the sky. It hated the human in front of it for interrupting its evolution. It wanted to kill this human. The python raised its head and spat out its tongue. A wild aura instantly filled the entire mountain peak. Fang Chen saw this and wanted to escape. The python's aura was too strong and he could not withstand it. Just as Fang Chen was about to escape, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Following that, the sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Streaks of lightning snakes appeared in the sky. These lightning snakes were constantly rolling in the dark clouds. Seeing this scene, the python roared furiously. However, the python did not attack Fang Chen. Instead, it took a defensive stance. Lightning tribulation. Fang Chen looked at the lightning snakes in the sky and thought to himself, legend has it that some strong demonic beasts would face a lightning tribulation during their evolution. If they could withstand the lightning tribulation, they would evolve successfully. But if they could not withstand the lightning tribulation, they would fail to evolve. The only result of failing to evolve was death. The python also sensed the terror of the lightning snake. Its terrifying eyes stared at the lightning snakes in the sky. Rumble, rumble after rumble of thunder rang out. In the next moment, a thick lightning snake struck the python. Boom! When the lightning snake struck the python, its body instantly exploded, causing it to bleed profusely. Roar! The python roared towards the sky. If this damned human hadn't interrupted its molting, this lightning tribulation would definitely have come after it molted. At that time, it would have been completely confident that it would be able to withstand the lightning tribulation. Right now, it was heavily injured and its molting was incomplete. Its yuan qi was greatly damaged, and it was unable to withstand the lightning tribulation. Kacha, when the second lightning snake struck, the python's body was in a sorry state. Especially its tail, which had yet to molt, was directly blown apart. The python's heart was filled with hatred. It was only one step away from successfully evolving. But now it was going to die because of this. Roar! The python roared towards the sky and did its best to resist the lightning tribulation. 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays, 4 rays. In just a moment, 8 lightning snakes had already descended. The python was already on the verge of death. It lay motionless on the ground. Rumble in the sky, the 9th lightning snake was even thicker than the previous 8. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful. The python knew that it wouldn't be able to withstand the 9th lightning snake's attack. Just before the lightning snake struck, the python made a decision. Its whole body exuded a terrifying aura. In the next moment, it gathered all the aura in its body and roared fiercely. Following that, Fang Chen noticed that the surrounding boundless sword intent was crazily pouring into the python's tail. As for the part of the python's tail that hadn't molted, it had undergone a huge change. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. The python's tail was actually changing. Python's sword. When Fang Chen saw that the part of the python's tail that hadn't molted had transformed into an extremely sharp sword, he was incomparably shocked. This sword was directly connected to the python's tail. There were many python stripes on the sword's body. After doing all this, the python's body was constantly shrinking. In the end, its body had shrunk to the size of the sword. Then it looked at Fang Chen with tired eyes. It flicked its tongue and swung its tail. With a crash, the sharp sword directly slashed past Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen's figure flashed and dodged. But at this moment, Fang Chen noticed that drops of blood had appeared on his finger. Clearly, his finger had been cut by the python's sharp sword. What a sharp sword! Fang Chen was shocked. In the next moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of shock. That was because he felt that at this moment, he and the python's hearts were connected. What's going on? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. After the python finished all this, there was a drop of blood on the long sword at its tail. This drop of blood was Fang Chen's blood. The long sword at the python's tail quickly absorbed this drop of blood. Then its entire body underwent a great change. In the end, the python's entire body directly merged into the long sword. On the entire mountain, only a sharp sword was left. The python had disappeared without a trace. Is he going to use this to withstand the last tribulation lightning? Fang Chen was astonished as he looked at the long sword lying quietly on the ground. Boom! The last tribulation lightning descended and directly bombarded the long sword. This tribulation lightning was too tyrannical. The power of the bombardment caused traces of cracks to appear on the long sword. Fortunately, the long sword withstood the last tribulation lightning. Although cracks appeared on the long sword, it didn't break. Hiss! Hiss! When the last lightning snake dissipated, the sky became clear again. The dark clouds disappeared in an instant. The entire mountain peak was dead silent, as if nothing had happened just now. Looking at the weak long sword, Fang Chen was shocked. He felt that the long sword seemed to have recognized him as its master. Chapter 296. After some understanding, Fang Chen could finally confirm that the python in front of him had already recognized him as its master. Why would it recognize me as its master? Could it be that I can avoid the lightning tribulation by doing so? Fang Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, the python should hate him for interrupting its molting process. Actually, Fang Chen was half right. When the python stopped molting, it knew that it couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation. Hence, it made the final decision to transform into a sword. This was the sword range, and the python was born from the sword range. Hence, at the critical moment, its tail could transform into a sword. However, the moment it transformed into a sword, it would be sealed within the sword. Furthermore, it would have to recognize its master in order to withstand the lightning tribulation. The python had no choice but to recognize Fang Chen as its master and transform into a demon sword. Voila! After the lightning tribulation dissipated, the demon sword instantly appeared in Fang Chen's hands. However, the moment Fang Chen grasped the demon sword, he instantly felt a boundless killing intent. Seems like it still hates me, Fang Chen said softly. Although the python had temporarily preserved its life by transforming into a sword, it would still have to spend the rest of its life within the demon sword. Unless its master was extremely powerful and could help it find some heavenly treasures that would allow it to successfully escape from the demon sword. The python had only recognized Fang Chen as its master because of the situation. Hence, when Fang Chen touched the demon sword, the python transmitted a wave of hatred to him. Fang Chen looked at the demon sword and grinned. No matter what, this demon sword was extraordinary. Now that it had recognized him as its master, there was no need to worry that it would attack him. Voila! Fang Chen kept the demon sword into his interspatial ring. This demon sword was too strange. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Chen wasn't willing to use it. Fang Chen clearly knew that there was a huge demonic beast sealed within the demon sword. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast that was about to evolve. Fang Chen prepared to leave after the crisis. However, at this moment, Fang Chen discovered that there was a pitch-black egg at the place where the python had resisted the lightning tribulation. What the hell is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. He stared deeply at the egg. After a long time, Fang Chen burst out laughing. This was not an egg, but a demonic pill left behind by a python after it shed its skin. In the world of demonic beasts, only the most powerful demonic beasts could leave behind a demonic core during their metamorphosis. The black demonic core in front of him was obviously left behind by the python. It's actually a Yao core. Fang Chen walked over and picked up the Yao core, his face full of excitement. Although the monster core was the monster core of a monster beast, it was still very important to a human warrior. If one could swallow a powerful monster core, it would be equivalent to several years of human cultivation. Fang Chen clenched the Yao core in excitement. At any rate, this place has just undergone the baptism of lightning tribulation. I'll just consume the Yao core here, Fang Chen thought. At this moment, in Fang Chen's spatial ring, the demon sword was struggling non-stop. It did not want to let Fang Chen consume the demonic core it left behind. However, it was of no use. Fang Chen did not even care about it. Fang Chen sat down cross-legged, his body emitting a strong sword intent. He closed his eyes and placed the demonic core into his mouth. After the demonic core entered his mouth, Fang Chen felt a burning energy. This energy was so strong that it made Fang Chen feel incredulous. What a powerful demonic core! Fang Chen was shocked. If he could absorb all the energy in the demonic core, he could even break through to the 4th level of the Qi High realm. Absorb. After Fang Chen made his decision, he activated his Qi High and wildly absorbed all the energy in the demonic core. Although the demonic core contained some remnants of the python's will, it was unable to resist Fang Chen's absorption. His time passed bit by bit. Maybe it was because Fang Chen was the owner of the demon sword, but the process of him absorbing the demonic core was very smooth. There was not even the slightest bottleneck. Just like this, Fang Chen absorbed the demonic core for a total of 6 hours. Finally, he finished absorbing the demonic core. When the energy in the demonic core was completely absorbed by Fang Chen, the Qi High in Fang Chen's dantian started to rumble. The Qi High is expanding. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of a smile. The expansion of the Qi High meant that his cultivation level was breaking through. In the blink of an eye, the Qi High had finished expanding. His cultivation level had also stepped into the 4th level of the Qi High realm. 4th level of the Qi High realm. Fang Chen was very happy. He did not expect that while he was chasing after Luo Xian, he would receive such an opportunity. Absorbing a demonic core allowed him to break through the bottleneck and reach the 4th level of the Qi High realm. After making a breakthrough in his cultivation, Fang Chen turned around and left the mountain. Jinguan country in the extreme north. It was one of the 5 major regions of the Jinguan country. In an extremely cold place there was a floating palace. This palace was called the Floating Palace. Originally, this floating palace was not famous at all. But when the owner of this floating palace became Luo He, it finally became famous in the entire north. This floating palace was the place where alchemy master Luo He lived. When Luo Xian was still in the north, he also cultivated in this floating palace. In a large hall of the floating palace, a white-haired old man with a face full of kindness was drinking a cup of tea. I wonder how Xian is doing in the central region, the white-haired old man said with a smile. The white-haired old man was the famous alchemy master Luo He in the north. In fact, he was not worried about Luo Xian at all. Because of him, in the central region, most people would give him face. Moreover, he had given his disciple a talisman. This talisman was used to save his disciple's life. If he crushed it at a critical moment, he would be able to escape successfully. Moreover, not long ago, Luo He had received news that his disciple had entered the Sword State City, one of the 9 great cities in the central region. He had successfully joined the Luo clan's branch. This made Luo He even more relieved. This time, he had let Luo Xian go to the central region to let him train. However, before Luo he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. Immediately, he took out a jade pendant from his bosom. There were some cracks on the jade pendant. Seeing this scene, Luo He's face turned completely gloomy. This jade pendant was his disciple Luo He's life slip. Luo Xian's spiritual imprint had been injected into the jade pendant. Once the life slip shattered, Luo Xian would die. At this moment, the cracks on the life slip meant that Luo Xian had suffered a great injury. Luo He looked at the cracked life slip and was extremely anxious. His gaze was fixed on the life slip as he kept shouting in his heart for Luo Xian to use the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the life slip in Luo He's hand shattered and the fragments fell to the ground. Then, a piece of news entered Luo He's ears. Master, the person who killed me is the sword reverence sex Fang Chen. This was the news that Luo Xian had sent back before he died. When he heard this news, Luo He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His head full of white hair was extremely dazzling. After a long while, a sinister smile appeared on Luo He's face. Looks like I haven't been to the central region for a long time. People have already forgotten about me, Luo He said softly. However, his words were filled with anger. This time, he was going to avenge his disciple. Luo Xian was his only direct disciple. This martialist called Fang Chen actually dared to kill his disciple. He deserved to die. Of course, Fang Chen was completely unaware that his actions had already incurred Luo He's wrath. Luo He was currently rushing over to the central region. After Fang Chen left the mountain peak, he walked out of the dense forest. The current Fang Chen was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. With his strength, he could easily defeat a warrior at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. He could even challenge a warrior at the peak of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. In other words, within the sword range, there was no one who could threaten Fang Chen's life. I wonder where the people of the sword reverence sect are. After walking out of the dense forest, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. In order to chase after Luo Xian, Fang Chen had traveled a long distance. Now, he couldn't find the way back. Since he couldn't find the disciples of the sword reverence sect, he would first go to other places and see if there were any opportunities that belonged to him. After Fang Chen determined a direction, he quickly moved forward. At this moment, on a small plain not far from Fang Chen, there was a group of people surrounding a young martialist. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that the martialist being surrounded was Wen Yu, who had followed him from the west to the Sword State City. Kid, hand over the treasure you just obtained and I can spare your life. This group of martialists were from a small sect in the Sword State City. The leader of the group was the chief disciple of their sect. He was at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Wen Yu's strength was not comparable to the chief disciple's, so he was forced to retreat. Bang! After a loud sound, Wen Yu was sent flying by the chief disciple. Humph, why should I give you what I obtained? Wen Yu said coldly. He knew that even if he obediently handed over the treasure, they wouldn't let him go. Thus, he chose not to hand it over. This way, they wouldn't dare to kill him. Do you want to die? Han Meng's face slightly changed as he said coldly. As the chief disciple of the Meng Yun sect, although Han Meng's cultivation was nothing in the younger generation of the Sword State City, it was more than enough to deal with Wen Yu. He had entered the inner area of the sword range and was leading the disciples of the sect to look for opportunities. Suddenly, he found Wen Yu, and at that time, Wen Yu had just obtained the treasure. After he found out, he forced Wen Yu to hand over the treasure. I'm going to die anyway, Wen Yu said as he faced death calmly. Then I'll grant you your wish, Han Meng said in a low voice. He clenched his fist and punched towards Wen Yu. Bang! Wen Yu's body was instantly sent flying. He spat out blood and his face was pale. Seeing this, Han Meng walked towards Wen Yu step by step. When he appeared in front of Wen Yu, he raised his fist. If this punch landed, Wen Yu would definitely die. When you closed his eyes in pain, waiting for death to come. Bang. Chapter 297. After a loud bang, the entire place fell into silence. Wenyu, who was on the verge of death, suddenly felt the danger disappear. Immediately after, he opened his eyes and discovered that there was a familiar figure standing in front of him. Fang Chen. Wenyu called out with a hoarse voice. At the same time, his face was filled with joy. He did not expect that Fang Chen would appear and save him at this critical moment. Fang Chen's appearance meant that he was no longer in any danger. It's good to be alive. Wenyu struggled to stand up and clasped his hands towards Fang Chen. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. That loud bang just now was the sound of Fang Chen punching Han Meng away. At this moment, Han Meng was lying on the ground, his face filled with shock. Who is he? Just one punch was enough to injure Han Meng so badly that he could not get up. Senior brother Han. The disciples of the Mengyun sect walked towards Han Meng and called out in a low voice. I'll leave him to you. Fang Chen pointed at Han Meng and said. Wenyu nodded, his face filled with gratitude. He then walked towards Han Meng step by step. Although Wenyu was badly injured, he could still kill Han Meng. Seeing that Wenyu wanted to kill Han Meng, the disciples of the Mengyun sect all attacked. Whoosh! A cold light flashed and the disciples of the Mengyun sect fell to the ground, dead. After doing all this, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Wenyu. Without hesitation, Wenyu smashed his fist onto Han Meng's head, shattering his skull and killing him. After killing Han Meng, Wenyu appeared in front of Fang Chen and said gratefully, Brother Fang, thank you so much. It's nothing, Fang Chen said. Finally, Fang Chen asked Wenyu about the inner area of the sword range, and Wenyu answered him one by one. Fang Chen obtained a shocking secret from Wenyu. There's a peerless giant sword in the middle of the sword range. It's shrouded in a majestic sword will. It's said that there are many treasures in this peerless giant sword. This was the information that Fang Chen had obtained from Wenyu. After that, Fang Chen bid farewell to Wenyu and quickly headed towards the center of the sword range. 3 days later, Fang Chen appeared in the center of the sword range. However, he was still some distance away from the location of the peerless giant sword. At the same time, at the center of the sword range, there were many martial artists. Some of them were from the Sword Reverence sect, while others were from other sections. However, just as Fang Chen was about to greet the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect, he suddenly realized that the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect were in conflict with disciples from other sections. He Ming, don't go too far, Wei Wuxuang said coldly. Wei Wuxuang was the strongest disciple from the Sword Reverence sect who had entered the inner area of the sword range. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Behind him, there were many disciples from the Sword Reverence sect. Although the Sword Reverence sect was one of the 9 two-star sects in the Jingguan state, in the inner area of the sword range, the name of the Sword Reverence sect was not that scary. Wei Wuxuang, you were lucky to win against me in the battle that year. Now I will win back what I lost. He Ming said coldly. He Ming was a disciple of the Crane Villa. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Before he entered the Crane Villa, He Ming and Wei Wuxuang were old enemies. That year, when they were both at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm, the two of them went through a huge battle. In the end, Wei Wuxuang won against He Ming by a small margin. It was also because of that battle that He Ming was rejected by the Sword Reverence sect, while Wei Wuxuang successfully joined the Sword Reverence sect. This matter made He Ming feel bitter. Today, he met Wei Wuxuang again in the sword range. He Ming wanted to kill Wei Wuxuang to avenge the past. Therefore, the disciples of the two sects had a conflict here. When the Crane Villa and the Sword Reverence sect's disciples had a conflict, the disciples of the other sects did not dare to intervene. They just watched from afar. I was able to win against you in the past, and it will be the same now. Wei Wuxiang said coldly. Is that so? Then let me see how you can win against me. He Ming shouted in a low voice. A folding fan appeared in his hand. This folding fan contained a mysterious power. With a flick of his wrist, countless qi shot out from the folding fan. When these qi got close to Wei Wuxiang, they turned into waves of qi and attacked Wei Wuxiang. Insignificant skill. Wei Wuxiang sneered and brandished the long sword in his hand. In the next moment, a cold sword light appeared in the sky. Under Wei Wuxiang's control, this sword light directly collided with the countless forces that were about to approach him. Bang bang bang. When the sword light collided with the qi, an explosive sound was heard. Wei Wuxiang and He Ming both took 3 steps back. He Ming stabilized his body. His expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He thought that he could completely suppress Wei Wuxiang, but he did not expect that he could feel Wei Wuxiang's power after just exchanging blows. In the inner area of the sword range, only Wei Wuxiang could pose a threat to him. Therefore, he had to think of a way to get rid of Wei Wuxiang. Then, the treasure in the Peerless Giant Sword would be his. As long as he could get the treasure in the Peerless Giant Sword, he would be able to step into the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Wei Wuxiang, today I will kill you. When He Ming and Wei Wuxiang were fighting, Fang Chen also came to this area. He watched the battle and walked to the area of the Sword Reverence sect. When the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect saw Fang Chen, they all greeted Fang Chen. In the red-crowned crane villa area, a warrior suddenly saw Fang Chen. His pupils shrank and his expression changed slightly. He immediately said, "Isn't he Fang Chen?" Obviously, he also heard that Fang Chen had obtained the Peerless Giant Sword in the Sword Forest. Therefore, he was shocked to see Fang Chen here. Bang in the sky, a loud sound was heard. Then, Wei Wuxiang and He Ming both retreated. When He Ming retreated to the red-crowned crane villa area, the disciple who recognized Fang Chen quickly came forward and said in a low voice. After hearing this news, He Ming's eyes were filled with greed. He looked at Fang Chen in the Sword Reverence sect area. Following He Ming's gaze, Wei Wuxiang looked and saw Fang Chen in the Sword Reverence sect area. "Fang Chen, why are you here?" Wei Wuxiang was surprised to see Fang Chen. No wonder He Ming's eyes were filled with greed. Hearing Wei Wuxiang's words, the surrounding warriors all looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen had no idea that the news of him entering the Sword Forest and obtaining the Peerless Giant Sword had already spread throughout the Sword Forest. At this moment, all the warriors were looking at Fang Chen curiously. Of course, there were also some warriors who were secretly looking at Fang Chen with incomparable greed. "I really didn't expect that such a weak warrior would be able to obtain the Peerless Giant Sword in the Sword Forest," He Ming said coldly. Fang Chen didn't pay any attention to He Ming, as he had sensed a strange movement within his interspatial ring. Peerless Giant Sword. Fang Chen moved slightly and the Peerless Giant Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. At this time, the Peerless Giant Sword was constantly trembling and emitting a sword cry. Moreover, Fang Chen found that the Peerless Giant Sword was pulling him into the distance. Seeing Fang Chen's strange actions, the crowd was curious. However, when Fang Chen approached the Peerless Giant Sword with the Peerless Giant Sword in his hand, an idea flashed in He Ming's mind. His face immediately changed and he shouted angrily, "Damn it, the Peerless Giant Sword in his hand may be the key to entering the Peerless Giant Sword." When they heard Crane's furious roar, countless martialists turned to look at Fang Chen one after another. "Stop him!" a warrior roared in the dark. Suddenly, under He Ming's leadership, countless warriors took action, wanting to intercept Fang Chen. Whoosh! He Ming was the first to attack. He opened the folding fan in his hand abruptly, and countless qi forces directly attacked Fang Chen's back. If Fang Chen was hit by these qi forces, he would definitely be injured. Boom! With a flip of his hand, Fang Chen swung his sword. A beam of sword light suddenly danced out and immediately slashed at the chi force. At the same time, Fang Chen borrowed the rebound force and directly drilled into the peerless giant sword. Seeing this scene, He Ming's face was cold. He did not expect that after all the fighting, the warrior who finally entered the peerless giant sword was Fang Chen. "Damn it, when he comes out, I will kill him," He Ming said coldly. "He Ming, do you really think the sword-worshipping sect is a pushover?" Wei Wuxiang said. Fang Chen was a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect, so he had to protect Fang Chen. "Wei Wuxiang, you can't stop me," He Ming roared angrily. While He Ming and Wei Wuxiang were fighting, Fang Chen had already entered the peerless giant sword. Crash! Fang Chen felt a flash of white light and he entered the peerless giant sword. At this time, he was standing on the blade of the peerless giant sword, surrounded by rich spiritual qi. The majestic sword essence soared into the sky. "No one has come here for a long time." Suddenly, a vicissitude voice came into Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen was startled when he heard the voice. He immediately looked around but did not see anyone. "Don't look for me, I am right under your feet." The vicissitude voice came again. Fang Chen was shocked and immediately looked over. His heart was full of shock. Could it be that the person who had just spoken to him was the sword spirit of this peerless giant sword? It was said that when a weapon reached a certain level, it would produce a sword spirit. He did not expect that a sword forest would be born in this peerless giant sword. "Senior Sword Spirit," Fang Chen asked tentatively. At this moment, the little mouse appeared from the special space ring and jumped into the peerless giant sword, constantly devouring the rare herbs and peerless treasures here. "This little guy," the sword spirit said softly. The sword spirit said. Previously, it had sensed the little mouse's presence, so it had specially given the little mouse a stalk of fantasy sword grass. The sword spirit had lived for countless years, but it still could not see through the little mouse. Its intuition told it that the little mouse was not simple and it needed to be on good terms with it. The little mouse swallowed unscrupulously, and the purple halo around its body became brighter and brighter. Fang Chen looked at it with heartache. If the little mouse swallowed it, it would definitely cause a sensation in the outside world. Chapter 298. Since you can enter here, it means that you have obtained a sword that belongs to you in the sword forest. The sword spirit's voice sounded again. Fang Chen took out the middle-level spirit weapon and showed it to the sword spirit. "The Xinghe sword," the sword spirit said. Then, the sword spirit told him about the origin of the Xinghe sword. There was once a mighty figure named Xinghe who carried a sword called the Xinghe sword. The Xinghe sword was an existence that surpassed spirit weapons. It was very powerful and could shock the world with one strike. However, because the Xinghe sword followed its master to fight the enemy, it was severely injured and its level fell to spirit weapon. Then, it was sent to the sword forest in the Sword Mountain. In the sword forest, it finally became a middle-level spirit weapon after a long period of cultivation. The sword spirit also told Fang Chen that the Xinghe sword still had room for improvement and asked him to take good care of it. Then, the sword spirit told Fang Chen that it could give Fang Chen an opportunity to enter this peerless giant sword. An opportunity. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. "That's right. Since you can enter here, it means that you are fated with the sword. I can give you an opportunity. Whether you can get it or not depends on your luck," the sword spirit said slowly. Before Fang Chen could find out what the opportunity was, he found that his vision turned black. He was sucked into the peerless giant sword by the sword spirit. His surroundings were pitch black. "Where is the opportunity?" Fang Chen tried to calm his heart and asked softly. "The opportunity is beside you." After the sword spirit said this, it did not say anything else. No matter how Fang Chen asked, it did not say anything. Fang Chen was very depressed. It was pitch black here, and he did not know what the opportunity was. Then, Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly. His soul went out of his body and carefully observed the inside of the giant sword. However, at this moment the golden heart was beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chun appeared on a battlefield filled with smoke. There were countless corpses on the battlefield. It was as if everyone had died. Fang Chen's face was filled with shock. Where was this place? While Fang Chen was still in shock, a sword cultivator suddenly descended from the sky. His body was surrounded by an extremely tyrannical sword intent. Ah! When he felt the sword intent, Fang Chen's head instantly hurt. The sword intent on that swordsman was too strong. It was the strongest sword intent that Fang Chen had ever seen. He felt a splitting headache just by looking at it. It was at this moment that the sword cultivator wielded a peerless sword and slashed down on the smoke-filled battlefield. Immediately, a deep trench appeared on the battlefield. Then, the figure of the sword cultivator entered the trench. This is too shocking. Fang Chen was extremely shocked. The sword that the swordsman had unleashed was definitely a work of the gods. How could there be such a powerful sword cultivator in this world? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Seeing the sword cultivator drag the peerless sword and enter the trench, Fang Chen wanted to take a closer look. However, his vision suddenly blurred. In the next moment, Fang Chen's vision turned dark again. Was what I saw just now an illusion? Fang Chen's thoughts returned. He was shocked. Even an illusion could shock him so much. From the sword cultivator's swing, I can actually see the ancient ruins of the sword Tao everywhere in the world, Fang Chen said to himself. In an instant, Fang Chen fell into an epiphany. There had been warriors who had entered the peerless sword before. The sword spirit had also bestowed them with opportunities. Everyone saw different things inside the peerless sword. Everyone saw their own sword Tao. Fang Chen's sword Tao was domineering and fierce. At this moment, Fang Chen fell into a deep epiphany. When the sword spirit felt the fluctuations of sword Tao around Fang Chen, it was pleasantly surprised. This kid is not simple, the sword spirit said slowly. While Fang Chen was in an epiphany, the little mouse was crazily devouring the rare herbs and treasures on the sword. After a while, the little mouse was full. Then, it fell into a deep sleep. It was transforming. Hiss hiss hiss. In an instant, the little mouse's transformation was successful. At this moment, its body was emitting a terrifying aura. The purple halo around its body was getting stronger. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely notice that the little mouse had silently advanced to the Qi High Realm. After reaching the Qi High Realm, the little mouse's strength was even more powerful. Its appetite was also better. As soon as it opened its eyes, it began to devour again. What happened in the Sword Range's inner area was unknown to the various powers in the Sword State City. However, just as they were nervously watching the Sword Range's inner area, an almighty person suddenly arrived in the Sword State City. Alchemy Master Luo He. Knowing that he had arrived, Luo Han personally went to welcome him. Because they were fellow disciples, their relationship was very good. "Senior brother, why are you here?" Luo Han asked when he saw the white-haired Luo He. "Xian is dead." Luo He's face was cold as he said with heartache. "What do you mean Xian is dead? Who killed Xian?" Luo Han asked coldly. "Fang Chen." Luo Han and Luo Xian exchanged a few simple words. The two of them reached an agreement and headed to the Sword Range's outer area to wait for Fang Chen. "You must avenge Xian." Luo Han roared furiously. Luo Han and Luo Xian, two alchemy grandmasters, had appeared in the Sword Range's outer area at the same time. Countless martial artists were shaken. Every sect was paying attention to them. Two alchemy grandmasters appearing together in the Sword Range's outer area? Just what is going on? Did some news come from the Sword Range's inner area? Did some peerless treasure appear inside? I don't know. Even Alchemy Grandmaster Luo, he has been alerted. It must have something to do with his disciple Luo Xian. Truly spectacular. The Sword State City's martial artists were all discussing this. As for the various sect's disciples, they were all paying attention to this place. The Sword State City was in turmoil, but Fang Chen, who was in the Sword Range's inner area, was completely unaware. He was currently comprehending the Tao within the peerless sword. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen's sword intent was gradually growing stronger. 2 hours later, Fang Chen's fire and water sword art had reached the hyperfocus realm. 4 hours later, the fire and water sword art had reached the transformation realm. 10 hours later, the fire and water sword art had reached the 6th level. When the fire and water sword art had reached the 6th level, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly opened. His comprehension had ended. Is this the Tao of sword that belongs to me? Fang Chen, who was inside the sword, saw the shocking scene. His heart palpitated when he thought about it. However, when he realized that the fire and water sword art had reached the 6th level, his face was filled with excitement. This is indeed a great opportunity, Fang Chen thought to himself. Now that his strength had increased, even if he were to face a martial artist of the 7th level of the Qi High Realm, he would not be afraid. He was invincible under the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen slowly stood up and appeared on top of the sword in an instant. Your comprehension ability is the best among all the sword geniuses I have seen in the past few years. The sword spirit's voice sounded. Thank you, Senior, for your praise. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. When the little mouse saw Fang Chen, it immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Its belly was bulging and its face was filled with happiness. You can go now. When your cultivation reaches the 6th level of the Qi High Realm, you can come again, the sword spirit said. In an instant, Fang Chen was sent out by the sword spirit. At this moment, countless martial artists had gathered in front of the giant sword. They were all waiting for Fang Chen to appear. Voila! Suddenly, a ripple appeared on top of the giant sword. Soon after, the martial artists realized that Fang Chen had appeared. Seeing Fang Chen appear, He Ming wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Wei Wuxiang. The disciples of the sword worship sect surrounded Fang Chen to protect Fang Chen. As long as I, Wei Wuxiang, am here, none of you can touch Fang Chen, Wei Wuxiang said coldly. Whoever dares to touch him will be the enemy of the sword worship sect. Hearing Wei Wuxiang's voice, some of the martial artists were frightened and retreated. Of course, there were also some who were not afraid of death and wanted to take everything Fang Chen obtained from the giant sword. Fang Chen looked at all of this coldly and did not say a word. As long as he wanted to attack, even He Ming would not be his opponent. Seeing Wei Wuxiang protect him with all his might, he was very grateful. Among the disciples of the sword worship sect, Lu Shi's eyes flickered. He quietly approached Fang Chen and wanted to sneak attack Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with greed. He had received Elder Mo Yiqing's favor and his strength had skyrocketed. He also promised Elder Mo Yiqing that he would kill Fang Chen in the Sword Range's inner area. This was his last chance. Once Fang Chen left the Sword Range's inner area, he would not be able to kill Fang Chen. When the sword worship sect and the Crane Manor were confronting each other, Lu Shi quietly appeared behind Fang Chen. Even Fang Chen did not know about it. A long sword appeared in Lu Shi's hand. His eyes were filled with madness. With a swing of his sword, he viciously stabbed towards Fang Chen. Chapter 299. The long sword in Lu Shi's hand suddenly stabbed towards Fang Chen when all the sword reverence sect disciples were focused on the Immortal Crane Manor. Puchi Fang Chen's back was facing Lu Ji when he suddenly sensed the sword approaching. Fang Chen quickly turned around, but it was still a little too late. With a Puchi sound, the sword pierced Fang Chen's ribs. Boom! The instant Fang Chen turned around, he clenched his fists and gathered all the strength in his body, sending a punch towards Lu Shi. Fang Chen was infuriated. Lu Shi actually dared to sneak attack him. He was really courting death. Crack! Lu Shi's head was instantly smashed into pieces, and a ball of light floated in the air. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect finally regained their senses. Their faces darkened when they saw blood flowing out from Fang Chen's ribs. Lu Shi, Wei Wuxiang's face was also incomparably gloomy. They hadn't even fought with the Immortal Crane Manor, but internal strife had already broken out. Boom! Seeing this ball of light, Fang Chen once again sent out a punch, directly smashing into the ball of light. With a crack, Lu Shi's soul instantly shattered, and his soul scattered. Even Lu Shi probably didn't expect his sneak attack to fail. But it was too late for regrets because he was already dead. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Fang Chen had killed Lu Shi. The Sword Reverence sect's disciples fell silent as they looked at the enraged Fang Chen. At this moment, Wei Wuxiang slowly walked in front of Fang Chen. Looking at his bleeding ribs, he asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he was fine. Then he clenched his long sword tightly and directly pulled it out of his ribs. After that, Fang Chen began to treat his injuries. This small injury was only a flesh wound, and it was nothing to him. Seeing this scene, He Ming's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "Wei Wuxiang, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over that brat, or my Immortal Crane Manor won't mind starting a war with your Sword Reverence sect." There was a threatening tone in He Ming's voice. Wei Wuxiang's face darkened as he looked at He Ming warily. "Impossible. Fang Chen is a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect," Wei Wuxiang said coldly. "That's ridiculous. You saw what happened just now. How could a two-star sect like the sword-worshipping sect have internal strife?" "Ha!" He Ming laughed sinisterly. Wei Wuxiang exuded a terrifying aura, ready to fight at any time. Fang Chen was a disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, and He Ming wanted them to hand over Fang Chen. This was a provocation to the Sword Reverence sect. "It seems that you, Wei Wuxiang, have already made your decision," He Ming said coldly. As soon as He Ming's voice fell, a man in gray behind him suddenly exuded a wild aura. When Wei Wuxiang sensed this aura, a look of shock appeared on his face. How is it possible that he is at the peak of the 6th Qi High Realm? Wei Wuxiang cried out in shock. He had investigated before. The strongest disciple of the Immortal Crane Villa, who had entered the inner area of the Sword Range, was He Ming, who was at the peak of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. The rest of the disciples were not as strong as He Ming. But now, there was another person who was comparable to He Ming in the Immortal Crane Villa. This man in gray exuded a terrifying aura. He stood side by side with He Ming, his eyes filled with killing intent. He did not speak. "I may not be able to kill you alone, but what if the two of us work together?" He Ming looked at Wei Wuxiang with a mocking expression. If the two of them worked together, not to mention Wei Wuxiang, even the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect would not be able to compete with them. This was He Ming's trump card, as well as his greatest reliance. Before entering the inner area of the Sword Range, He Ming had prepared everything. Fang Chen and the others had to obtain it. He had full confidence. "Wei Wuxiang, do you still want to persist?" He Ming looked at Wei Wuxiang and said coldly. Wei Wuxiang did not speak. His eyes were filled with helplessness. Seeing Wei Wuxiang's expression, He Ming already knew what Wei Wuxiang was thinking. He sneered and said, "In that case I'll kill you first." Suddenly, a wild aura erupted from He Ming's body. He was ready to attack in the next moment. "Disciples of the Sword Reverence sect, listen up. I'll do my best to stop them. You all escort Fang Chen safely back to the Sword Reverence sect," said Wei Wuxiang loudly. Just at that moment, a large hand suddenly landed on Wei Wuxiang's shoulder. Wei Wuxiang turned his head to look and discovered that the large hand belonged to Fang Chen. Fang Chen. Wei Wuxiang wanted to tell Fang Chen to quickly leave this place, but before he could finish, he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Can you stop one of them?" Fang Chen looked at Wei Wuxuang and asked softly. Although Wei Wuxuang did not understand Fang Chen's meaning, he still nodded subconsciously. Yes. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and said, "That's good." After he finished speaking, Fang Chen's body flashed and appeared in front of the gray-clothed man. A wild aura instantly erupted. What? He wants to fight with the gray-clothed man? Seeing this, Wei Wuxuang's face was filled with shock. He wanted to stop Fang Chen, but it was too late. "You're courting death." Seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to attack, He Ming's face turned cold. He wanted to attack Fang Chen, but he was stopped by Wei Wuxuang. "He Ming, your opponent is me." Wei Wuxuang suddenly erupted with a tyrannical strength, helping Fang Chen to stop He Ming's attack. At this moment, facing Fang Chen's attack, the gray-clothed man's face showed a trace of disdain. "Trash like you want to kill me?" The gray-clothed man sneered. "Killing you is enough." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the aura of a LV4 Qi Hai exploded. Instantly, an extremely wild aura filled the surroundings. This aura. Wei Wuxuang had always thought that Fang Chen's strength was only comparable to an early LV6 Qi Hai warrior. But at this moment, after sensing Fang Chen's aura, Wei Wuxuang's eyes showed a trace of excitement. The strength that Fang Chen released was not weaker than a peak LV6 Qi Hai warrior. "No wonder he asked me to stop one of them," Wei Wuxuang said as he fought with He Ming. The Xinghe sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. A majestic sword light instantly tore through the sky and appeared in front of the gray-clothed man. The 6th level of the water and fire sword technique. This was the first time that Fang Chen used his full strength after his strength increased. His plan was simple. First kill the gray-clothed man, then kill He Ming. "You're courting death." The gray-clothed man also felt Fang Chen's powerful strength. He gathered all the strength in his body, gathered it on his fist, and punched out. Bang! His fist radiance collided with the sword radiance of water and fire. Everyone was dumbfounded as the fist radiance was shattered and the gray-robed man was forced to retreat. The gray-clothed man steadied himself and looked at Fang Chen in shock. In their eyes, a weakling who couldn't withstand a single blow could release such powerful strength. How can he be so strong? Is it because of the inheritance? He Ming, who was fighting with Wei Wuxuang, thought to himself. He wanted to help the gray-clothed man, but Wei Wuxuang wouldn't let him succeed. He stopped He Ming at all costs. At this moment, the gray-clothed man stood quietly on the ground, emitting an evil aura. He said coldly, "Kid, although you are strong, in front of me, you will still die." Fang Chen heard him and replied aggressively, "The next sword will kill you." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the strength of the 4th level of the Qi Hai realm exploded. The 6th level of the water and fire sword technique was fully displayed. The strength of the 7th level of the Qi Hai realm hit the gray-clothed man's body and shattered his fist light. Then, Fang Chen threw out the Xinghe sword in his hand. With a swoosh, Fang Chen threw it out. Pucci the gray-clothed man was seriously injured by the water and fire sword technique. He kept retreating. When he saw the Xinghe sword flying towards him, his face was filled with fear. He tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't. The Xinghe sword pierced into the gray-clothed man's forehead at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bang! The gray-clothed man's eyes were wide open. His body slowly fell to the ground. Until his death, he didn't understand how he died in the hands of Fang Chen. The battle between the gray-clothed man and Fang Chen ended quickly. It shocked all the warriors on the plain. Even He Ming, who was fighting with Wei Wuxuang, was frightened. How can he be so strong? He Ming thought to himself. Wei Wuxuang, who was fighting with He Ming, had a smile on his face. Although Fang Chen's cultivation was low, his strength had surpassed him. If he guessed correctly, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a warrior of the 7th level of the Qi Hai realm. No wonder he is the disciple of the Sword Elder. He is so powerful. Wei Wuxuang thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen was emitting a wild aura. He was like a mad god, which made the disciples of the red-crowned crane villa tremble. Fang Chen walked towards the gray-clothed man step by step. After pulling out the Xinghe sword, he looked at He Ming, who was fighting with Wei Wuxuang. "Senior brother Wei, leave the rest to me." Fang Chen had a murderous intent. He wanted to kill He Ming. While they were talking, the battle between Wei Wuxuang and He Ming ended. Wei Wuxuang came to Fang Chen's side and nodded to Fang Chen. In the red-crowned crane villa area, He Ming's face was gloomy. He had a good plan, but Fang Chen was the variable that killed the gray-clothed man. Damn it! He Ming's heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. But at this moment, he didn't dare to fight with Fang Chen. He wanted to retreat. "Wei Wuxuang, how about we let this go? Your sword-worshipping sect didn't lose anything, and my red-crowned crane villa lost a disciple of the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. You should be satisfied." He Ming stared at Wei Wuxuang coldly and asked. Wei Wuxuang didn't say anything. He looked at Fang Chen. Chapter 300. Our sword-worshipping sect is a 2-star sect. Anyone who dares to provoke a 2-star sect should be prepared to die, Wei Wuxuang said coldly. A 2-star sect was extremely powerful, but they also had dignity. The Red Crown sect was only a 1-star sect. Wei Wuxuang was furious that they dared to provoke the sword-worshipping sect in the sword range. He Ming, who was on the opposite side, cursed inwardly when he heard Wei Wuxuang's words. His figure flashed, ready to escape. However, Fang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. "In that case, let's kill them all." Fang Chen wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but He Ming had repeatedly tried to kill him. How could he remain indifferent? Crash! The Xinghe sword displayed the 6th level of the water and fire sword technique. No one could resist the tyrannical sword light. Under Fang Chen's control, the sword light directly pierced through all the disciples of the red-crowned crane villa. Pucci! Wherever the sword light passed, the disciples of the red-crowned crane villa fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the red-crowned crane villa who had entered the sword range were killed by Fang Chen. After doing all this, Fang Chen held the Xinghe sword and chased after He Ming. Seeing Fang Chen's back, Wei Wuxuang and the others were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. The disciples of the other sect saw this and left one after another, afraid of provoking the sword-worshipping sect. After a while, only the disciples of the sword-worshipping sect were left on the entire plain. Wei Wuxuang and the others were waiting for Fang Chen. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen returned to the plain with the Xinghe sword. Wei Wuxuang saw that Fang Chen's Xinghe sword was stained with blood. He knew that He Ming, who was on the same level as him, had died at the hands of Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, are you okay?" Wei Wuxuang asked. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. After that, Fang Chen and Wei Wuxuang exchanged a few simple words and prepared to leave the sword range. At that moment there were 2 old men on the outskirts of the sword range. Their faces were filled with anger. Every time a disciple came out of the sword range, they would inspect them. They were the alchemy grandmasters Luo He and Luo Hanzhan. Their target was Fang Chen. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, countless disciples of the sect walked out of the sword range's inner area. When they saw the 2 grandmasters, they were puzzled. "Why hasn't Fang Chen appeared yet?" asked Luo Hanzhan. "I don't believe that he will hole up in the sword range's inner area forever." Luo He sneered. As the disciples left the inner area of the sword range, the news of what had happened in the inner area spread throughout the entire sword prefecture city. When the Immortal Crane Manor learned that all of their disciples were killed by the Sword Reverence sect's disciples, they were enraged beyond words. The Immortal Crane Manor's Manor Lord personally rushed to the sword range's periphery, preparing to confront the Sword Reverence sect. However, the Sword Reverence sect's upper echelons also rushed over to receive the Sword Reverence sect's disciples. "Jian Wufeng, your Sword Reverence sect's disciples are too cruel. They actually killed my Immortal Crane Manor's disciples in the sword range's inner area, said the Immortal Crane Manor Lord icily. The person who had come to receive the Sword Reverence sect's disciples was the sect master's junior apprentice brother, the white-bearded old man who had accepted Fang Chen as his disciple. His name was Jian Wufeng. His cultivation base was very high, and he could be considered a powerful expert in Sword Prefecture City. The Immortal Crane Manor Lord directly questioned Jian Wufeng when he saw him. No one knows what happened inside. Once my Sword Reverence sect's disciples come out, we'll talk about it. Jian Wufeng smiled. Luo Han and Luo he didn't greet anyone from the start. They just stared at the sword range's opening. 2 hours later, the Sword Reverence sect's disciples finally came out of the sword range's inner area. Swish! The instant they saw Fang Chen, Luo Han and Luo He's eyes shone with a terrifying golden light. Their bodies emitted an incomparably powerful aura as they prepared to attack. Just at this moment, Jian Wufeng waved his hand, and the Sword Reverence sect's disciples all stood behind him. What is the meaning of this? Jian Wufeng icily asked Luo He and Luo Han. The only reason we came here is to kill Fang Chen, said Luo Han. That's right. Today we must kill Fang Chen. No one can stop us. Luo He's voice was filled with fury. When Fang Chen saw Luo Han, he cursed inwardly. But when he sensed the aura of the old man beside Luo Han, he roughly guessed that this old man should be Luo Xian's master, Alchemy Grandmaster Luo He. Fang Chen is my Sword Reverence sect's disciple. How can he be punished by you? Said Jian Wufeng. My only disciple, Luo Xian, died at his hands. Tell me, do you think I'll let him off? Said Luo He. If looks could kill, Fang Chen would have already been killed by Luo He countless times over. The two grandmasters, Luo He and Luo Han, released terrifying auras, forcing Jian Wufeng to hand over Fang Chen. As for the Immortal Crane Villa's master, he also took a step forward. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the two of them, he icily said, Jian Wufeng, the one who killed my Immortal Crane Villa's disciple is this person. You can't protect him. Hand him over. Jian Wufeng was also a little puzzled when he heard this. However, when Wei Wuxuang told him about the inner area of the sword range, shock also surfaced on his face. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to have obtained such a huge opportunity in the sword range's inner area. His strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Such a monstrous disciple was someone his Sword Reverence sect would do anything to protect. So he definitely wouldn't hand over Fang Chen. Immortal Crane Villa Master, if your Immortal Crane Villa's disciple hadn't provoked my Sword Reverence sect, he wouldn't have been killed by my Sword Reverence sect's disciple. You only have yourself to blame. If you insist on participating in this matter, my Sword Reverence sect's sect master will definitely personally pay a visit to your Immortal Crane Villa, said Jian Wufeng icily. Hearing the words Sword Reverence sect's sect master, Jian Wufeng's expression also changed. He looked around at everyone and said, Jian Wufeng, I won't participate in this matter today. But after this, your Sword Reverence sect will have to give my Immortal Crane Villa an explanation. After all, the Immortal Crane Villa was a peak 1-star sect. It was unable to contend against a 2-star sect like the Sword Reverence sect. He was different from Luo Han and Luo He. He had to have misgivings about his sect, while the two of them didn't. After hearing Jian Wufeng's threat, he decisively decided not to participate in this matter. After leaving behind a ruthless sentence, he turned and left. After the Immortal Crane Villa Master left, only Luo Han and Luo He remained. At this moment, the aura on Luo He's body soared once again, directly pressuring Fang Chen. Jian Wufeng, you can't protect Fang Chen. Hand him over. Don't force me to take action, said Luo He coldly. Fang Chen stood behind Jian Wufeng, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes were scarlet. Everything was because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough to make Luo He fear him, she definitely wouldn't have dared to ask Jian Wufeng to hand him over. Why bother talking nonsense with him? I'll stop Jian Wufeng. You go and kill that brat, said Luo Hanshan suddenly. All right. Just as the two of them finished speaking, Luo Hanshan's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Jian Wufeng, fighting him. Their battle was extremely intense. Many cultivators retreated one after another, afraid that they would be caught up in the battle. Seeing Luo Hanshan stop Jian Wufeng, a sinister smile appeared on Luo He's face as she walked step by step towards Fang Chen. Crack! Luo He looked at Fang Chen and flicked her wrist. Boundless spiritual energy instantly bound Fang Chen, making it so that Fang Chen couldn't move. Even the sound of bones cracking could be heard. How dare you kill my disciple Luo Xian? Dying 10,000 times won't be enough, said Luo He. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Fang Chen. Instead, he was teasing Fang Chen. Boundless spiritual energy pressured Fang Chen, making it so that Fang Chen couldn't even fight back. Ah! Fang Chen let out a miserable cry. His heart was filled with rage, but it was useless. He simply couldn't resist this powerful binding. Old man, if I don't die today, I'll definitely kill you in the future. Fang Chen endured the pain and roared furiously. Crash! Luo He flicked her wrist and the spiritual energy increased again. Fang Chen was almost suffocating. At this moment, on the plains outside Sword State City, an old man was strolling leisurely. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was his master in the north, Grandmaster Guzong. Ever since Fang Chen had left, Guzong had been engrossed in refining. Not long ago, his refining technique had made another breakthrough, which had made Guzong very happy. After that, Guzong had fallen into a bottleneck. No matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't make another breakthrough. At this time, Guzong had thought of a way. He wanted to travel the world and comprehend refining techniques in the mortal world. Therefore, Guzong had left the west and come to the central region. For an almighty like Guzong, entering the central region was easy. Every martialist who entered the central region from the west had to pass through Sword State City. Originally, Guzong didn't plan to enter Sword State City. His target was the imperial capital. I wonder which city Fang Chen is in, Guzong said as he strolled leisurely. At this moment, Guzong didn't know that he was so close to his disciple. Moreover, his disciple was facing the greatest crisis in his life. When I reach the imperial capital, I'll ask around and I'll know where Fang Chen is, Guzong said with a smile. However, at this moment, Guzong suddenly felt a majestic aura fluctuation. His expression changed slightly as he looked in the direction of Sword State City. There are battle fluctuations in Sword State City. Guzong was a little curious. Such powerful battle fluctuations must be caused by some peerless expert. He suddenly wanted to enter Sword State City to take a look. Let's go in and take a look. Guzong's figure flashed and entered Sword State City. After entering Sword State City, Guzong sensed a little and found out that the battle fluctuations were coming from the most famous sword range in Sword State City. Could it be because of the battle for the sword range's treasure? Guzong was a grandmaster blacksmith, so he naturally knew about the sword range in Sword State City. Whoosh! Guzong's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had arrived at the edge of the sword range. At this moment, he felt that the aura fluctuation was even more intense. Guzong continued to move forward and entered the periphery of the sword range. Guzong's face was filled with doubt. In the next moment, his eyes turned scarlet and his body emitted a wild aura. Chapter 301. Guzong's body was filled with a terrifying aura. He was very angry. He had never been so angry before. Because he had sensed the fluctuations of a battle, he had entered Sword Continent City. He hadn't expected to see that old bastard Luo He attacking his disciple. He had found such a precious disciple with great difficulty. How could he let that old bastard Luo He kill him? Therefore, Guzong directly released his tyrannical strength, sending a fist at Luo He. At the same time, he roared. Gu Zong's roar shook all the cultivators outside the sword range. Even Luo Hanshan, who was fighting with Jian Wufeng, stopped attacking. Bang! Gu Zong's fist collided with Luo He's fist, forcing Luo He back. At this moment, the pressure on Fang Chen instantly dissipated. Are you alright? After forcing Luo He back, Gu Zong went over to Fang Chen. He checked Fang Chen's body and asked worriedly, I'm fine. After seeing Gu Zong appear, Fang Chen knew that he wouldn't die today. He looked at the distant Luo He with hatred. He swore in his heart that as long as he lived, he would definitely kill Luo He. After checking Fang Chen's body and confirming that Fang Chen was fine, Gu Zong turned to look at Luo He. At this time, the cultivators outside the sword range had gone completely crazy. They hadn't expected that even a grand refiner like Gu Zong would know Fang Chen. Furthermore, he was willing to fight for Fang Chen. Isn't that the grand refiner Gu Zong from the western region? Why would he appear in Sword Continent City? Gu Zong seems to know Fang Chen. Furthermore, he seems to be helping Fang Chen resist Luo He. What's going on? Just what kind of background does this Fang Chen have? Why would Gu Zong personally help him? And from the looks of it, Gu Zong is furious. The cultivators were in an uproar when they saw Gu Zong appear. Countless cultivators guessed the relationship between Gu Zong and Fang Chen. Even Jian Wufeng was delighted to see Gu Zong take action for Fang Chen. Although he didn't know the relationship between the two, at least with Gu Zong around, Luo He and Luo Hanshan wouldn't be able to do anything to Fang Chen. Luo He, do you want to die? Gu Zong's eyes widened. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura as he looked at Luo He and asked coldly. Seeing Gu Zong appear, Luo Hanshan's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Gu Zong to appear here. Gu Zong, are you going to stand up for this brat? Luo He naturally recognized Gu Zong. This brat killed my senior brother's disciple. Even if it's your ancient sect, don't even think about stopping us from killing this brat, said Luo Hanshan coldly. If the two of them joined hands, they would not be afraid of the ancient sections. Hearing this, Gu Zong became even more furious. They actually wanted to kill his disciple in front of him. Did they really think that he, Gu Zong, was someone who could be easily bullied? Good, very good. It seems that after not coming to the central region for so many years, everyone has already forgotten my ancient sect's reputation. Gu Zong laughed wildly. Then his eyes turned scarlet. Today, with my ancient sect here, none of you will be able to touch Fang Chen. Gu Zong's words caused Luo He to frown slightly. He didn't want to become enemies with Gu Zong, so he said, Brother Gu Zong, there's no need for people on our level to shed all pretenses for someone unrelated to us. He killed my disciple, so I'll take his life. It's that simple. Bullshit, your disciple is your disciple. My disciple is not a disciple. I, Gu Zong, will put my words here. If anyone dares to touch my disciple, even if I have to risk my life, I will drag them down with me. Gu Zong became even more furious and directly cursed. The surrounding cultivators all cried out in alarm. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to be Gu Zong's disciple. He's a core disciple of Gu Zong. How is that possible? No wonder Gu Zong is willing to shed all pretenses with Luo He for him. So that's why. This kid is really lucky to be able to become Gu Zong's disciple. Yeah, it's said that Gu Zong has a bad temper. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to speak to him. Many cultivators were shocked. Even Luo He and Luo Hanshan were stunned when they heard that Fang Chen was Gu Zong's disciple. However, a cold light flashed in Luo He's eyes. The hatred of my disciple must be avenged. That's right, this kid must die today. Gu Zong, you can't stop him. Luo Hanshan said coldly. The atmosphere instantly froze. Jian Wufeng walked to Gu Zong's side and said, Fang Chen is a disciple of my Sword Reverence sect. I hope the two of you can give the Sword Reverence sect some face. Jian Wufeng's meaning was clear. He wanted to protect Fang Chen together with Gu Zong. Luo He's face turned gloomy. He didn't say anything, but looked straight at Gu Zong. No one knew what he was thinking. The scene instantly fell into silence. Gu Zong looked coldly at Luo Hanshan and Jian Wufeng, his aura surging. "Let's go." Suddenly, Gu Zong said to Fang Chen. Since Luo Hanshan and Luo He were together, even if Gu Zong wanted to avenge Fang Chen, he couldn't do anything. Because their strength was similar, he could only give up on this matter. However, at this moment Luo He spoke. "Gu Zong, I'm afraid that if you don't hand over this kid today, you won't be able to leave this place." Luo He said. "You want to keep me here?" Gu Zong turned his head and glared at Luo He. "Of course I can't stop you. But what if it's someone else?" Just as Luo He's voice faded, a ripple appeared in the air. Then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. "Gu Zong, you've gone too far." As soon as this figure appeared, Gu Zong felt an immense pressure. "Martial Marquis ranking expert," Gu Zong shouted in his heart. That figure slowly stood in front of Luo He and Luo Hanshan. Every movement he made was filled with a terrifying aura. His voice shook the hearts of everyone present. "Gu Zong, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Leave behind your second son and quickly leave this place," the figure said with a smile. Gu Zong's body was enveloped in dense spiritual qi. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who had arrived. He said word by word, "Luo He, I really underestimated you. I didn't think that you would call Tian He Wu Ho over." That's right, the person who had arrived was one of the strongest cultivators in the entire Jin Guan country. He was one of the marquises of the Martial Marquis ranking, Tian He Wu Ho. Tian He Wu Ho and Luo He had a very good relationship. Tian He Wu Ho happened to be in the vicinity of Jianzhou City. When he received news from Luo He immediately rushed to Jianzhou City. Tian He Wu Ho's appearance immediately reversed the situation. Gu Zong and the others were in a very disadvantageous situation. However, Gu Zong's face didn't have the slightest trace of fear. At this moment, in Jianzhou City, many powers were extremely shocked. They didn't think that a small Qi High disciple would attract the attention of a Marquis ranking expert. Usually, it was very difficult to see a Marquis ranking expert. But now, one had appeared and it was Tian He Wu Ho. "It's Tian He Wu Ho. I didn't think that Master Luo He would have such a good relationship with him." In the ancient Sword Continent, the relationship between alchemists and blacksmiths is very wide. It's normal for Master Luo He to have such a good relationship with Tian He Wu Ho. With Tian He Wu Ho's appearance, Gu Zong is obviously not his opponent. I don't know what choice he will make. What else can he do? He can only give up his disciple. Otherwise, he won't be a match for Tian He Wu Ho. Many warriors were discussing. At this moment, in the inner area of the sword range, Tian He Wu Ho had a smile on his face. However, his body was emitting a terrifying qi, forcing Gu Zong to make a decision. "Gu Zong, you are not my opponent. You should be clear about the current situation. Hand over this disciple, and you can leave safely," Tian He Wu Ho said. Gu Zong's face was gloomy. He was thinking in his mind. Outsiders thought that Gu Zong was making a difficult decision. However, only Gu Zong himself knew that he had just contacted his good friends through his communication bracelet. One of his good friends was in the vicinity of Jianzhou City. After learning of the situation here, he had immediately rushed over. This good friend of his was also one of the experts on the Martial Marquis list. His strength was similar to Tian He Wu Ho's. Right now, he was stalling for time. Once his good friend arrived, all his difficulties would be easily solved. "Gu Zong, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to make a decision." Seeing Gu Zong's silence, Luo He coldly said. With Tian He Wu Ho here, he didn't believe anything would happen. In his eyes, Fang Chen was already a dead man. Gu Zong's face deliberately made it seem as if he was making a difficult decision. In reality, he was talking to his good friend. How much longer? Gu Zong secretly asked. I'll be there in a minute. You have to hold on. When Gu Zong heard this, he slowly nodded his head. After which, he lifted his eyes and said in a deep voice, Tianhe Martial Marquis, I admit that I am no match for you. However, Fang Chen is my disciple. If I give up on my disciple today, how will my Gu Zong continue to survive in the Jin Guan nation in the future? Tian He Wu Ho didn't say anything. Instead, Luo He opened her mouth. Who can you blame? Your disciple dared to kill my disciple, so he should be prepared to be killed by me. If it weren't for your Gu Zong, I would have made Fang Chen suffer a fate worse than death, said Luo He. With 2 martial grandmasters and 1 Tian He Wu Ho, their side held the absolute advantage. After seeing the Tianhe Martial Marquis appear, a bitter smile appeared on Jian Wufeng's face. Senior Tian He Wu Ho, this child is my sword-worshipping sect's disciple. Can you give my sword-worshipping sect some face? Asked Jian Wufeng. Yes. Tian He Wu Ho frowned slightly. Who do you think you are? If your sect master came, perhaps I would give him some face. Tian He Wu Ho clearly didn't give Jian Wufeng any face. That made Jian Wufeng feel helpless. A martial marquis stood at the peak of the Golden Crown Nation. Although Tian He Wu Ho's ranking was near the bottom of the martial marquis list, as a martial marquis, he wasn't someone an ordinary person could compare to. Tian He Wu Ho didn't even place a 2-star sect like the sword-worshipping sect in his eyes. Gu Zong, you don't have any more time. Make your decision. Either hand over your disciple or you stay here, threatened Luo He. Hearing Luo He's threat, Gu Zong suddenly raised his head. A strange smile appeared on his face. Sorry, I won't choose either. Are you courting death? Hearing this, Tianhe Marquis suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, directly enveloping the ancient sect, as he asked in a cold voice. Tian He, if you're so strong, why don't you go bully the experts on the martial marquis list? Just at this moment, a heavy voice rang out in everyone's ears. Ripples appeared in the sky and a figure appeared in front of Gu Zong. Chapter 302. Let's talk about yesterday's situation. When I was writing yesterday afternoon, I felt uncomfortable all over. In the end, I fell sick at night. I caught a cold and felt uncomfortable all over. As a result, I did not write the remaining 2 chapters and went to bed very early. Today, my body is still not feeling well. However, it is the National Day holiday, so I can sleep at home. I just woke up and feel much better. I feel very energetic. There will definitely be an update today, but it might be a little late. Next, let's talk about the October update plan. This book will be released in July and will be updated for 3 consecutive months. Every month, I will update about 300,000 words. In October, I plan to update at least 5 chapters a day. In total, I will update 155 chapters in 31 days. Yao Yao remembered that when I was writing my last book, I had maintained 5 chapters a day for 4 consecutive months. From October onwards, this book will be updated on a regular basis. To be honest, a chapter with 3,000 words. Most of the readers are V3 and V4 users. With a 20% discount, 1,000 words will be 4 renminbi. A chapter with 3,000 words will only cost 12 renminbi. If I update 5 chapters a day, I will only earn 70 renminbi. 70 renminbi. Even if you see it on the street, you will not bend down to pick it up. Moreover, with the current prices, 70 renminbi is not even enough to buy ice cream. However, this 70 renminbi is indeed the motivation for me to write. It is my income from writing books. 70 renminbi a day, that is only about 20 renminbi a month. To most readers, 20 renminbi is not considered much. Even a casual fast food will cost more than 10 renminbi. Qing Shi painstakingly writes and updates his book, all for the sake of earning money. I hope that everyone will subscribe to this book. Chapter 303. Sacred Cloud Marquis. He was ranked 68th on the Martial Marquis list. His strength was extremely tyrannical. His appearance once more caused an uproar in Sword Continent City. At the beginning, the appearance of Heavenly River Marquis had already caused the entire Sword Continent City to go crazy. They hadn't expected another Sacred Cloud Marquis to appear. Normally, not a single Martial Marquis could be seen in Sword Continent City. But now 2 Martial Marquises had appeared at the same time. And both of them had come because of a cultivator called Fang Chen, that caused many powers to be endlessly shocked. With the appearance of a Martial Marquis, the situation was no longer something the various powers of Sword Continent City could control. Seeing Sacred Cloud Marquis appear, everyone was both happy and worried. The happy one was Guzong. His eyes were full of smiles. With Sacred Cloud Marquis here, he wouldn't need to fear Luo He and the others. The worried one was Luo He. Sacred Cloud Marquis' ranking on the Martial Marquis list wasn't much different from Heavenly River Marquis. Their strength was equal. With Sacred Cloud Marquis present, Heavenly River Marquis wouldn't be able to do anything. Damn it! Looking at Marquis Xingyun, Luo He cursed in her heart. Heavenly River Marquis' expression was incomparably gloomy. He had originally thought that this matter would be resolved, but he hadn't expected Sacred Cloud Marquis to appear. It seemed this matter wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Sacred Cloud Marquis, you've also come. Heavenly River Marquis smiled. Although Heavenly River Marquis' relationship with Luo He wasn't bad, he wouldn't offend Sacred Cloud Marquis because of Luo He. If I hadn't come, wouldn't Guzong have been bullied by you? Asked Sacred Cloud Marquis. Sacred Cloud Marquis turned to Guzong and said, Guzong, you messaged me that your disciple was in trouble and told me to rush to Sword Continent City. Who is your disciple? At the beginning, Sacred Cloud Marquis and Guzong didn't know each other. But later on, Sacred Cloud Marquis had asked Guzong to refine a weapon for him. Because of that, the two of them had formed a deep friendship. This time, Sacred Cloud Marquis had immediately rushed to Sword Continent City upon hearing that Guzong was in trouble. That was enough to see Guzong's position in his heart. He, the Saint Cloud Martial Marquis, naturally wanted to take a look at the disciples of the ancient sections. Before Guzong could say anything, Fang Chen took a step forward and cupped his hands at the Marquis of Xingyun. Junior Fang Chen greets Senior Marquis of Xingyun. Marquis Xingyun carefully sized up Fang Chen and didn't find anything special about him. However, since he was a disciple of an ancient sect, he couldn't say anything. Guzong, tell me the whole story, Marquis Xingyun said. Since he was here, he had to settle this matter thoroughly. All right. Guzong started to speak, and Fang Chen would add on from time to time. After a while, Marquis Xingyun had already understood the whole story. His eyes turned and he looked at Luo He. Luo He, your disciple was in the wrong first. He repeatedly tried to kill Fang Chen and was killed by Fang Chen. He deserved it. When he heard that Fang Chen had killed Luo Xian with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, Marquis Xingyun's heart was filled with shock. It seemed that this disciple of Guzong wasn't simple. Humph, although Xian wanted to kill him, isn't he still alive and well? Luo He coldly said. Marquis Xingyun, this person killed Luo Xian. We want to take revenge. Could it be that you want to stop us? Luo Hanshan said. Hearing Luo Hanshan's words, Fang Chen's expression gradually became gloomy. If it wasn't for Luo Hanshan, then today's scene wouldn't have happened. It could be said that the cause of all this was Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan, you still have the face to say such words? Fang Chen's voice was extremely loud. Many of the cultivators around the sword range heard it. At that time, if it wasn't for you and Luo Xian working together to humiliate me, then I wouldn't have become enemies with you. Fang Chen continued. When I escaped from your hands, you felt humiliated. So you did everything you could to kill me. Seeing that I had entered the sword range's inner area, you sent Luo Xian to deal with me. Unfortunately, Luo Xian wasn't my match." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Hanzhan was incomparably furious. "You!" Luo Hanzhan was incomparably furious. Luo he was also infuriated. But the other side had Marquis Xingyun, so they didn't dare act rashly. Marquis Tianhe pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's drop this matter here." Since Marquis Tianhe had spoken, Luo He and Luo Hanzhan had no choice but to swallow their anger. "Humph, I want to see just how long they can protect you," Luo He thought to herself. Marquis Tianhe gave Marquis Xingyun face, so the latter naturally gave him face as well. In a short moment, the two marquises had settled this matter. "Tianhe, see you another day." After speaking, Marquis Xingyun brought Guzong and Fang Chen away from the sword range's outer area. Seeing Fang Chen's departing figure, Luo he was incomparably furious. "Marquis Tianhe, could it be that this matter will end here? I refuse to accept it," Luo he coldly said. "Luo he, with Marquis Xingyun here, even if we didn't stop, it would be of no use. We wouldn't be able to kill that brat, and we would even offend Marquis Xingyun." Marquis Tianhe faintly said, "Marquis Xingyun can't protect him forever. After we leave, you can find time to kill him easily." Marquis Tianhe continued. Hearing this, Luo He and Luo Hanshan's expressions finally eased up. After Marquis Xingyun brought Guzong and Fang Chen away, they appeared in an inn in Jianzhou City. The three of them sat by the window and drank. "Xingyun, this time it's all thanks to you." Guzong grinned. "Guzong, don't give me that. Your matter is my matter. This is just a small matter." Marquis Xingyun continued, "However, Fang Chen, you have to be careful. Luo He and Luo Hanzhan definitely won't let this matter go." Fang Chen nodded. His pitch-black eyes were filled with incomparably dense killing intent. He icily said, "In the future, when I'm strong enough, I'll definitely kill Luo He and Luo Hanzhan. As expected of the disciple my Guzong has chosen. You have guts." Guzong laughed heartily. The three of them continued to drink and chat. At a certain moment, the three of them suddenly started talking about weapons. Suddenly, the Sacred Cloud Marquis said, "Guzong, there's a crack on my weapon after I fought with someone last time. Do you have any way to help me fix it?" "Yes, a crack appeared on your weapon." Guzong was a bit speechless. Marquis Xingyun's weapon was extremely powerful. If he wanted to repair it, even Guzong would find it very difficult. But since Marquis Xingyun had asked, Guzong would naturally help. "If you want to repair your weapon, you'll need an abnormally hard heavenly treasure," said Guzong. Hearing that, Marquis Xingyun frowned slightly. He also didn't know what kind of abnormally hard heavenly treasure was. Just at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly said, "I don't know if the meteoric metal counts as an abnormally hard heavenly treasure." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Guzong's eyes brightened. "Of course it counts. The meteoric metal counts as a high-level heavenly treasure. As long as you have enough heavenly treasures, not only can Xingyun's weapon be repaired, it can even increase its grade by a level." "But where can you find a priceless treasure like the meteoric metal?" Marquis Xingyun's eyes flickered and he bitterly smiled. "How big do you need?" asked Fang Chen softly. "At the very least, it needs to be the size of a fist," said Guzong. In the next moment, Fang Chen's thoughts moved and a fist-sized meteoric metal appeared in his palm. "Is this enough?" Seeing the meteoric metal in Fang Chen's hand, Guzong and Marquis Xingyun were filled with shock. That was meteoric metal. Even Marquis Xingyun might not necessarily be able to find it. But in front of them, Fang Chen actually had a fist-sized meteoric metal in his hand. This is Guzong and Marquis Xingyun were filled with excited smiles. "Fang Chen, how did you get the meteoric metal?" Marquis Xingyun hastily asked. "I obtained it by chance." Fang Chen smiled and explained. Just a moment ago, when Fang Chen was asking, he had the little mouse use its teeth to bite off a piece of meteoric metal. This time, Marquis Xingyun had helped him greatly. This bit of meteoric metal was nothing. Fang Chen, meteoric metal is too precious. If you're willing to take it out for me to use, I can't thank you enough. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, said Marquis Xingyun. He wasn't a procrastinator and naturally wouldn't decline. Fang Chen, Xingyun's family's wealth is very deep. You have to take advantage of this opportunity to properly rip him off. Gu Zong smiled faintly. Fang Chen thought for a moment and then said, I wonder if Senior Marquis Xingyun has any secret techniques for cultivating the soul? Marquis Xingyun laughed heartily. Fang Chen, I just happen to have a secret technique for cultivating the soul. It's nothing to me. If you want it, I'll give it to you. After that, Marquis Xingyun handed over a yellowed book to Fang Chen. Fang Chen put it into his interspatial ring. Marquis Xingyun gave the meteoric metal Fang Chen, gave him to Gu Zong so that Gu Zong could help repair his weapon. At this moment, Fang Chen took out another piece of meteoric metal and gave it to Gu Zong. Master, this is your disciple's way of showing respect to you, Fang Chen said. Gu Zong laughed heartily. As expected of my disciple. Gu Zong, it seems you've taken in a pretty good disciple. Marquis Xingyun smiled. For Fang Chen to be able to casually take out 2 pieces of meteoric metal, Marquis Xingyun felt that Fang Chen wasn't simple. At the very least, he wasn't an ordinary person. In the end, Gu Zong agreed to help Marquis Xingyun repair his weapon in Jianzhou City. After thinking about it, Fang Chen prepared to bring Gu Zong and Marquis Xingyun to the sword sect. Only in the sword sect would he not be disturbed by outsiders, and his master could repair his weapon in peace. After Fang Chen announced his decision, Gu Zong and Marquis Xingyun nodded heavily. All right, let's go to the sword sect. Chapter 304. Under Fang Chen's lead, Marquis Xingyun and Gu Zong arrived at the Sword Reverence sect. On this day, the Sword Reverence sect was bustling with noise and excitement. Led by Jian Wufeng, many of the upper echelons of the Sword Reverence sect came out to welcome the 2 Almighties. The sect master of the Sword Reverence sect was in seclusion and couldn't appear. Therefore, the person in charge was the bearded old man, Jian Wufeng. In the end, Marquis Xingyun and Gu Zong were arranged to stay in the Sword Reverence sect, which wasn't too far away from Fang Chen's residence. In the following days, Gu Zong was engrossed in repairing Marquis Xingyun's weapon. As for Fang Chen, he began to cultivate the secret soul technique that Marquis Xingyun had given him. The Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame was a very special soul cultivation secret technique. After successfully cultivating it, one could control the soul and turn it into a flame to burn the opponent, dealing an invisible blow to the opponent. After reading the introduction of the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. With the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame, his soul would definitely be able to improve rapidly. Although cultivation was important for a martialist, the physical body and soul were also very important. In terms of physical body, Fang Chen had obtained the Godfiend body refining technique from Gui Kue after killing him. In terms of soul, the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame was enough. In the following days, Fang Chen had been working hard to cultivate the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Gu Zong had been in seclusion, while Marquis Xingyun had been waiting leisurely in the Sword Reverence sect. As for Tianhe Marquis, he had already left the Sword Reverence sect. Luo he had also left quietly. With Fang Chen in the Sword Reverence sect, it would be impossible for him to take revenge. Therefore, he might as well give up and wait for another time. As for Fang Chen, he had already cultivated the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame in these 5 days. However, there were still some parts that he didn't understand. On this day, Fang Chen came to Marquis Xingyun's courtyard. Marquis Xingyun was leisurely sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, sipping tea. Seeing Fang Chen's arrival, Marquis Xingyun smiled and asked, "How's your cultivation these days?" Fang Chen cupped his hands towards Marquis Xingyun, and then he said, "Senior, there are some parts of the All-Heaven Soul Slaughter Flame that you gave me that I don't really understand." "Oh, tell me." After seeing how extraordinary Fang Chen was, the Marquis of Xingyun also had a good impression of Fang Chen. He felt that Fang Chen would definitely grow up in the future, so the Marquis of Xingyun was very willing to guide Fang Chen. Fang Chen organized his words and said, "Senior, the great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame can control the out-of-body soul during cultivation. Then, in an instant when the enemy is unaware, it can condense into flames and burn the enemy's soul. However, when I condense the flames, I feel that the speed is a little slow." Fang Chen voiced his doubts and waited for Marquis Xingyun's explanation. "Show it to me." "Let me see," Marquis Xingyun said. This, Fang Chen was a bit hesitant. Marquis Xingyun wanted him to use the All-Heaven Soul Slaughter Flame on him. He was afraid of accidentally injuring him. "You brat, I'm a Grand Marshal Marquis. If I were to be injured by you, wouldn't I be laughed at by others?" Marquis Xingyun saw through Fang Chen's thoughts and laughed. Fang Chen nodded and no longer hesitated. He took a few steps back and then closed his eyes. Just at this moment, Fang Chen's red soul suddenly left his body. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to condense the flame. In the sky, Fang Chen's soul was condensing the flame at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. In just a moment, the flame was completely condensed. At this moment, a flame that looked like a flame dragon was floating above Fang Chen's head, emitting a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Seeing this, Marquis Xingyun frowned. At this moment, the flame dragon began to attack Marquis Xingyun. Bang! Marquis Xingyun gently extended his hand and immediately grasped the flame dragon that was wildly charging over. His expression was a bit grave as he looked at the flame dragon that was constantly struggling in his hand. In the end, a trace of joy appeared in his eyes and he said, "It's done." Hearing this, Fang Chen withdrew his soul. The flame dragon in Marquis Xingyun's hand instantly dissipated. Marquis Xingyun's face revealed a trace of shock as he carefully examined Fang Chen. Seeing this, the latter hastily asked, "Senior, did something go wrong with my cultivation?" Cough cough. Hearing this, Marquis Xingyun dryly coughed a few times and said, "Fang Chen, there's no problem with your cultivation. The reason why I'm surprised is because your talent is far greater than what I had imagined." Seeing Fang Chen's confusion, Marquis Xingyun explained, "Even for me, when I first came in contact with the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame, I had to cultivate for an entire month before being able to condense the flame in front of me. As for you, you only cultivated for 5 days and condensed a flame dragon. This talent makes even me blush with shame." Only at this moment did Marquis Xingyun realize Fang Chen's monstrous talent. Then, Fang Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, "The reason why you said that the speed of condensing the flame was slightly slow is because of this flame dragon. Because you condensed a flame dragon, the speed will definitely be much slower. However, your attack power is very strong." Marquis Xingyun smiled. He didn't expect that he would be able to meet such a monstrous genius on a trip to the Sword Province city. At this moment, he couldn't help but envy that old fellow from the ancient sect. Even a disciple that he casually accepted was so outstanding. Marquis Xingyun even thought that if Fang Chen didn't become the disciple of the ancient sect, he would definitely accept Fang Chen as his disciple. However, just at this moment, Marquis Xingyun suddenly had an idea in his heart. Shortly after, he chuckled, looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, let me tell you something." "Senior, please speak." Fang Chen respectfully said, "What do you think of my strength?" Marquis Xingyun asked. "Senior is an expert on the Martial Marquis ranking. Your strength is monstrous." Fang Chen said. "Then are you willing to become my disciple?" Marquis Xingyun continued. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Marquis Xingyun would want to accept him as his disciple. I already have a master, Fang Chen said in a low voice. That old fellow from the ancient sect can only teach you how to forge weapons, but I can teach you how to cultivate. We won't be duplicates. Marquis Xingyun tempted. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, Junior appreciates Senior's good intentions, but… Hearing this, Marquis Xingyun nodded and didn't insist. If you have any problems during this period of time, feel free to look for me. Marquis Xingyun said. If your soul can reach the orange color, the problem you had just now will be easily solved. After bidding farewell to Marquis Xingyun, Fang Chen walked to the square of the Reverence Sword Sect. At this moment, there were many disciples in the square who were seriously cultivating. Ever since Fang Chen came out from the sword range, many disciples didn't dare to underestimate him. Especially after they heard from Wei Wuxiang that Fang Chen's strength was comparable to the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. They didn't dare to provoke Fang Chen. Senior Brother Fang. Greetings, Senior Brother Fang. Wherever Fang Chen went, many disciples of the Reverence Sword Sect would greet Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded in response. At this moment, in a corner, Mo Yiqing's face was gloomy. He looked at Fang Chen in the square and said coldly, Fang Chen, you killed my grandson, Mo Han. I will avenge him. What Mo Yiqing didn't expect was that Fang Chen's master was the master of blacksmithing, Gu Zong. This made him very wary. However, Mo Yiqing had already planned it out. Once Marquis Xingyun and Gu Zong left the Sword State City, he would make his move on Fang Chen. Of course, he wouldn't do it himself. He would let the disciples of the Reverence Sword Sect find trouble with Fang Chen. Although the majority of the outer sect disciples of the Reverence Sword Sect weren't as strong as Fang Chen, there were still many disciples who were much stronger than Fang Chen. Among these disciples, there were also many people who belonged to Mo Yiqing. At this moment, behind Mo Yiqing stood a purple-robed man. His face was filled with a demonic expression. Elder Mo, do you want me to test him? Asked the purple-robed man in a low voice. Hearing this, Mo Yiqing nodded and said, Okay. With that, the purple-clothed man appeared in the square. He quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and blocked his path. Fang Chen, I heard that your strength is even stronger than Wei Wuxiang's. I don't believe it. I want to challenge you, said the purple-robed man coldly. The appearance of the purple-robed man caused countless disciples to cry out in alarm. Zxian, he wants to challenge Fang Chen. After Wei Wuxiang came back, he has been praising Fang Chen. Zxian is not convinced and wants to test Fang Chen's strength. How can Fang Chen defeat Zxian? Zxian is one of the top 30 disciples in the outer sect. His cultivation has already reached the early stage of the 7th Qi High Realm. Although Fang Chen's strength is comparable to the 7th Qi High Realm, his cultivation is his weakness. I don't know if there is a conspiracy behind this. Many disciples were discussing amongst themselves. Zxian didn't care about the discussions of the disciples and stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Zxian. Why should I accept your challenge? Fang Chen finished speaking and turned to leave. Zxian looked at Fang Chen's back as he left. His face became gloomy and his eyes were filled with mockery. It seems that your strength is not as exaggerated as the rumors say. Zxian thought that Fang Chen did not dare to accept his challenge because he was afraid of him. This made Zxian even more proud. After Marquis Xingyun and Gu Zong left, he could use his own strength to kill Fang Chen. Thinking of the promise that Elder Mo gave him, Zxian's face was full of smiles. After he killed Fang Chen, his good days would come. At that time, it would be his time to soar. Fang Chen, you are destined to be my stepping stone. Zxian thought to himself. Mo Yiqing, who was hiding in the dark, also saw this scene. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Ever since Mo Han died, he wanted to kill Fang Chen. Chapter 305. Time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Gu Zong and Xingyun Wu had already stayed in the Reverence Sword sect for a month. In this month, Fang Chen's Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame had successfully reached the first level. At this time, Fang Chen's soul had advanced from the early stages of the red rank to the middle stages, the late stages, the peak stages, and now the early stages of the orange rank. With his soul reaching the orange rank, Fang Chen's strength had increased by another level. During this period of time, Fang Chen had not only cultivated the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame, but he had also taken care of his physical body. With the help of the Godfiend physique, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the peak of a 2-star Dao body. He was only a step away from a 3-star Dao body. To put it simply, in this month, Fang Chen's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The current Fang Chen could instantly kill an early-stage Qi High warrior. He could also easily defeat a mid-stage Qi High warrior. Even if he were to face a late-stage Qi High warrior, Fang Chen would still dare to challenge them. However, because of the difference in cultivation level, Fang Chen was still a far cry from the number 1 outer sect disciple, Xia Houwu. Xia Houwu's cultivation level had reached the peak of the 7th level of the Qi High realm. He was only 1 step away from the 8th level of the Qi High realm and entering the inner sect. However, Xia Houwu was stuck at this level and could not break through. However, even so, within the outer court, no one was able to shake Xia Houwu's position. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 or even top 5 of the outer sect. However, Fang Chen kept a low profile and did not display his strength. Many disciples only knew of him from a month ago. Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame, the first level of the divine demon body. In the courtyard, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and said softly. Of course, during this time, Fang Chen also tried to cultivate the wind and cloud mental cultivation method. However, the wind and cloud mental cultivation method was stuck at the 8th level. For some unknown reason, no matter how Fang Chen cultivated, he could not advance any further. Without successfully cultivating the 9th level of the Wind and Cloud Sutra, Fang Chen would not be able to cultivate the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture, which made him speechless. After Fang Chen's cultivation reached a bottleneck, he came out of seclusion one day. His face was filled with an excited smile. Ha ha! Gu Zong laughed wildly. After receiving the news, Marquis Xingyun and Fang Chen quickly arrived at Gu Zong's courtyard. They saw Gu Zong holding a weapon in his hand, his face full of excitement. It's done. Seeing Gu Zong's expression, Marquis Xingyun knew that Gu Zong had finished cultivating his weapon. This time, it's all thanks to Fang Chen's meteoric iron. Gu Zong laughed maniacally as he spoke to Fang Chen and Marquis Xingyun. After a long time, Gu Zong calmed down and slowly explained his situation. After listening to Gu Zong, Fang Chen and Marquis Xingyun were also excited. They had not expected that Gu Zong would actually reach the threshold of a martial grandmaster by chance. It had to be known that above the martial grandmaster level was the martial grandmaster level. Although there was only a 1-step difference between the two levels, the difference was huge. Even in the entire Nanling Mountains, a martial grandmaster could be considered a top blacksmith. However, a martial grandmaster could not be considered a martial grandmaster in the Nanling Mountains. Martial grandmasters could refine spirit weapons, while martial grandmasters could refine heaven-defying mysterious weapons. You have reached the threshold of a martial grandmaster? Asked Marquis Xingyun. That's right. I have already reached the threshold of a martial grandmaster. In less than 3 years, I will definitely be able to enter the ranks of martial grandmasters, said Gu Zong solemnly. Congratulations, haha. Marquis Xingyun was also happy for Gu Zong. Congratulations, master, said Fang Chen. Although the Golden Crown Nation was a large country, it was only a large country in the Nanling Mountains. This place was not the true stage. If he could break through to the martial Grandmaster realm, then even in the Nanling Mountains, he would be considered an expert. After that, the three of them chatted for a long time. In the end, Fang Chen suggested for his master to fuse the low-tier Hidden Dragon sword and the middle-tier Star River sword together. Gu Zong gladly agreed. 3 days later, a brand new longsword appeared in front of Fang Chen. This longsword's body was silver, and there were specks of starlight on it. Gu Zong was a grandmaster blacksmith, so fusing two longswords was extremely easy. In just 3 days, he had managed to fuse the two longswords together. After the fusion, the longsword's grade had risen, becoming a high-tier spirit weapon. That made Fang Chen very excited. Fang Chen, what do you think of this longsword? Gu Zong handed the longsword to Fang Chen. Fang Chen fiddled with it for a moment, feeling that it was not bad. He was very happy inside. With a high-tier spirit weapon, his strength would once again increase. Since it's a fusion of two swords, then I'll call it the Hidden Star Sword, said Fang Chen inwardly. From now on, the Hidden Star Sword would be Fang Chen's battle companion for a very long time. After doing all this, Gu Zong requested to leave. That was because he had touched upon the threshold of a martial grandmaster and needed to temper himself outside. After Gu Zong left, Marquis Xingyun also took his leave. In the blink of an eye, the two experts had both left. As for Fang Chen's life, it had once more returned to normal. It had already been a long time since he had arrived in Sword Prefecture City, and Fang Chen's strength had already reached the peak of outer sect disciples. Not long after Gu Zong and Marquis Xingyun left, Zxian appeared in front of Fang Chen's courtyard, shouting, "Fang Chen, get the hell out here!" Zxian's clamor attracted the attention of many disciples. They wanted to see who was stronger between Fang Chen and Zxian. "Fang Chen, do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life?" Zxian continued to shout when he saw that there was no response. Time slowly passed. After a full hour, there was no response from Fang Chen's courtyard at all. Zxian was furious. Fang Chen was definitely afraid of him, and did not dare to come out. "Fang Chen, I don't believe that you'll just stay here and not come out." Zxian was furious. At this moment, in the courtyard, Fang Chen had a mocking expression on his face. In his opinion, Zxian was not his opponent at all. He disdained to make a move against Zxian. Just like that, Zxian waited for 7 days before he left. That was because today was the day of the Outer Sect's Spirit Sword competition. On this day, Fang Chen also appeared in the square. Fang Chen's appearance attracted the attention of many disciples. Zxian naturally saw Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, you trash, are you finally willing to show yourself?" Fang Chen acted as if he did not hear Zxian's words. He did not even look at Zxian. This made many disciples think that Fang Chen was afraid of Zxian. At this moment, Wei Wuxuang walked in front of Fang Chen and whispered, "Junior brother Fang, be careful of Zxian." Fang Chen nodded to Wei Wuxuang. Immediately after, the competition for Spirit Sword resources began. After 6 hours, the competition for Spirit Sword resources ended. This time, Fang Chen obtained a total of 48 hours of Spirit Sword resources, which shocked countless disciples. Just after the competition for Spirit Sword resources ended, Zxian appeared in front of Fang Chen and blocked Fang Chen's path. "Fang Chen, hand over your Spirit Sword resources and kneel down to apologize to me. Perhaps I will let you go," Zxian said arrogantly. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Zxian. He immediately said, "I don't know where you get your confidence from." Fang Chen did not argue with Zxian because he thought that Zxian was not worthy of him making a move. However, Zxian thought that Fang Chen was afraid of him. Fang Chen had repeatedly endured, but Zxian actually dared to set his sights on Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen unable to bear it. "Humph, kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit," Zxian said coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, "You really want to challenge me?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Zixian solemnly said, "Do you dare accept my challenge? My sword is used to kill people," Fang Chen softly said. Zixian laughed, thinking that Fang Chen was just trying to scare him. "Do you think I'm so easily scared? Let me tell you, if you don't hand over your spirit sword resources today, don't even think about leaving here." Zixian's body emitted a terrifying aura as he wildly spoke. Some of the stronger disciples in the plaza had already left. A battle of this level was not something they were interested in. However, the majority of the weaker disciples were gathered in a circle, watching the two of them. "It's too bad you can't kill people here," Fang Chen sighed. The Sword Reverence sect also had its own rules. Other than the life and death arena, you could fight anywhere else, but you couldn't kill people below your level. So Fang Chen felt that it was a pity. If this was the life and death arena, Zixian would have already died. "Haha, Fang Chen, since you want to die so much, then I'll fulfill your wish. As an outer disciple of the Sword Reverence sect, I challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare accept?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" said Fang Chen. "All right, since you dare accept, then let's go to the life and death arena right now." At this moment Mo Yiqing appeared. Looking at the two of them, he said, "A life and death battle requires the approval of the Elder Assembly." Although Mo Yiqing wanted Fang Chen dead, he couldn't ignore the Sword Reverence sect's rules. "I'll go apply right now. Fang Chen, you can just wait for your death." After that, Zixian turned around and left. Mo Yiqing looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. At noon, the Elder Assembly sent out news that Zixian and Fang Chen's life and death battle had been approved. The two of them could fight in the afternoon. This news caused an uproar among the disciples. After Mo Han, Zixian was the second disciple to challenge Fang Chen to a life and death battle. Zixian's strength was several times greater than Mo Han's. They wondered if he would be able to kill Fang Chen this time. The afternoon quickly arrived. Many disciples had already arrived in front of the life and death arena. Zixian had also arrived early. Elder Mo Yiqing had also come with him. After a while, Fang Chen also arrived. "Fang Chen, do you have anything else you want to say?" Zixian looked at Fang Chen. He knew that in a moment Fang Chen would die. It was still not too late to say anything. "What do I want to say?" Fang Chen shook his head. "You're so stupid." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, anger appeared on Zixian's face. Even at this time, Fang Chen was still running his mouth. "Fang Chen, you're courting death," said Zixian coldly. Following the law enforcement elder's words, Zixian's body emitted a terrifying aura. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. "It's time to intimidate the others," Fang Chen softly said. In the next instant, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. He directly used the 6th level of the water and fire sword technique. Whoosh! There was no sound. The life and death arena was calm, as if nothing had happened. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and didn't move in the slightest, whereas Zixian, who was opposite him, didn't move in the slightest as well. "Zixian, what are you doing?" Mo Yiqing roared. Bang! Just as Mo Yiqing finished speaking, blood flowed out of the corner of Zixian's mouth. Then his body directly fell to the ground, lifeless. Whoosh! There was an uproar in front of the life and death arena. Countless disciples were shocked. They didn't even see how Fang Chen had attacked. Zixian had died just like that.